Hi everyone, so nice to see you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our Business and Life Balance Summit. It's exciting that we're going to be sharing with you 15 wonderful speakers that are going to talk about everything to do with life balance. But first, I'd like to congratulate you for turning up today and investing in your time to create some life balance for you. Whether you're a business owner, whether you're a person who works in normal industry, whoever you are, today we have something for you. So, of course, my name's Kathy from Mindset to Inspire, and I'm your host today. And I'm excited that we have so much on offer for you today. So let's have a little chat about what's going to be going on. So I trust that you are safe and well wherever you are. So I'd love for you now, and I'm just going to make sure that I can see the comments. Hi, good morning. Hi, Mariana. Thank you for joining us today. So what you can actually do is you can comment as we go along. So it may have asked you at the beginning, do you want to allow StreamYard to use your name? You can click on that if you want, or you can just go in, I just see you as Facebook user. So if I don't say your name, it's because I'm just seeing you in the comments as a Facebook user. So thank you, love hearts. Thank you so much, everyone. Good morning. So lovely to see you here. So, of course, for many of us, we are in lockdown at the moment. If you are in Sydney, Australia, or in Melbourne, that's our situation. If you're coming from anywhere else in the world, please, in fact, everyone, right now, if you can, in the comments, just tell me, where are you coming from? Where are you at the moment? And so I can get a gauge of where everyone is. Because I don't know about you, if you're in Sydney, it is cold this morning. It is really cold, and the wind is blowing outside. So if some stage today you hear a bit of noise with the wind, that's what's happening for you. Thank you, Angelica from Sydney. Thank you so much. So, Angelica, it's cold here. I'm not sure where you are in Sydney, but it's definitely cold here, and it's very windy. So we're going to watch out for that. The other thing with our summit, of course, we have done everything in our best power to ensure that technology is going to work. But if for any reason it doesn't work, you will get a message in the group and we'll just tell you when we're getting back up and live. But fingers crossed, everything is going to be completely smooth and cool today. But if you know how the internet goes, then that's how it could be. Well, we have speakers all over the globe today. Thank you, Mariana from Melbourne. Lovely to see you here. Anyone else who's here today, please just chat in the comments. Tell us where you're from. Mariana, is it cold in Melbourne for you as well? I'd love to know, because it's really cold here today. So let's talk about today and our Life Balance Summit. Yes, thank you. Let us know about your comments. Pop them in the comments in Facebook, because we want this to be interactive and for you wherever it is. Mariana, it's freezing. It's cold in Melbourne as well. Well, it's really cold here as well. So if you're just joining now, just noticed a few people have joined. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our summit. We are here to share with you how to create life balance. Whether you're a business owner, whether you don't own a business, it really doesn't matter. We have something for everyone today. We have 15 speakers coming up today. In a moment, I'm going to start talking about the life balance self-audit, which if you've registered for our event, you should have got that, and it should have been downloaded. Now, if you are in our group and you haven't registered, that is cool. This is completely open for you to watch today. If you would like a life balance self-audit, then just know that if you register, go in and click a link and register now, then you can go in and get that life balance audit. Otherwise, you can get it later as well. That's completely up to you. So I'm going to talk about that in a moment. But first, I want to give you a little bit of a showcase into who's speaking today. So we have some talks, of course, across all of life balance. So life balance could be about your finances, that you need to create some balance in your finances. We have speakers about that. Perhaps there's creating balance with your relationships. We have speakers for that. Perhaps it's about creating some balance within your emotions. We have two people, in fact, who are going to be doing that as well. We have speakers that are going to help you do life admin. So the wonderful Bonnie from the Avid Organizer, she's going to be talking about that. Our emotional fitness expert, Joe Parnay, is going to be speaking today. We have other people talking about how to develop your potential, your confidence, all the different areas of our life. And when we go to the life balance audit, I'll have a little chat to you about how you can develop some intentions today. So I encourage you to think about today what it is you want to get out of our life balance or summit today, what it is that you're looking for, and focus on that so that you can really get the best out of our summit. So let's have a little look. I wonder if we can talk for a moment about why a life balance is so important right now for business owners and for everyone. Why is it that we need to be focusing on life balance? Well, the thing is that 4 in 5 people last year in 2020 experienced burnout. It's just such a big topic at the moment because many people are struggling at the moment with our current world situation. It is the perfect time for us to be looking at how we can create life balance, whether you're a business owner or not. It's such an important thing for us to be thinking about how is our life at the moment. And when I talk about the audit, I know that audit is something that I do and many of my clients do once every 6 months. So it's an opportunity to look at where is a gap. And so I think that one of the things that this summit is going to help people do today, and I know that I'll be listening to all our speakers as well and getting tips myself, is that it's the perfect time to reset. Let me explain that. During my life, I've moved many times with 4 children. You can see my kids in the background there. And we traveled overseas, we traveled to different cities, and we would relocate because of my husband's work. And there was this strange period between one place and the next, and that was what we called a transition period. And that time really became a little bit unsettling until I realized that transition periods in our life are wonderful. And I feel, and I'd love to hear a comment from someone if you feel the same way, that right now we are in one of those transition periods where we feel like we're in a little bit of limbo. The future is uncertain, but the great thing is that we have control over certain things. We may not be able to control the world situation. We most definitely can't control other people, but we can definitely control our responses to it. And one of those ways is by us exploring how am I creating my own life balance? And so I'd love to hear, yes, it is, Marianne, it is a time of uncertainty for many people. You resonate with it. Thank you so much for your comments. It is a time in which we're in this limbo, and it's a transition period. A transition period is the ideal time to think about how we reset. And that's what our summit is today. It's an opportunity for us to reset, to be able to go in and have a look at how life is. Now, I'm just going to check to see that everything's going okay. Can I get a comment to see that everything's still working for you? The internet's still going for you. So just tell me if that's working for you now. We're going to do these check-ins. This is a really interactive event today. We want this for you to be able to respond and put your comments and your questions in as we go. Thank you so much, Mariana. It's important, and I know that whenever I go to any event, if I get involved, I get more out of it. And that's what for you today, I want you to get the most out of this event to create some life balance for you. So I was talking about transitions. This is a time of transition. And in a period of transition, it is an amazing and incredible opportunity to reset, to think about what can I control? Where do I want to go when things may or may not go back to a normal, because we don't really know what the new normal will be. Thank you to those people who just joined us. Lovely to see you here. Please put a comment in the chat and say hi. So this is a transition period, and it's a perfect time for us to have this summit so that you and I and everyone in our audience can really think about how we're going to move forward and think about our responses in life at the moment. So the one thing is that life is busier than ever. Let me tell you, it doesn't seem to be slowing down. Even in lockdown, I know that I'm busier than ever. If it's okay with you, I'd love to share a little bit about what my experiences have been with burnout, with life balance. Can you give me a little yes in the comments if that's okay, if I can share that with you now? I'll just give it a moment. I'm going to warm my hands up. It is very cold here today. You'll just wait, see if I can see a comment. Remember, comment. Hi, everyone. If you've just joined us, thank you so much for joining us. We're getting into our Life Balance Summit very soon. We're going to have our speakers. I'm going to be speaking about our life audit. So the thing is that I know firsthand how hard it is to create a balance. And if it's okay with you, I'm going to share with you a little bit about my own story. So I'm a mum to 4. You might be able to see them in the background there. I have a husband. I have a household to run. I'm a teacher. I'm also running 2 businesses. I run a business called Happy Parenting Community, where I help parents. And then I have my business, coaching business, Mindset to Inspire. And so I'm busy. Like everyone out there, we have so many things we want to do. And the thing for me is I'm multi-passionate. That means I just really want to do so many things. Hi, hello from Western Sydney in lockdown. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, those people who have put their comments in. Unfortunately, I can't see your names. It just says Facebook users. So if you've commented and you hear me, I can't actually see your name. So what happened for me is this. I have one other thing going on for me as well, which is I have a chronic condition. And this means, hello, Julie, thank you for joining us today, which means that, yes, I want to do everything. I'm first person to say, I want a life without compromise. I want to be able to do everything really well. And there's a couple of things with that. It means that at different periods of my life, I've concentrated on different things. When my kids were young, yes, that was my focus. When I started my business, that was my focus. This last couple of weeks, my focus has been putting this summit together. Each time in period in my life, thanks, Julie, we have different focuses. And that was one of the key things that came up with our summit presenters. So hopefully, you can go back and look at them after our summit. I spoke to our presenters this week and we talked about what life balance was for them. And it's interesting because one of the key things that came up was priorities, and that we need to understand our priorities, and that changes depending on our life, where we are currently, but also it changes according to what's right for us. And this is the key thing. And this is why I was so excited to put together 15 amazing speakers, because they all have a different take. They have a different idea of what life balance is. And one particular idea may resonate with you. Life balance is unique. And it's one of the opportunities is that we can go out and find what works for us. And so it's amazing that life balance can look different for everyone. It can be very easy to sit from the outside and go, someone's working so hard. We don't know what's going on for their life. And so there's a couple of things that I want us to embrace when we go to think about our own life balance. And that is a gentle curiosity. And so when we go to think about our own life and what's going on, yes, life balance keeps fluctuating. Thank you. I want you to think about and look at your life from a place of gentle curiosity. What do I mean by that? Well, gentle curiosity is the idea that when you are examining and looking at your life and reflecting and creating this new balance for you, is it's looking at it and going, okay, I'm not going to beat myself up here. I'm not going to bring guilt into the creation of my self-awareness or the creation of going forward. I'm going to be gentle with myself, and I'm going to be curious. I'm going to really think about, almost from a step away, what's really going on for me, without judgment, without any voices coming into your head saying, no, I should be doing it better. I want us to leave all of that behind today, because gentle curiosity is the process of being able to really examine where we're at and be loving towards ourselves while we do that. And that our summit, all of our presenters are just the most loving people who are coming from a place of wanting to serve. And that was the whole premise behind our summit. We know that people are maybe struggling at the moment, and we wanted to be able to bring something for you to be able to create a balance. So though I've noticed a few people have jumped on. Hi, everyone. I'm Kathy from Mindset to Inspire. I'm your host. And yes, our summit, our first speaker is going to be coming up shortly. I really want to get into the self-audit, because one of the things with creating life balance is, one of the ways to do this is to go, okay, create awareness. So how do you create awareness? Well, number one, you're right here. So congratulations for attending today. You are right here already creating awareness because you focused on attending today and investing in yourself. The next thing is doing a life audit. So when we do a life audit, now, I just want to see, can you give me a yes in the comments if you have done our life audit? So you've already done it. You were in our presenters, you've downloaded it, you've already done it. I'd love to know. It's okay if you haven't. Seriously, you can go and do this afterwards. The file will be in our Business and Life Balance Summit group, and everything you need will be there. Well, I'm just going to share my screen so that I can show it to you now. So this is what you were sent. Thank you so much. I'm so pleased. Thank you that you have a Facebook user. Thank you. So here we have the Life Balance self-audit, and there's some instructions that go with this, but I just wanted to show you this part. So part of moving forward and getting the most out of today is to create some awareness. Now, attending today, you are going to be doing that. If you want to take it a next step forward, so there is a link in there that you can get that. That's okay. The link is in there now. You can go and click on that now. It's all good. Okay, so here we have the Life Balance self-audit, the page in which you think about where you're at. Now, you may notice that around the outside, there are some different headings. You don't have to use those headings. Because Life Balance is unique, you can use whatever headings resonate with you. The idea is to think about all the aspects of your life. Where are you in those aspects? And so if we look at this, if you look at the middle of the circle, it is 0. If you look at the outside of the circle, it is 10. And what you want to have a look at is family and relationships. What I want you to think about is this: how much energy and presence am I bringing to my relationship and my family over a period of a month? So the other thing is that I don't believe life's balance. I think there's a need for consistency, yes, but we also have periods of time in which we may be very focused and busy in one area. And so I want you to think of this over the long term, because if you have a project coming up, well, you know what, you might not be spending as much time with your family. And that's okay, as long as your family and the person closest to you know that's the case. And I know that's what I've done in this 2 weeks lead up to the summit. Is my family have been supporting me so that I can get everything prepared for this, but my focus has been the summit. And so life balance, I want you to consider it over a longer time frame, a month up to 3 months, and have a look at it and in this relation. Number one is my time. How much time am I spending? So time is relative, because if you're working a 9-to-5 job, of course, you spend more time at your work than in your waking hours at home. And so it isn't necessary. It's going to be a partly time, but I want you to consider it with time, energy, the amount of energy that you're expending here. And then I'd like you to think about, are you present in each of those parts of your life? Because one of the things that creates an imbalance is if you're at work or you're running your business and you are constantly feeling guilty, I should be over here doing more with my family, more with my own self-care. And if you're feeling guilt around that, you're not feeling present in that place of your life. The same goes if you are home and you're spending time with your family and you're thinking constantly about work or about business, then what's happening is you are not present at that time either. And that can create an imbalance. And so what our audit does is it allows you to see where are the gaps. So what you do is intuitively, yes, that word intuitively, judge for yourself, because no one else can do this but you. Judge for yourself, where am I in family relationships? How much energy, presence, how much time am I investing? And mark somewhere from 0 to that line, and do that in all the areas. What you'll notice is this is a circle. And if your life is in balance, this circle will roll. It will go smoothly along. And if it's not in balance, then you're going to notice that it's a bumpy ride. There's lots of ups and downs, and we want to smooth the ride out. We want to put strategies in place that give you resilience for whatever life is going to bring, which is so important right now. So that is our life balance self-audit. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat. I will go back and I will have a look at them so that I can answer them for you. And that's the thing with today. I want to tell you that you have the opportunity to speak with our presenters in the chat. You can go on, thank you so much, that person who wrote so good. Go in and speak to the presenters and allow them to put the questions in there. They may not be able to do that when they're speaking, but you can definitely do that when they'll come back and have a look at the questions. And so we talked about creating awareness, attending summit, number one, and then also doing the life balance self-audit so you can really identify gaps that are happening. The next is gentle curiosity. We want to take this summit and the way we see ourselves with a gentle curiosity and a love and knowing that we will find a way and that there's no guilt or attachment to what's going on. We are working always to create the best life for ourselves. And the final thing that I want you to think about is this. Whatever happens today, wherever you're looking, and when you hear someone that resonates with you, when you hear someone who says, wow, that to me is what I'm going to use, that's gold, I'm definitely going to take on that tip, I want you to comment, and I also want you to check out that person's links and freebies and connect with them. Because the final part of making this summit and creating life balance is, number one, create awareness. Number two, that gentle curiosity. And number three is to act. If something resonates with you, I want you to act on it and to follow through with that so that you can create the balance. So I don't know about you, but I'm super excited. We have a speaker coming up soon, and I will introduce them in a moment. We're nearly there. Remember that this summit is about you. It's about you and finding whatever works for you, your unique situation. So take from it what you will. There will be some speakers today that are talking about business. And I encourage you, even if you are not in business, to listen to their presentations, because the tips they're going to give, even though they talk about business, are going to relate to everyone. And that's the important thing, is to take from our summit today whatever you need. So I've just noticed a few more people jumping in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are going live right now. Of course, you can see me for our Business and Life Summit. Well, I've spoken enough. I'm going to introduce the most gorgeous, gorgeous person, who is the lovely Lara. And Lara, so I'm just going to have a little look here. And Lara is going to speak to us today. And she is our first speaker of the day. And Lara is an energy healer and health coach. She's a podcast coach, the founder of the Love Approach Project. And Lara helps men and women find their unique harmony formula, incorporating mind, body, emotions, and spirit. And she helps shift elements that are causing imbalance, overwhelm, and disconnection, so that you can experience calm, fulfilling, and a purposeful life. Lara does this through her Relax, Receive, and Heal programs, live events, one-to-one sessions, including vibrational healing techniques like sound healing, crystal therapy, Reiki, intuitive healing, and health coaching. She was born and raised in Bogota, Colombia, and she now lives in Sydney, Australia, where she has her practice and runs her live and online programs. Lara, I'm so pleased to have you here today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm going to leave you to it. Everyone, enjoy Lara's presentation, and I'll see you afterwards.
Thank you, Kathy. Well, hello, everyone, and thank you. Thank you once again, Kathy, for the opportunity of chatting here today, of sharing some of the stuff that I've learned and that I would love to share. And thank you to your team, Kathy, to Mindset to Inspire, because you've created an amazing and safe and sacred space, for all of us to learn and grow. So thank you. Okay, so today I'm actually, going to be talking about harmony. I'm going to be talking about finding harmony as the only way to experience fulfillment. And you might be wondering, what does she mean with that? How come it's the only way? Well, I want to begin actually by reading to you the definition of harmony when it comes to music. So it's about the combination of simultaneously sounded musical notes that produce a pleasing effect. And I would like to ask you today, what is that pleasing effect for you? If we were to talk about life, what is that sweet spot where everything in your life simply fits in, it flows, it's harmonious, and you feel happy and you feel fulfilled? Take a moment to think about that. Now, you might not know it yet. You might not know what that sweet spot is, what that recipe is, and that's okay. But this is actually why I want to talk about this today. This is the case that I want to present to you today. And I feel like alone now. Because without finding your harmony formula, without finding your harmony, that unique recipe for fulfillment, your life can be chaotic. And I would like to explain a little bit about that, actually. So when you haven't found your harmony formula, when you haven't found your harmony, you are actually usually prey to your emotions. Sometimes what I've seen in my practice is people going from being very angry, anxious, fearful, and then suddenly experiencing moments of excitement, exhilaration, happiness. But they go through that roller coaster of emotions without awareness. They don't know what's going on. Actually, it's as if emotions were controlling them. They are not in control of their emotions. So when you don't know what your harmony is like, when you haven't found it, you are actually sometimes like a kid, throwing tantrums in places that you shouldn't, or doing stuff that you then regret. And Who wants to live with regrets? Life is too short to live with regrets, don't you think? The thing is that when it comes to the harmony formula, when it comes to finding your harmony, I'm not only talking about emotions. Emotions is one of the aspects, one of the components of your human experience. The thing is that the way that you are living your life will transpire to all the areas of your life. One of the things, another thing that I've noticed in my practice as an energy healer and a health coach is that most people are living on an autopilot. They're living on default, completely unaware of what's going on in their lives. They are unaware of how they feel. They are unaware of what triggers them. They are blaming other people for their emotional state, their health state, their financial state. Everyone is to blame but themselves. There is no awareness. And they are usually living the same day every day. It's like Groundhog Day, but without realizing that that's happening. There's complete unawareness. They are running on a treadmill, getting very tired, getting exhausted, draining their energy. And they're going nowhere. They feel lost because they don't know what makes them tick. They don't know why and what for they are here. And this is one of my invitations today, that you actually take a moment to stop. Maybe stop now and think about that. Are you running on that treadmill? Are you running on that hamster wheel? Are your days the same days over and over and you don't know? Are you unaware? Last night, my husband and I were watching a movie. It's called The Dig. It's actually on Netflix if you want to check it out. It's a beautiful movie. But what I enjoyed the most about it, and I thought it was so perfect that I watched it last night, is the main message of the movie, which was seize the day. Seize the opportunity. And they manage in the movie to actually bring that same message in each one of the stories of each one of the characters in the movie. Seizing the day. What does that mean? It means taking every opportunity that life brings to you. But you can only do that when you are aware that you are actually living the same day over and over again. When you stop for a moment and you go like, okay, maybe something needs to change here. Life has so much more to offer when you are aware of that point of harmony, when you find your harmony, when you find your unique recipe to fulfillment. It is the only way in which you can break the cycle, because you are in a cycle. If you are on a treadmill, on a hamster wheel, you are in a cycle, but that cycle can be broken when you take a moment to become aware and to find your point of harmony, your place of harmony, your recipe, your formula. There's one thing, actually, a point that I would like to make here, and is that most of the times when someone is living a life like that Groundhog Day, they are actually living stuff or bringing stuff with them that is not even theirs, like inherited behaviors, patterns of thought, belief systems. And people end up living a life that is not even theirs. Do you want to live like that? Do you want to live a life that is not even yours? I personally don't, I invite you today to think about that and to open your arms to embracing your life, your authentic life, one that you choose to live. But again, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, it has to start with your awareness. It has to start with your awareness of that unique recipe of harmony that is yours, that is unique. And I love that Kathy kind of like infused that topic throughout this summit. That formula is unique to you. In fact, when you know your harmony, when you have found your harmony, you are able to enjoy your life to its fullest, even the challenging moments, because the challenging moments become opportunities for growth, for evolution, instead of moments of self-pity, So it is key to find it. It is key to find your harmony formula. When you become aware of that recipe, you also become an adult. And what do I mean with this? Well, you become responsible for your choices, for your decisions, for how you feel, for what you think about, for how you respond to something. Mainly because you are aware of how you are bringing yourself into the world. A couple of weeks ago, I was sitting in my meditation, and for my meditation, I actually, like to bring a topic or an affirmation or something and think about it, contemplate it. And I was thinking about being responsible. And so the word responsible actually came in front of me, like I could see it. So I'm just gonna have a sip of water. And so I could see the word responsible in front of me. And I realized that I could break it into two, response and able. And I was like, oh, wow. That was a big aha moment for me. Responsible, to be responsible means to be able to respond. That's what came to me in that moment. And I realized, oh, wow. When we become responsible, we are actually in control of how we feel, of what we do, of what we think. And in the words of Caroline Myss, whom I'll be mentioning later on again, she talks a lot about initiations. For me, becoming responsible is an initiation into adulthood, because you reclaim your control, and most importantly, you reclaim your power. You are empowered. You stop blaming everybody else for how your life is, and you start living the life that you want, the life that you desire, and the life that you deserve. Now, this is an interesting topic, because you would perhaps never think that harmony has anything to do with feeling in control. But when you find your formula, when you find your harmony formula, you take responsibility for your life. And you decide to become the creator or creatrix of your life. Now, I want to talk a little bit about that aspect of control, because many people, and I see this also in my clients, many of them actually arrive to me because they feel that their life is falling apart, that they cannot control it. And the thing is that control is an illusion. Perhaps you already know this, and maybe this just works as a little reminder today. But trying to control the outside world is pointless, and you lose a lot of energy. And I think we are actually going through a perfect example of that right now, especially if you're in Sydney, in Australia, in Victoria, or if you were in any other part of the world and you had to experience lockdown. This is a moment in which you realize, oh my goodness, I cannot control anything that is outside me. You can't, even if you try. And the thing is that the more you try, the more energy you lose. I've been asking my clients in the last couple of weeks, how are you going to show up right now during this time? How are you going to make yourself responsible for your reaction, for your response, for how you're feeling, for what you're thinking? Because we are actually, as I would like to call it, or think about it, we are elements of service. We are vessels of love, of light, of compassion, of kindness, But if we are not responsible, we end up being channels and vessels of other stuff. So how are you showing up yourself in the world? And to know that, you must know your harmony recipe. It's key. It's that key element. From that key place, all of these other things stem. So how are you going to be bringing yourself to the now? Are you going to put your energy out there, or are you going to bring your focus back here? And bringing it here means that you're going to create a ripple effect out there. Something to think of, right? This actually takes me to my next point. And I love this point, actually, because I am an energy healer. I work with energy. And the thing is that when you haven't found your harmony formula, when you don't know your point of harmony, when you don't know how everything within you works to take you to a place of harmony, you are literally leaking life energy. You're leaking it out of you. And I love the way Caroline Myss explains this. So Caroline Myss, if you haven't heard about it, she's an author. She's written many books, but one of them It's fantastic. It's called The Anatomy of the Spirit. And in that book, she explains very clearly what happens when you're trying to control the outside world and you realize you can't. So usually what happens is that you're trying to control people, places, situations, the past, the future. And the way she calls this is that you place anchors on all those things. So imagine like throwing an anchor from your energy field, your body, onto something. You are actually getting yourself stuck. But the thing is, live energy actually comes above. We are surrounded by an energetic field, a universal energetic field, we can call it. And we are energetically layers and layers. We have different energetic bodies, starting from outside, let's say, until we get dense to the density of the physical body. But live energy comes from above, and it enters through here. And it starts nurturing all our energy centers, which are along our spine. And that energy that then gets like broken down, and it's sent to the meridian system, and then to the endocrine system, then to the nervous system, and finally to the blood. So your live energy is key to maintain your health. The thing is that when live energy comes in and you have anchors in other things, in other places, trying to control everything, you lose energy, leaving very little for your health, for your well-being. So I see this all the time in my practice. People leaking their energy until they realize that they must come back here, get rid of all those anchors, find their place of harmony, what makes them tick, what makes them feel fulfilled themselves, by themselves, not trying to get that from other things or places or people. So again, finding your harmony formula is super important to maintain your health, your well-being, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, in all the senses. Now, one other thing that happens and that I've noticed as well is that many people are trying to juggle lots of things. They're juggling family, work, friends, activities, and they're like literally doing this. But they're also walking on a tightrope because juggling requires a lot of energy, a lot of kind of concentration. And this is what happens when someone is walking on a tightrope, trying to focus energy, like distributing energy equally in equal parts in all those things. There's going to come a point in which that person is going to run out of energy. It's going to get tired and it's going to fall. And usually what happens is when someone falls, they hit a wall, a burnout wall, or they lose their families because their attention was in so many places that they didn't even know what was going on there. They cannot perform at work. They're so stressed out. They are unwell. They are sick. They lose sleep. And basically trying to have it all, in the effort of trying to have it all and of trying to juggle everything, they lose everything. And this happens because they don't know yet what actually brings them to a place of harmony and where they should invest their energy. Super important to know where to invest your energy in order to be able to have a fulfilling life. We are not meant to be spreading ourselves thin. We are meant to be able to dedicate ourselves 100% to something. So it's something to have into account. Now, I like to talk a little bit about harmony because I've been talking about this, obviously, and about the harmony formula and the harmony recipe. And I think the easiest way to explain it is to actually talk about bread. Now, I cannot see your comments here. But anyway, I was going to ask you if you like bread. I'm going to assume that you do. I personally love croissant. So as you may know, bread is made with different ingredients. Bread has some kind of flour, water, oil, yeast, or a culture, sometimes eggs, sometimes salt, sometimes sugar. And the proportions of those ingredients and the way that they are mixed creates a particular type of bread. Sourdough, bagel, baguette, croissant, pide, you name it. And you have one that you like the most. Or am I wrong? I remember when I was like 8 or 9 and my mom took a bakery course. And I remember seeing her with this dough, and she was like working with it. She was spread it and then fold it again and spread it again and folding it. And I thought that was very interesting. I was very curious, and I asked her, what is that? And she was like, well, I'm making pastry. And I was like, wow. Like I didn't know that just by the way that this dough was being treated, it was going to produce something different. And this is the thing, we all have a unique taste, a unique sweet spot, a unique recipe, a unique formula that makes us feel fulfilled, that we want. I want you to think for a moment of that type of bread that you really enjoy. I think of croissant, and I think of me biting one, and like I can feel salivating, and I can even taste it. And this is where we want to get in life, to be able to taste it, to savor it, to enjoy it to the fullest. Because that's what we came here to do. We came here to enjoy our life to the fullest, with the ups and the downs. They are just parts of the journey. When you know your harmony formula, when you find your harmony, all of that becomes part of the journey, and it's enjoyable, and it's something that actually helps you evolve. And most importantly, it helps you live in the now, because it's now that you must find your harmony, not tomorrow or next year. No, I'm gonna get ready to find it in a few months. No, it's now, because your life is now. You don't know about tomorrow. We don't know. We have never known. So are you willing to do that? Are you willing to find your harmony formula? I hope so. So I've talked, I think I'm running out of time now. So I've talked a lot about why finding it, and I haven't told you what it is. So the harmony formula is actually a process that I created, in which you get to become aware of how your ingredients, which in this case, I'm talking about mind, body, emotions, and spirit, how they interact and how you interact with them. You get to become aware of where you are and of where you want to be. The harmony formula is a process of self-discovery, of reconnection with the self. It's a process in which you learn what each one of those ingredients, what each one of those dimensions or aspects of your human experience need more attention, and which ones need less. It's a process in which you realize what drains you, what uplifts you. It's a process in which you learn what you need now. And as I said before, because the time is now. This is where the opportunity is. So in 20 minutes or less, it's going to be very difficult to find it. It's a process that takes time. So I would like to invite you to actually join me to continue this conversation as to why it is important to find your harmony and how that happens in my private Facebook group, the Me Time Hub. And if I'm not wrong, Kathy has the link to share with you. So I would love to see you there to continue this conversation. I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for being here and for being open to learning. I want to thank you for making time for you, for saying yes to you. This is super important. And I say this always in all my talks and to all my groups. It's super important to dedicate time to ourselves because, as I mentioned before, we are an element of service. We create a ripple effect. When we work on us, we are actually already helping everyone else. So I hope this talk was of service to you. I hope you got some benefit out of it. Mwah. Big kiss, big hug, lots of love, and I hope to see you in the Me Time Hub and obviously here in the summit. Mwah.
Lara, thank you so much. That was awesome. I really appreciate the take that you have on harmony over life balance. It really resonates with me, and I trust that it does. I'm getting some comments through now, people saying thank you, they loved it. Please comment and give our presenters some love and tell them what you feel about their presentation. In particular, I want you to think about, what is it that resonated with you? What did you love? And what is it that you would really think you're going to use? So what do you see yourself using? So Lara, thank you so much. Really appreciate seeing you here today. We put the link to your group in there. So everyone, click on the link, go and join Lara's group, where she will be out sharing all her wisdom regularly. And I know, Lara, that you do a meditation regularly as well. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Of course, I do. It's a free sun healing every Monday at 8:45 p.m. Australian Standard Time, Eastern Australian Standard Time. Yeah, Sydney time. So it's an awesome space to be able to stop for a moment, you know, and to allow energy to be renewed, refreshed, and harmonized.
Thank you so much. Look, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for being a presenter. We will see you soon. Bye.
Thank you, Kathy. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Well, what a way to start our summit. How awesome was Lara and her insights into creating harmony, life balance. Well, we're going on a different tact now. We're going to be speaking to the wonderful Kelly Bowen, and she is going to be talking to you, everyone here, in particular business owners. But if you're not a business owner, I want you to really listen to what Kelly is saying, because she is the director of Lifestyle Finance Oz Australia, and her journey into finance was not a right time, right place type of thing, situation. It was a deliberate path. It was not a deliberate path. Her passion for finance and what is now Lifestyle Finance Oz didn't come till much later. It was when she realised that she could use personal loan finance to create mass impact in the world by aligning with some of the most influential thought leaders of our time, that she was helping them to get paid in full from day one. And this is so important for the people that were using their services, and also for the people running those programs. And this was a turning point for her, and for the coaching industry, for her as well, and for Lifestyle Finance's focus, because it became about using personal loan finance to fund education and personal development programs. So how important is this, so that when you want to do a program, there is an option for you out there? From this moment, she has made it her personal mission to help leaders amplify the message and have them work more accessible, affordable to their clients more than ever before. Lifestyle Finance currently supports over 200 epic game changers, and this number grows every day. And today, Kelly is going to share with us how to get your products and services to a level where you can offer your clients finance and payment options. So Kelly, thank you so much for joining us today. Looking forward to your presentation. How are you, Kelly?
Thank you, Kath. I'm great, thank you. You look very beautiful today.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Really?
I'm rocking, and I hope our viewers understand this, that no hairdressers at the moment in Sydney. I don't know where you are, Kelly.
I'm in Melbourne. I'm starting to get the grey bits come through.
Yes. So we're all going to be really kind to each other because we've all got COVID hair.
Yeah, I actually really like the last bit of what Laura was talking about the life-work balance, and that trying to have it all. When you go after it all, you have nothing. So I went through a similar thing, and that's how I got my couple of grey hairs with adrenal burnout. So I really was resonating with her mission, and not her mission, her message, and how important it is to really honour self first and to have that centered focus.
Yes, absolutely. And everyone, the viewers today, if you've just arrived, I notice a few people who have just logged in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have the wonderful Kelly Bowen. She is going to speak now. And if you want to comment, please go to the comments in Facebook and pop your comments up there, and any questions that you've got as well. All right, Kelly, I'm going to leave you to it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Matt. My pleasure. Hello, beautiful souls. I guess I really want to start by acknowledging you all for being here on a Sunday. You could be anywhere in the world, and Sunday's usually a sacred day, particularly a family day, but you're here and you're present, and you're, willing to learn a few things to really bring in that work-life balance, because honestly, hand on heart, it is a never-ending scale where you're constantly tweaking and adjusting and trying to find that balance. So I hope what I've got to share, whether you are currently in business or you're not in business and you do have some kind of relationship with finance, whether it be you've got credit cards, personal loans, car loans, mortgages, whatever it is, I can help bring a little bit of light to the subject. Never in a million years did I think that I was going to be the poster pinup child for talking about finance. I was never passionate about finance. I didn't really like finance. I accidentally ended up there. I have always been a coach. I love the coaching industry. It was a total accident, as Kath mentioned before. I was actually a broke health coach. I was a couple of years into my business. I had a 12-month mastermind, program product that I was using. And I was really struggling with it. I was struggling with it for two reasons. And one was having people pay to work with me up front in full, or if they were on payment plans, getting them to, commit to the payment plan and really honor the payment plan. And that's where I sort of realized that, one of the hardest bits when you're starting your coaching business is really getting some runs on the board and getting your tuition fees up front. And at the time when I was struggling with this and sort of living so much week to week, because I'm like, you'd have great weeks and other weeks you'd have really average weeks, and it's just kind of like how it is at the beginning. Anyway, my best friend, she had a finance brokerage, and she was like, why don't you do what I did? Come work in my brokerage. I will teach you everything you need to know about finance. Worst case scenario, if it doesn't work out, then you've got something to fall back on. Finance makes you very easily employable. And, best case scenario, you do exactly what I did. And she had built her business coaching business while she was doing finance, and she'd moved out of it, and she was sort of like wanting to put me in the same thing and give me the same opportunity. However, what happened from there was something I guess I didn't expect. And a couple of years into it, I was enjoying finance. My coaching business was doing a little bit better. And then we realized we could actually use personal loan finance to finance coaching products. And it was at that moment I realized, and I saw the opportunity of it, because there was nobody offering this to coaches. And this is where, for the first time ever, you can have the education you need at a price that's really affordable. Whereas, when we think about it, we're all very comfortable with thinking of the idea that it's okay to go to university, and it's okay to go to university for 4 years. And, depending upon the course that you're doing, you could walk out of there with a HECS debt of anywhere between 20 to 30. And if you're doing a medical degree, like that's somewhere up around $50,000 that you then have to pay back with your tax. And depending upon what it was that you studied and whether you actually finish coming out of there passionate about what you learned, you may have a big debt for something or a field you may never go into. And so with this, when we realized that we could put personal loan finance behind coaching products, it's like, wow, we can finally help people get the education they need at a price point they can afford. And you can literally now change your life for $20 a week. Like there's no more, I can't afford it, when you get a little bit clever with how you create affording it. So before I really jump into this and dive deep into how you put finance behind your coaching product, I just want to get a little bit of a feel for who's on the call, who's here, just so that I can kind of tailor what I'm about to share next to really specifically meet where you're at and be of most value to you. So out of curiosity, who currently is a coach here? So can you let me know in the comments if you're a coach by just putting coach, or if you're thinking about it and you're like wondering whether you want to get into the industry or not, like just put thinking about it. Or if you're none of the above, just put neither, just so I can get a little bit of a feel. And I'm hoping, hang on, comments, here we go. So I'm hoping I'm in the right place. Just checking. Okay, cool. So we've got one coach. Not quite sure if there's a time delay. Neither. Okay, cool. Coach, yeah, awesome. And then, amazing, cool. Thank you so much. So then my next question is, so for those of you that are currently coaches, are you full-time in your coaching business, or are you still in that transition where you're transitioning out of your 9 to 5 into your coaching business? So for this one, just put full-time or transitioning. Waiting. Not quite sure if there's a delay here. Cool, full-time. Brilliant. Transitioning. Okay, cool. And my final question, transitioning. Okay, perfect. For those of you that are sort of like in the transitioning space, and I think you're really going to love what comes next. Now, my next question is, are you currently working one-to-one? So like, are you doing one-on-one coaching sessions, or are you working on more of a one-to-many scale? As in you've got a program set up where you take people on a journey from where they are to where they want to be, and you're working in a group kind of environment. So either give me a one-to-one or one-to-many, just so I've got a bit of a feel. Cool, one-to-one. Both, great. Cool. Now, last question. So, do you have a product? So this is where, so one of the biggest things when I'm working with coaches, and to be able to add finance behind your business, it needs to be at a certain level where you're charging, I wouldn't necessarily say a high ticket item, but to be able to work with you and for you to take them on the journey from where it is that they want to be to where it is that they like, so from where it is that they are to where it is that they want to be, that to take them on that program or that process, you need to be charging anywhere, so to add finance, anywhere between 4,000 plus. So if you've got a program that's 4,000 plus and you're already set up in a way where it's scalable in this sense, can you just let me know by giving me a 4,000 plus, or not quite there yet? Groups 2-to-1, awesome. Okay, cool. Waiting for the delay. Not quite sure. Anyway, I'm just going to jump in rather than waiting for delays, because you never quite know. So I'm going to assume, just because I haven't, that question, not quite sure whether it came through or not. So one of the things to be able to add finance to your business and to be able to scale and really take advantage of this, because when you add finance to your coaching business, it's literally like putting rocket fuel into your business, because you start getting paid in full from day one up front. And what that means for you is that you're able to continue to invest in your own education, you're able to scale your business, you're able to get the VAs and to be able to build it and really serve and create the impact that you were here to create. So the first step to really being able to do this is creating a product that's going to be able to take your people from, and you can do this whether it's one-on-one or you can do it whether you're working in groups, but they need to be able to go through a process with you where you're providing enough value that you're able to charge $4,000 or more for the service. Because once we get to that point, then we can add finance to it, and that's where things get really powerful. So if your business isn't quite at that level yet, I would suggest having a look at what you can put together that's going to take your person on that journey, and you can build out a product that's got that level of value. And the cool thing about it is too, once you do this, then you've got some IP, and IP meaning intellectual property, that you've got something that you can call your own tangible special process that makes you unique, that helps you get your clients the results that they're wanting. Now, the other thing with finance, so once you've got it to that level, the next part is really being okay with finance yourself. So depending upon how you feel about finance will depend upon how willing your clients are to follow you down the process when you offer them finance. So when I ask the question, when you think about finance, what are some of the stories that come up, and what are some of the feelings you have in your body? Now, the reason I'm asking this question, I just want you to sit with that for a second. The reason I'm asking this is because your clients will only go 80% to where you're at. So if you've got any stories around debt is bad and debt is shameful, and if I take out a personal loan, I don't want to pay interest, or if I use finance, then I'm trapped. If you've got any shame around having debt, then that's going to reflect in how your clients feel about it, because your clients will always be an energetic mirror image for where you're currently at. So I just want you to sit with that question for a second, because I'm going to go through a couple of things here to really help sort of expand your relationship with finance, so that when you offer it to your clients, then it's actually you're in full alignment with it and they think it's the best option for them. Because when you're looking at taking a journey with someone, then these things really need to be aligned. Does that make sense? So I just want you to sit in and feel into what comes up for you when you think about taking a personal loan. Is there anything around like debt is bad, I don't want to pay interest? Interest comes to mind. Yep, cool, it's an investment. Brilliant. So typically, here's the three things that tend to come up the moment I mentioned the word finance. And these things at the beginning, before I started in finance, were also really, I guess, present for me as well. So the first thing that usually comes up is debt is bad. And that's because we've been socially conditioned and socially programmed to think that debt is something that we want to get rid of. Usually when I speak to people about debt, they think about like, I want to pay it off as quickly as possible. And there's kind of like this scarcity stigma attached to it. So I really want you to start planting a few seeds that part of wealth is also having a really healthy relationship with debt. Now, why do I say that? Because if you speak to any wealthy person on this planet, I promise you will find they have debt, or they have at some point had to use other people's money to invest in themselves to get themselves to where they want to be. And it's making yourself really comfortable with being able to use somebody else's money, in this case, the banks, to be able to invest in you, which is always going to be your best bet. You are always going to be your best investment. You're always going to give yourself a 10x return compared to any pile of brick and mortar. So I always like to use this analogy whenever this like debt is bad, debt is shameful, debt's not a part of wealth comes up. And that's, if you think about the property market, right? Most people are really comfortable with taking out a 30-year mortgage to back a pile of bricks that's meant to appreciate over a period of time. And that's obviously providing the market doesn't crash or something like COVID doesn't happen where tenants can't pay rent. And eventually in time, if you purchase this brick and mortar in 10 years, maybe, depending upon if you got lucky, you invested in the right place, that's meant to give you some kind of substantial return. And, it's good investing. It's safe investing. We're taught this. It's programmed into us. We're okay with mortgage debt, but even still, it typically has the stigma of pay it off fast. So here's where I sort of want to shift that, because when you borrow a small amount of money to invest in you, I promise you will be able to generate the return on that so much quicker than what it was if you invested in a pile of brick and mortar and waited 10 years to hopefully be able to cash in on the property market. Like some of the people that we've financed into education products or business programs, I've literally seen some of them where they've borrowed $20,000 to do a business mastermind, and the next thing I know, within a couple of months, they've had their first $157,000 months. It's insane. And even like some of our referral partners, they are currently in the online business space. I've literally seen them like help them get finance for their initial 10K investment, and now they're like fully in their business full time. This particular person, he's retired his wife and she works with him full time in the business. And it's amazing what $10,000 invested in you with the right thing that's fully aligned with you can do and change your life. And you can literally live the life that you want to live now so much faster than what it was if you spent all the time that it would take to save to get a deposit for a mortgage, then invest in the mortgage, and then wait 10 years before that returns, and you still have to pay the mortgage that whole time with the interest before you can get a return on investment. When one clever investment in you for a fraction of what it would cost to invest in something like real estate, you can get such a greater return and so much more fulfillment. So when people talk to me about debt is bad, I always sort of like to put that on the relativity scale. Like, is it really, like, when we look at it, debt's kind of one of those things. It's all relevant when you can generate something that quickly and get that level of return back. It's actually, debt's a good thing if used well and invested wisely. And I also want to touch on interest here, because interest is one of those things. I always like to say it's a little bit like death and taxes. It's unavoidable. It's going to happen. You just can't get away with it. Marianne, absolutely. It's all about perception. And I think was it you that mentioned there's two kinds of debt? There's good debt and bad debt. Yes, like there is good debt and bad debt. Investment in you for your growth, for your education, that's really good debt. It doesn't matter whether the debt's on a credit card, a personal loan, however, borrow money from friends and family. It really doesn't matter where it came from. It's an investment in you. That's good debt. Shoes, credit cards, maybe excessive fancy cars that you can't afford at the time is not the best use of finance. But when you're using it, investment for growth, it's always going to be a good thing. Now, just back onto the interest topic, because this is one that comes up a lot. And I guess when you're dealing with it on a day-to-day basis, you kind of get a little bit numb to the interest, and it kind of becomes quite normalized. The way that I like to think of it is that when you're looking at finance and you're looking at interest and you just accept the fact that it's a bit like death and taxes, you can't get out of it, and you bring a different perspective to it in terms of when it comes to using other people's money, finance is always going to be my go-to, because the only string of attachment it has is a little bit of interest to the bank. And as long as you're making your repayments on it, they're never going to give you a hard time. Now, in terms of other people's money, there's lots of different other people's money. You could go, you know what, but I could borrow it from my family and I don't have to pay any interest, which is great. But with friends and family, there's always a thing called emotional interest. I don't know if you've ever bumped up against it. It happens when you borrowed some money off a loving friend and family member who's invested in you and your dreams and backed you, but you haven't quite paid them back, and you've had a really big year and you worked really hard and you need a holiday, but you still owe them money, and they see you off on a holiday and go, hey, do you really think you should be taking that holiday when you still owe me X amount of dollars? And that, my friends, is emotional guilt. It's in the fine print of that invisible contract you sign when you borrow money from friends and family. However, and I say that with love, and I say that with tongue in cheek. And at the beginning of my journey, I came up against it with my mum and stepdad. Like, bless them, they lent me some money at a time where I was in such a jam. It was so perfect. I wasn't able to get finance. However, I did exactly that. I took a holiday and I hadn't paid them back, and I had all of it. Like, I was paying them back regularly, and that conversation pumped up. So I share that with you because sometimes in business, and particularly when you take this journey, because business, you have to have a lot of courage. And, you know, the landscape is changing out there every day. And why I will always choose finance and the bank as my number one go-to is because, yes, they might charge you interest, but they don't ask you any questions. If you're making your minimum repayment, you have the flexibility to do whatever you want to do. And they may even ask you, hey, you know, you've been so good at repaying your loan. Do you want some extra money for that holiday? Like, that's the kind of relationship they have with you. If they see you being responsible with their money, they want to lend you more. And also think of it like they're your private investor. So most times when you get an investor, they either want part of your business or they want control of your business, whereas the bank, the only thing they want is a small amount of interest return on for the amount of money they lent you. And as long as you pay that back, like, I think that's a pretty good deal. It's pretty no strings attached. And most loans these days, the rates on them are so cheap. Like, we're financing some things and these are personal loans. They're starting at 5.99%, going anywhere up to 13.99%. Above that, then obviously we're looking at there may be some issues with your credit file. However, money is the cheapest it's ever been, or I've ever seen it. And I've been in finance for nearly 7 years now. So if there is something that you're like, whether you're sitting on the fence, whether you want to invest in yourself or whether you're wanting to, you know, make that dream a reality that you haven't been able to bring to life before because you thought you couldn't afford it, this might be the time. This might be the opportunity for you to actually take a bet on you. Like, you're definitely worth it. And, you know, like, finance is support money. And when we have this kind of relationship with it, it really changes things. And remember too, with the bank, they only want interest on the money that you borrowed them for as long as you borrowed it. So even if you've taken a 5-year loan, but because you've got your teeth like stuck into that course or that business that you've started and it's going well and you want to pay it out before that 5-year term or 3-year term, if you pay it out in 6 months, you only pay interest for that time. So you only pay interest for the 6 months or the 12 months or however long you had the loan. So it really is in your best interest to look at it from this perspective and being able to go from there. Does this make sense? So, and then the third one is, I guess, the stigma and the shame around loans. Like, I remember when I first, like some of the first personal development events that I went to, and we'd look at, like, we'd do our little wheel of life and we'd look at how each area is. And I remember every time that I'd come to finance or like my wealth, my little business triangle, I would always mark myself so low. And I'd mark myself low because I still had like a small loan and I still had a credit card. Now I've got more than that. However, my relationship with it is completely different, because when you shift the shame around having to borrow people's money and you shift that into gratitude, that's when things get really powerful. So if you have any funny feelings around any debt that you have, a really great game that I like to play is that you go through all the life experiences that you were able to do because you were able to gain access to that money. And then it starts to shift that, I wish I didn't have to pay that debt every month. I don't like that debt. And when you start shifting it into gratitude and bring that level of appreciation to what it was that you did and purchased and learned from being able to have access to that money and spend that money, things shift. And that's when you start noticing more and more abundance coming into your life. Now, I just need to check the time because I am terrible with time. It is something that I am working on. Just give me 1 second because I'm pretty sure I'm getting close to time. Just looking at that. 1 second. And I'm actually over time, so I totally apologize. I'm going to wrap this up real quick. So if you do have any finance that you're looking that you want to see if you can get a better rate for or consolidate it into one to really free up your cash flow, I'm open to have a chat about that. And also, if you are currently a coach and you're at a stage where you do have that premium product and it is $4,000 plus, and you want to be able to add finance as a payment option, because a $4,000 program on finance is only $20 a week. It has never been so easy to help somebody change their life and bet in them, because when we invest in ourselves and when we choose us and when we make the decision to do that deep inner healing work, this is how we change the world. It is through our businesses and our services that we're going to change the chaos that's going on in the world. So I'm just going to quickly flip here, and then I am, hang on, that was a comment. Awesome. Oops, hold on. Eek. So here's just a quick rundown. Here's how to get in contact with me. So if you are at a level in your business and you are wanting to add finance, here's just the quick little benchmarks where you need to be at. So you need to be at a level where you either have relevant industry experience or you're 2 years into your coaching journey and you do have an established product and you've got some runs on the board. Your product does need to be at 4,000 plus, and you do need to have integrity with the concept and the frequency of finance. So that's the stuff we were just speaking about. And then being able to qualify your clients and be comfortable about talking to them about money and where they're at financially up front. Got a really awesome training for you guys in a little goodie bag about that. And here's my website, and here's how to get in contact with me down the bottom. And we can take it from there. I just want to say thank you so much for your time. Thank you for having me. And I'm so sorry that I've gone a little bit over time. I got totally lost there. So I think, is this where Kath jumps back?
Yeah, I'm back. Kelly, thank you so much. Your presentation was really helped, I think, a lot of people understand that whole money issues. I think we are conditioned into thinking that being in debt is a bad thing. But as you said, investing in yourself is always the best debt to have. And so
can't go wrong.
Yes, because your personal growth and your education, whether that be with a coach or anything else, is always going to give you more in the long run.
Absolutely.
And so in our family, we talk to our kids about there are 3 things you need to invest in life, and number 1 is yourself. You invest in yourself, number 1, and then you invest in the people around you, and then you invest in the roof over your head. And so number 1 is always invest in yourself. We have to invest in ourselves. That's going to stay with us forever. So thank you.
My pleasure. Really appreciate it so much.
You're so welcome. We look forward to hearing from Kelly again. Look, if you want to get in contact with Kelly, I'm just going to pop her link. She has done a video interview that she's more than happy for you to watch, and that talks more about it. And of course, if you've registered, you will get the goodie bag, and all her details are there. Well, we are about to change it up a bit. So we've been having just our presenters talking. We thought it'd be great to just change it up a little bit and have one of our presenters side by side and to just have a bit of a chat. So that's what we're going to do now. If you've just joined us, welcome, welcome, welcome. So lovely to see you. I have the wonderful Monique here. So let me just tell you a little bit about Monique. Like I have all my other presenters, and it's this, that Monique comes from a background where, like so many mums, she was on the treadmill of dealing with her own son's learning challenges, because Monique is from Brainwise Learning, and she tried many different things in therapy with all varying degrees of improvement. However, when she discovered what was happening in brain research from the book The Brain That Changes by Dr. Norman Dorich, she learned about the hope that neuroscience research was being given to people, not just students who were learning differently, but also to support anyone who wanted to learn. And these neuroscience programs were really helping people. She worked first with a speech pathologist in Sydney's North Shore, and since 2018 she's started her own business, Brainwise Learning, in the greater Western Sydney area of Macarthur. And her mission is to increase awareness about how you can improve the ability to learn at any age. And of course, Monique's talk is how to improve the ability to learn at any age. And so, Monique, welcome. So lovely to see you here.
Thank you for that very lovely introduction. I'm touched.
You're welcome. You're so welcome. And it's nice to see you today on a Sunday. It's so cold. Is it cold where you are?
It's freezing. I'm in Picton at the moment and it is freezing.
What was the temperature when you got up this morning?
I don't know, but it was very, very cold. So the heaters were on.
Well, I'm glad that you're nice and warm where you are now. Let's have a little chat about how people can have the ability to learn at any age, because I think that a couple of people are saying hi on Facebook for you, Monique, and sending you some love. The ability to learn can really affect our life balance, can't it?
Yes, it really can. And I've seen that very personally in all the clients that I've worked with and also in my own son. So when those learning challenges set in, their mindset changes and they start to believe that they can't do anything, and that locks them out of so many things. So the things that I improve are memory, attention, communication skills, because language is such an important part of learning, but also their mindset.
Yes, of course. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a bit. But you know what? I'm grateful that everyone is here today. If you just joined us, I'm speaking with the lovely Monique from Brainwise Learning, and she is talking to us about how to improve your ability to learn at any age. And this isn't just talking about children. You may have a child who is struggling with some learning difficulties, but perhaps you yourself think, I'm not great at learning. What we're going to talk about is going to be so important. So Monique, can you just tell us a little bit about Brainwise Learning and what that's all about?
Okay, so it's about language. So language is a very crucial part of learning. So we need to be able to process all the sounds that we hear, make them sensible into words and attach meaning to them. So traditionally we haven't thought a lot about what goes on in the brain when we are learning, all that processing of information, all that recall that we need to do, and all the sequencing of sound and the processing time that we need to process these things. But in the 1990s, with the advent of what's called fMRI, which is functional magnetic resonance imaging, they've been able to take incredible pictures of the brain, being able to see inside it, but not only just to be able to see inside, it's actually to be able to measure the growth of neural pathways. So every time we do something, every time we think something, and every time we feel something, we're accessing all sorts of networks in there. And the more you do one particular thing, your neural network grows because your brain wants to make you more efficient at doing that particular thing. So language is a very, very important part of the human brain. It's what kind of separated us from the apes, and it was how we survived so well and how we began to thrive. So these communication skills are very, very important. And what we've learned from neuroscience, or the latest brain research using this fMRI, is that we can actually improve memory, we can improve cognition, we can improve thinking speed and the way our brain processes the sounds of language.
As an educator, this is really important, and even working with people on a one-to-one level with developing their mindset, because of course my business is called Mindset to Inspire. Mindset is everything. Yep. I think that, yes, I was told as a child that, we had those old-fashioned intelligence tests. Do you remember those, Monique?
Oh, I do.
And you were given an IQ.
And a blue one.
Yeah, and I'd love to see anyone in the comments. Do you remember those IQ tests? Like, were you given an IQ test and told this is your IQ? And if you were at Mensa, you were up around something else. And I think the average IQ, and I talk about this, but now it was 90 to 120. But now they are saying that IQ, from all the new technologies that they're learning, and that, like you said, the imaging, can remind me what that was? What's the imaging?
Resonance imaging, so fMRI.
I'm glad you said that. Yes, I'm glad you said that. That we now can grow our brain. So we can grow those connections, that we actually have neuroplasticity at any age.
We actually always had it. So this is the funny thing. It's always there. It's just that now we can see it. And more importantly, with fMRI, we can measure it. So we can measure the effectiveness of different learning strategies. And we can see, when we can see the growth in the neural pathways, we know that there's been growth in learning in that particular area.
Wow, that's just incredible, isn't it, what science is able to do now? But it also, I mean, I think about that and okay, so now I can, we have to work hard at it, but now I can change my brain and I can learn anything. So it's tad scary too.
It is, but it isn't, because your brain doesn't wire for good and bad. So it wires what you do the most of. So if you have been smoking, drinking, doing bad things, your brain will wire to make you more efficient at that. And sometimes you can see that in someone who hasn't smoked before. Maybe I remember on television you used to see people who don't normally smoke. You can actually tell because they're a bit awkward with their movements. And that's because they just hadn't done it so many times over. When you practice something, say like the piano, you can see children and their hands are awkward, and sometimes you see their face grimacing and doing all sorts of funny things to try and get their hands to the keys. And it's only practice that makes that whole, the movement smooth and graceful. Dancing is another example, and even a baby walking.
Yeah, Monique, I know that you've had personal experience with this as well, with yourself, and this is what drew you. I know with your son, but even yourself personally. Could you tell our viewers a little bit about that, if it's okay?
Oh, sure. So when I learned about the growth mindset, I was able to look back at my own education and see where I just wanted to look through that lens and see, assess why I had done the things that I had done. So I was lucky in primary school. I was everything came easily to me, and I got a lot of A's, and people used to say, "Oh, how wonderful, you've got lots and lots of A's. Aren't you wonderful?" And so I kind of made this connection that I didn't have to put any effort into anything. So even when I got to year 7 and I did the first half-yearly assessment for maths, and I got 97%, and I thought, wow, this high school thing is easy. I don't have to do anything. And so I went through high school never putting any study in, never putting any effort into anything, never revising anything. And so what happened is I started to slip. And so by year 10, when I was in the dumb class, I used to think to myself, how come I was so smart once and I'm really dumb now? And then I kind of based a lot of my life decisions on then. So I didn't go to year 12. I didn't go to university. I wanted to be a teacher. I let all that go because I just assumed that I was dumb and I wasn't able to do that. And so when I learned about the growth mindset, how empowering was it to find out that, no, it was just that I didn't make the effort. I did not put the effort in. And so now that I know that, I'm putting in lots of effort, especially with learning how to run a business.
Yes. And I know that I see that in education all the time, and that the key thing here is that we're building those pathways, and that also I love that you talked about something called growth mindset.
Yes.
Could you explain a little bit about where that came from?
Okay, so I've been coaching. I don't coach the students directly, but I coach the parents with this growth mindset, because the neuroscience programs that I have require a lot of repetition, and the children, of course, get bored with it, and so we have to work on their compliance and helping them stay interested in the program. And one of the things I do is coach the parents with this growth mindset so they can understand and develop the perseverance in the children that they need to get the benefits out of the program. So one of the things, the big thing is about the growth mindset is a big shift in language. So shifting something, when a child says, I can't do this, the teacher will remind them, say, well, you can't do it yet. And just that simple word can make such a big difference, and it introduces the child to the idea that there's a continuum, and that if you start to use some effort, try some different strategies, make a few mistakes and move through that, then you will grow and you will get better at this. The growth mindset also incorporates neuroplasticity for children so that they start to understand how their brain grows and how they can use the idea of repetition to improve their learning.
Yeah, and I think I have a background as people, for those people who don't know me, in education, and so this is something that is really being explained in education. If your children at school, maybe they've done some work on growth mindset, and it was coined by a lady called Carol Dweck, who was a psychologist in America, who did an experiment with some children going from year 6 to year 7, because that's such a big transitional period. And when she examined how they thought about who they were as learners, she noticed there were 2 types of mindsets. One was a fixed and one was a growth. And that mindset, if they had a fixed mindset and they believed that learning was talent-based, that it was all about you're born with it, which is what we were told traditionally. Like we've been conditioned to think that. Yeah,
what I fell into. Yeah.
And then there was this mindset, growth mindset, that if they had this growth mindset that they used effort, that those children who had the growth mindset just completely excelled in life.
That's right.
And went so far ahead. They all entered at the same point and they all had the same grades and everything. So she picked children, but the children with growth mindset, and this just doesn't relate to children, it related to adults as well.
Yes.
And she has a fabulous book out.
I've got it.
Have you? Yes, of course you have. Yes, mindset. So if you're thinking about buying a great book on growth mindset, please have a look at Carol Dweck's book called Mindset. Now, so how do we go about this? So now that we know that our brain can change, we can develop great habits. Well, how do we get this growth mindset? What do we do, Monique?
Well, I shed a little light on it before, but changing your attitude to making mistakes is a really big thing. So when you are afraid of making mistakes, you are afraid of the consequences, you're afraid of the shame and the embarrassment, you're afraid of being judged. There's so many things that come up with a fear of making mistakes. If you can start to see mistakes differently as opportunities to learn, opportunities to try new strategies, things like that, then you can really begin to shift. The other thing that happens when you start to claim your mistakes is your integrity. So people who live in that fixed mindset and who have that fear of making mistakes, so they always want to look good and always want to look proficient, they may tend to, not always, of course, but they're the ones who may cheat in exams or manipulate in the workplace, or they may blame other people for things just so they don't look bad. And that's one of the consequences of that fixed mindset. When we have a nice growth mindset, we understand and we say, well, learning is a process. We don't always get things straight away. And we can understand our own growth, but the wonderful thing is that you can see that in others and you give them the opportunity to learn and grow as well. And in a workplace, and the growth mindset is becoming very big in a lot of workplaces and even in sports psychology as well, having this lovely growth mindset, it's a lot more encouraging, it's a lot more respectful of people, and it just gives everybody a chance to feel like they can grow and make a mistake without being penalised.
It's so interesting that that making mistakes is considered a bad thing. Yeah. And I know as an adult, once I learned about growth mindset, it's something that I went, wow. When we think about, a baby trying to walk.
Yes.
We've been conditioned to think that mistakes are bad because they get up, they fall down, they get up and fall down. And if we embraced the mindset of a baby who doesn't think about it and just gets up and does it.
Well, they don't sit down and say, I really don't like my attempt at that. I'm really going to stop now. They don't have that. If only we could all learn like babies.
Yes. They don't think like that, do they? And what happens is the adults around them go, yay, that's good on you. You just stood up and encourage them.
They are yet unburdened by all those limiting beliefs that get piled on us as we get older.
Yes, and so I think that's a really big thing for ourselves as well. We need to champion ourselves when we make a mistake.
Oh, the way you talk to yourself is so important. I mean, if you keep saying to yourself that I'm an idiot, I can't do this, what are you going to get? If that's what that becomes your belief, your mindset, you've got to change that. You've got to change that.
Yes, yeah. And I encourage any of our viewers, if that is your internal language, and we all have some level of internal language, when you hear that, that's the opportunity for you to go with gentle curiosity, which is what I talked about at the beginning, going, perhaps that's something I need to work and talk with someone about.
Yes, well, what's actually happening when you're doing that is you're accessing the neural pathways that you've built around your negative mindset. So every time you said to yourself, I can't do this, you've attached it to a memory, you've attached it to, the word network, the language network in your brain. So you've actually built more and more. Every time you said, I can't do this, you've built negative plasticity, if that's a term. And what it's like when you're cutting a new path, it's like trying to cut through a jungle.
Yes.
Yes, but you've got to keep going, because when you keep going, you're cutting new paths.
Yeah. So, Monique, thank you so much. What would be the key takeouts that you want people to know about being able to learn at any stage of life?
Your language. You may believe that you can't learn something, but we were talking about IQ tests before. What if you couldn't read the paper well enough? Would that affect your IQ? Of course it would. You wouldn't get a very high mark if you couldn't read the paper that well. Neuroplasticity, understanding how to use your brain, is incredibly powerful. And once you understand that, you can change your language, you can change the way you process things. It's such an eye-opener. And the fact that you can do this at any age. So we used to think that the brain was quite fixed by the time you were, an adult, but we know now that that's not the case. We can improve plasticity at any time, and it's coming through in things like stroke therapy. People are recovering from stroke a lot better than they used to, because we understand so much more about the brain now. So you are actually in control of your brain. You are in control of your thoughts, and what you wire in is what you do the most of. So if you want to wire a good brain, think good thoughts.
Thank you, Monique. And I know that you have a freebie for our guests, which is exactly that. So can you tell us a little bit about your freebie?
So affirmations are a perfect example of being able to change your mindset. So what I have is a set of affirmations to help you understand that mistakes are wonderful and part of the learning process. And when you say these time and time again, you're cutting that path through that old jungle of horrible bad beliefs about yourself, and you can cut some new paths.
Yes, wonderful. I'm just going to pop that link in the comments, everyone. So if you would like to download Monique's gift today of the affirmations, then please do that now. I've popped it in the comments. Monique, it has been an absolute pleasure. I've loved this little chat that we've had, this nice informal chat. And thank you so much for your insights on growth mindset.
I hope I've prepared the soil for you to receive the knowledge that's coming later.
Fantastic. Absolutely. I agree. Monique, I'm looking forward to hearing a lot more from what you've had to say about growth mindset and following you as well, because I know that it's such an important topic. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, everybody. Have fun.
Hi, everyone. Well, welcome. If you have joined us, this is your first time on our stream, thank you so much. Those people are giving gratitude to Monique now and her presentation. How wonderful it is that we can change the way we think. It's just incredible that we can do that, and how important that is in creating balance. Because for some, I think we've been conditioned to think that, no, we can't do that. And a way to create balance is to work on our mind and our thoughts. So we're going to move now to another speaker. We are so fortunate that we have all these amazing speakers here today. We are going to be speaking now with the incredible Mariana. Mariana is the founder of Empowering Strategies, and we've been talking about mindset. Here's a perfect example. She is a mindset and empowerment coach, a health professional for nearly 20 years, and she is the bestseller of a book called Your Time Is Now. What a perfect title. And she specializes in identifying patterns of human behavior that hold people back. And she uses proven methodologies to support personal and professional growth. Her purpose is to inspire and empower people just like you to tap into your ultimate potential. Today, she is going to be talking about the impact of beliefs in our lives. What a perfect segue from talking to Monique to now talking to Mariana. Please enjoy her
Very excited to be sharing with you insights into how to tap into your potential by shifting just one thing. Yes, by shifting just one thing. Let me know how you're doing. Let me know how you're feeling on this Sunday morning, and say hello and let me know how you're feeling. First of all, I like to acknowledge you for being here today. You could have been anywhere, yet you are here. You have chosen to be here. As human beings, we are longing for more, to grow and explore new ways to enhance our life, our businesses, our well-being, to go beyond what we think it's possible. Also, I like to thank Kathy and her team for organizing this amazing summit and for inviting me to speak. And before I start, I like to acknowledge the speakers for this morning, as well as the speaker for this afternoon. This is a day full of insights into business and life balance. And we only have a few minutes together. So let's try to make the most of it and allow this conversation to be one where you can discover more about yourself. I'll be asking some questions, so make sure that you give yourself the space to find the answers within you. And now I'm wondering, who here is ready to grow and to tap into their potential? Let me know in the comments. Are you ready to move out of your comfort zone? Because that's where the magic happens. And who here would like to improve an area of your life? Let me know. And who here would like to take your results to a whole new level? And is it cool that today you engage and participate fully? The more you do, the more you will get out of today's session, because how you do anything, it's how you do everything. And I love this say by Harv de Eker. Also, have a pen and paper ready to take notes. I will go fast, so to cover as much as I can in this short time that we have together, so we can talk about this for days at the end of the day. But today we only have a short time. And if you're serious about this, I'm going to share with you something to get you started. So are you in? Let me know. Type yes in the comments so I know that you are in. So how to tap into your potential by shifting just one thing. Now, I am wondering, have you ever dreamed of doing something out of the ordinary to find yourself pulling back and doubting? Henry Ford said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. Yes, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. And what does this mean? It means that we create our own reality, and our reality is the result of what we believe in and what we make it mean. What do we think? Do we believe that is impossible, or do we believe that's possible? As human beings, we have the power to choose, though most people don't know that they have the power to choose. what they like to experience in their life. Most people don't know that, because we do have the power to choose. And all of this comes from what we believe and what we make things mean. Our beliefs are the feelings of certainty about what something means to us. Our beliefs govern how we perceive the world around us. Our beliefs create our world. Our beliefs create our reality. And one of the most important characteristics of human beings is that they build belief. Yes, we build beliefs, and beliefs are what traps most people in their problems. It could be that those beliefs limit us, and we call them limiting beliefs. And in the short time that we have today together, we are going to explore one of the ways how beliefs can put us in a stuck like a box situation, just like these guys. We don't want to be there though. And so let's explore one way how beliefs are a trap, and it's called cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is when your beliefs are not aligned with what you do or what you want. You see, somewhere in the world out there is a brand new Ferrari that sits in the garage, undriven. It sits in the garage. Or there is a wine collection that no one's drinking. They don't drink it because it's a collection. Or a perfectly manicured lawn that they don't step foot on because it has to be perfect. Or a swimming pool that they don't use. Or a furniture that nobody is allowed to sit upon. And here's the thing, our belief system shapes our psychology and our mindset and what we believe it's possible for us. In coaching, we say that beliefs are convenient, unconscious assumptions that we have about ourselves, about others, and the world around us. And what do I mean by unconscious? Unconscious means we are not aware of it. Yes, we are not aware of it. So our beliefs can either hold us back or our beliefs can support us. So let me ask you, what is it for you? What are your icon statements? What is the undriven Ferrari in your life that you are not driving? Or the precious wine collection you are not drinking? Or perhaps that perfect lawn, God forbid anyone will step foot on, otherwise it's not acceptable. What's the swimming pool that you are not using? Or what in your life might be representing the furniture that nobody is allowed to sit upon? Consider all these questions. Where are you? What I want you to do, I want you to know and remember is that, and you can write down, beliefs have the power to create and the power to destroy. And I think that's Tony Robbins say. And beliefs are what traps most people in their problems. Because of this, it's important to question and challenge your beliefs. What I've noticed is that most people don't challenge or question what they believe. And I didn't either for most of my life. We upgrade our software, we upgrade our computers, we upgrade our phones, we upgrade our cars, and we don't upgrade our mindset and what we believe. Imagine not upgrading your phones on a regular basis. Eventually, it will start to work very slowly or will not work altogether. And after a couple of years, you need to let that phone go because a new version is out and you need to upgrade. What are we doing to ourselves? Are we upgrading our thinkings? What you think is possible? Are you upgrading? What do you want to be? What do you want to achieve? What do you want to have? every single one of us has a set of beliefs. And depending on where you were born and where you grow up in. And here's the thing, our beliefs were downloaded into us by our parents and those around us. And this all happened by the time we were 7 years old. Just like downloading a program into a computer, our beliefs were downloaded into us. And this includes what we observe in our environment. So everything that we observe in our environment. And all of this was decided for us based on where we were born and the family we grew up in. And what most people need to understand is that if the people around them had limiting beliefs, then they too grow up with the same limiting beliefs. And we take that on, the limitations of others, and we wear that just like a winter coat. And here's what I want you to know and remember. When we believe something, we search for evidence that confirms our beliefs, and that is called confirmation bias. The other thing is we experience the world around us based on what we believe and what we value. And depending on what we believe, we will filter and we will see the world as either full of fear and doubt or full of lack, or we may see the world as happy and loving and joyous. It all depends on what we believe. And a good example of this is if two people are looking at a large dog, most likely they will have different opinion depending on their beliefs. One can see the dog as protection and love, and the other could be fearful of being attacked. So by understanding your beliefs, you can understand yourself better and why you do the things you do and why you make the decisions that you make in your life. As human beings, we have this ability to take any experience and we create meanings that either empower us or we create a meaning that disempower us. So all of us have this ability and we are doing it on a regular basis. Perhaps you learn that nice things are reserved for special occasion. So you keep your nice wine in the cellar or your furniture untouched, waiting for special guests to arrive. And at the same time, perhaps someone else learned that nice things are to be enjoyed and to be enjoyed right now. And so they will find evidence and act accordingly to what they believe. So all of us are doing this every single day. And this is essential to really grasp and to get, because your personal beliefs are your guide in the blueprint of your mind. Yes, your personal beliefs are the guide in the blueprint of your mind. And that's how you find meaning and make sense of what's going on in your life. So it's essential to become aware of the beliefs that are unhelpful, the unhelpful story that you tell yourself from a moment to moment basis. Now, some of your beliefs will either empower you and give you the support that you need to be successful and achieve all that you desire in your life. Other beliefs may be holding you back, sometimes even to the point of sabotaging yourself. And on a regular basis, you interpret all the information that is coming to your senses, and you mold this information to fit the way you want the world to be, which is not the way the world actually is, but that's the reality that you see it. And this process is continually reinforcing and seeking what you like to see. And this is also known as belief confirmation bias. So it's important to know this, because the reality that is not the reality, but it is your reality. because that's how you see it. You filter all this through your beliefs. And this means that you are looking for evidence to reinforce your beliefs. If you believe that things are difficult or that the economy is bad, you will continue to see and reinforce that belief, whatever the beliefs are. Either is the Ferrari that's sitting in the garage that's undriven, or the wine collection that no one drinks, a well-manicured lawn where no one steps foot on, or that swimming pool that no one enjoys, or the furniture that no one is allowed to sit upon, or that book in your head that hasn't been written yet, or that trip that is in your planner that keeps being postponed as other things take priority, or the business idea that is sitting somewhere in a drawer that's yet to be addressed. And all this is because you can find evidence to support and justify that. It's all true, and it is true. And for you, it is a fact. And you see it because that's what you firmly believe. And what do you see? Do you believe that it's impossible to achieve what you want? Or do you believe that it's possible to have all that you desire? What do you believe? Because if you have any doubt, or are you feeling like you might be missing out, if you know that there is more within you, then the first step is to identify which of those beliefs might be limiting your experience, and discover that you hold the key to unlock the limiting barriers and to be able to access more of what's possible for you. So you hold the key to be able to access what's possible for you. You are the one holding the key. So what keys are you holding? And if you're really serious about unlocking your potential, then this is your chance to go deep and go far, to have new results, because the new results will be created as you shift that one thing, one limiting belief, as you shift that one limiting belief at a time. And my gift for you today is to really get the first set of keys to unlock your potential, a workbook for you to unveil the unconscious strategies that might be stopping you from recognizing your potential. And I look forward to hearing your story. So please take a moment and reflect. What is your learning that you took from today's conversation? And you can type in the comments and let me know. And good on you for being here today and spending your Sunday with me. And what can I say? If no one else told you, let me be the one to tell you, I believe in you and I appreciate you. And what can I say? Thank you for being here today. Much love and gratitude, and be inspired to take action towards your ultimate potential. The key is within your hands. So take that key and believe in yourself. It's there. It's available to you anytime you're ready to access that. It's within you.
Thank you so much, Mariana. Oh my goodness, what a perfect way for us to look at from going from growth mindset to now how we change that one thing, which is our beliefs. So I love that people are commenting. Thank you so much. Keep the comments going. If you've just joined us, welcome. We are streaming our Business and Life Summit right now. We, if you notice in the comments, I have put in, and I'll just pop it in again so it doesn't get lost in the comments, Mariana's link for that free workbook. So you can download that free workbook and have a look at where your beliefs are at, and what a wonderful gift that is. So we just going to check in with our next. So we're going to have a tiny little intermission at the moment. I want you to have a look at where you want to go next. What is it? Keep the stream on. We're going to have a little look at what it is that we really want to focus on today. It's such an important thing that we keep everything in balance. And that's what we've been talking about today. So go grab a coffee, get yourself a drink, and come back. We will be with you shortly. We're going to have the lovely Leanne presenting for us next. And I'll just put something on for you to watch. Go get your coffee, give us a couple of seconds, and we will be back. Welcome back, everyone. I trust that you've gone and got yourself a drink and something, and you're really comfy and warm wherever you are at the moment. If you are new and you've just joined us, welcome to our Business and Life Summit. We are going to have an amazing speaker next. He is an incredibly talented architect who currently lives in Bali, Indonesia. His name is Pablo Luna, and he was inspired and curious to learn about organic architecture. And so he decided to relocate to Bali in 2016. And once there, he developed his knowledge of architecture using organic materials that grew through building, designing, and collaborating with some people while he was in Bali. In 2018, Pablo made his dreams a reality with the creation of Pablo Luna Studios. And Pablo Luna Studios focuses on design and development of architecture, jewellery, and the art with the use of bamboo and other natural materials. All his creations are founded in philosophies of sustainability, environmentalism, and biomimicry, which means just taking what comes from nature, with the intent to connect to the inhabitants with nature, others, and to help them reflect within themselves. His projects are constructed respectfully within locally sourced materials and have a low impact on the surrounding environment. Currently, his sustainable projects can be seen across the world in Southeast Asia, Costa Rica, Mexico, India, and Chile. His presentation is called The Influence of Architecture on Our Psyche. And thank you so much, Pablo. I'm looking forward to hearing and seeing your beautiful presentation.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Kathy. Thank you for having me in this Business and Life Summit. I'm deeply honored to share about my experience within architecture and about my life, and particularly about this super interesting topic for me, that is the influence of architecture on our psyche. Understanding our psyche as our mind, as our soul, and as the relationship that we have with our inner world. To tell you, I want to tell you more about this influence. I want to bring you on the journey of my life, and how I have seen this relationship spark at different moments, and how it has shaped the way I relate with my environment and with everybody around me. So my story begins in Chile. I was born in Santiago, and Chile is a place where I built the first frames, the first mind social construct within that allow me to move and think and relate to others. Here I understood how our experience of reality is based on how we frame it. And for me, it was always reason for conversation. I always wanted to understand what made us move in certain ways, think in certain ways, be attracted to some friends or not others. So I started this journey, and for a visual experience, for a visual understanding, and my first sculpture was really a reflection of that moment in my life. And as you can see in these slides, it's basically frames that shows that are inspired on the idea of bringing awareness of our own mind frames. And it's just a visual representation of this. So basically, when you look in, you can see how some social ideas or personal ideas can close our mind and construct our movement. But at the same time, if we just shift, if we just look to the side, move, all these frames, we become aware of these frames. And we can move within them with a lot of flow and fluidity. And this topic has been a topic that until today has fascinated me. And that had lately brought me to New York. New York is a place where I study at Columbia University, and where I arrived with all these ideas and questions regarding of how we should live, how to live really a happy life, how to be in tune with my psyche, how to be in tune with my emotions. And it was here where I realized how to use the intellect, which is the mind, as a bridge between the instinct and the intuitive. Understanding the instinct as this innate, hardwired tendency that we have as humans for survival and reproduction. And then the intuitive as this more as a gut feeling, something more related to the heart and the emotions. And so here it is where I continue trying to bring these frames ideas that I had back in Chile and explore it from a more intellectual level, but without losing this spiritual realm that I was always so present on my life. Here you can see how I continue with the frames and how we can find frames within frames. And how can we move? And there is movement in these frames because, again, frames are just the ideas that we use to move, relate, think, that most of the time we're not aware of. And I see frames as like habits or ways of thinking, and they're very positive. We all need them. We all, as architects especially, we need boundaries to create. In the case of architecture, it's about the land, the views, the movement of the sun. But it's bringing the awareness to these frames that can bring a lot of joy and peace and clarity. At the same time, in New York, I continue this journey and realize that we can have frames on top of frames and how they are constantly shifting, and they are not static. They are all the time in movement. And even though they continue with this sort of fragmentation, they allow room for creativity and for movement and for exploration. Just like as I said before, frames were positive. I loved them. I wanted them in my life. I just wanted to explore them and being aware and share them with others. However, at the end of my journey in New York, I was a little bit overwhelmed. It was too much of a mental discussion and me trying to find a visual language to which express these ideas that were constantly in my mind. And kind of as a conclusion, I came up with this idea of making a tornado. And a tornado is just a bunch of frames spiraling upwards, which create this sensation of chaos. And actually, a tornado represents a lot of worry and anxiety, and they are here to break the frames that we have. So it was a very beautiful experience to be able to create this. And as you see here, is these frames that create this sense of chaos, of misunderstanding, but at the same time of liberation. So the tornado felt super right to me as expression of my inner state back then in New York, now 10 years ago, because a tornado wants you to go higher, wants you to break boundaries, wants you to see new things. And at this stage, I was ready to go. I was ready to leave the city of New York and move forward for new adventures. This new adventure had very unexpected, will bring me to very unexpected places. In this case, to Bali. I arrived in Bali already 7 years ago, and Bali taught me so much. It reshaped what it means to me, mind frames, what it means to me to live in life. It reframes what it means spirituality, to understand myself, to understand the spirit world. And the big search that I see now looking back was how to understand the invisible questions within my life. And I will explain a little bit more of this further on the presentation. So here I am in Bali, and I find the day that I arrived a material that I fall in love with, bamboo. Bamboo is a very playful material. It's a material that grows abundantly, that breaks all frames, that grows in chaotic ways. And this material was the base for me to find my language, because I want to reinforce the idea that we need to find our language to be able to understand and be aware of the things that motivate us, construct us, and allow us to be like in our greater self. So bamboo in this case was a material that I was introduced with through John Hardy, and I arrived to a complete different dynamic, a complete different architecture, an architecture that is much more feminine, that is not about, like in New York, about having high skyscrapers where the office kind of has a certain power, if related to how it is in relation to others. But this is a more feminine architecture where you get to look each other, where shapes are oval, where shapes are circular, where it's about going higher together. And this understanding started to shape my views on what I wanted to do, how I wanted to express myself. And it was buildings like this that motivate me to understand frames not longer as square or like very constricted ideas, but really flexible, really playful frames that allow you to grow, that allow you to be yourself in the best of all ways. And this image is the one that shows my first architecture building, that it was a yoga shala, where you can see, like now my frames are starting to become circular, are starting to have more movement, and are starting to kind of motivate and empower me to be more present. Why I say presence? Because to be in nature, you have to be aware. Every step, danger hats, as you can hear in the background now, nature is alive. Nature is forcing you to move, to be aware. So this was a very beautiful opportunity for me to create and be with people that are surrounding themselves with this flexibility. And I think the people that we are with really shape how we behave and how we can experience ourselves and inspire us to be the best version of who we want to be. So after a year and a half of working in a beautiful hotel called Bambuinda, I decided to start my own studio. Um, and the studio really was born by this idea of promoting harmony between people and nature, life and spirituality. And this is more of a personal journey, of a personal aim of how to create architecture, how to represent visually these ideas that are invisible, like how we think, how we relate, and motivate and spark conversations of growth, conversations that bring creativity, that bring emotion, that allow us to open our hearts. Um, Again, this is so much inspired by the Balinese culture, by how people relate here to each other in the Hindu religion. So this was the beginning of the journey. And the first building that I got to design was a treehouse. A treehouse is very playful. And it was my first commission building, and it was a real challenge because, as you saw before, I was coming from very square concepts. So I was asked here to bring all the creativity, to create a new language of frames, a new language of living. And here you can see some images of the result. A building that is flying, that invites you to look at nature, that invites you to look at yourself, an architecture of balance. I call it balance because today we live in such a fast-paced world where everything in the digital world moves so fast. We can change from kind of one world, meaning a website, to another in a matter of seconds. But in our physical world, things take longer. And I feel like we haven't adapted to the dynamism of our digital life in our physical life. So I wanted to create buildings that bring movement, that are kind of in the stage of what I feel we are today as a society, of a super flexible, fast-paced, dynamic, creative, yearning for love, for deeper connection. And I'm super grateful to have started this journey of beginning to understand what this language means to us, and particularly here in Bali, to me and my team. This treehouse was inspired on the movement of the bamboo, on the movement of the nature around it. I wanted the treehouse to disappear, to look like it was one of these insects that constantly are surrounding the building. And every little detail is inspired on this movement. And it's meant to make you feel loved, to make you feel self, but also to spark that creativity. Because I realized that to understand our frames, we need to get out of ourselves. And that is a challenge today, to see ourselves from afar. And spaces like this bring certain reflection, inspire you, and allow you to look at yourself from another perspective, allow you to see the world from a more playful perspective. And this has been always a motivation behind everything we do, to come back, to connect to our hearts, and to be playful. Here is a bathroom experience. And then we started moving and said, okay, wow, here there is a language. We want to continue this exploration. So we have created something called the oyster villa, inspired on the mushrooms. And now, because we started slowly growing, that we were faced with different types of frames, like sustainability frames, meaning we wanted to look at our buildings from an economic, social, healthy perspective. And we had to bring all these boundaries into what we create and understand that, for example, a building like this works very well in a island like Bali, but could not be brought into Chile because of maintenance issues or the materiality and the culture available there. I'm not saying like our architecture fits all. We're very much context and culture oriented. So I will always felt inspired when I see different types of languages and when I see these different architects, designer, artists creating different ideas that relate to the environment where they are, because ultimately is this context and the possibilities, in my case here having the bamboo and the craftsmanship and the beautiful talent that there is here in Bali to create shapes that sparked and that we were able to really inspire ourselves from a mushroom, like the oyster mushroom in this case, and create designs that brought this feeling and were very specific. In order to create this, and this is more to tell you a little bit about my story, we at the studio have practiced the model making. Model making are bamboo models that are scale 1 to 50, in which we use bamboo and we use to test our structures and create shapes that relate to the nature that's around us. We are all about biomimesis, and that's been a very important frame for us. Like, we really want to understand the frames of nature and bring that into our architecture and share that with everybody that wants to go like in this journey with us. And ultimately, model making was this language for me. As an architect, I wanted to find a way where I could visually express to my clients and tactically like really get to touch it what we were trying to create together. In this case, this is a Minang bridge. This is inspired on the beautiful island of Sumba, and you can see the frames of the bridge now that are triangular, but are creating this structure and are creating movement. So here is where all kind of tied together, where you can see how frames can spark movement, can expand shape, can create this symbiosis between us and nature. For me, this is one of the most special projects I have created, and because it really represents like a conclusion, like a moment where I could rest and where I could see all these ideas, all the exploration starting to take shape and starting to merge, how nature and us are so connected and ultimately are one. And then I realized it's all about practice. So at the studio, we really have dive deep into the model making experience, because repetition, as frames are repetitive patterns, is what brings mastery. And there is such beauty in repetition. Like, for example, we cannot live in gratefulness if we are not constantly practicing gratitude. So this understanding brought us in a very big journey the last couple of years of trying to create models, understand this, how to create shape, how to see the frames of nature. And we are still in that journey. We are diving deep into it, bringing, as I was saying before, the sustainability frames with nature shapes, ultimately to create what we really aim, that is this harmony of architecture, an architecture of harmony, an architecture of life, an architecture that brings joy, an architecture that brings you into yourself by kind of bringing you out. I always give the example of gazing into nature, and ultimately through this gazing, losing yourself to coming back to yourself. Is when you are lost by the beauty that surrounds us, that you're able to look in and you're able to ask the sometimes hard questions or the beautiful questions that you need to listen, or have those conversations with your friends that you were longing to have for a long time. And this is a little bit where we are today, still in this journey of trying to create an architecture of the spirit. This is a building that it's going to be built very soon in Mexico. And kind of brings a lot of ideas together. For me, it was a journey when we designed this of creating of the awareness of self, a building that allows meditation, that also kind of challenge a little bit like of the world of architecture in general, the shapes that we're used to, the frames that you are used to. We want to create something like, so we start to see and to feel that we can live differently, that we are so different, that we all not need to live in square boxes, even though they're so beautiful and everybody that feels inspired can live there. But it's kind of, this is going to be in Mexico, and we want to start to bring certain aliveness that wasn't maybe that, kind of present before. And finally, it's all about, for us, and about an architecture of questions. It's like, what is the architect role today? What is the responsibility between to the greatest public sphere? And how to create a feeling of amazingness without losing functionality, because it's also not about creating frames that actually will disorient us or make us feel like they are so expanded that we don't feel safe or secure. We don't can look and comfort ourselves. So it's how to keep a sense of wonder without leaving aside practicality when relating with the space that surrounds us. That's kind of the journey where we are today, and that's the challenge. These are some of other buildings that we have created, where it's really an interplay of so many frames, of so many ideas, of nature, of us, of the materiality. So ultimately, as you can see, it's all about these patterns. It's all about these ideas and how to take these ideas and how to look at these ideas with love, respect, because we are who we are at the given moment, and we need to appreciate and be grateful for that. And love is just the awareness of the gift that life is. And I really feel honored today to be able to share a little bit of my journey with you, of what we have created, of the ideas that we are working that are very much in progress, and we are like really trying to decode and keep understanding and go back to those frames where I was in Chile, to keep looking at them, because it's, once you kind of look at one frame, you realize that that frame was within a bigger frame. And it's a constant journey. It's a constant journey of growth, of gratitude, of experience. And this is a little bit what we've been practicing at the studio. I hope I can see everybody in Bali at some point. I hope you have a beautiful summit. An honor to share a little bit of my life, a little bit of my work. And see you soon. Thank you, Kathy, again. Bye.
Thank you so much, Pablo. I am so inspired. I don't know about you guys, but when I can travel to Bali, I'm going to be on a plane to have a look at Pablo's amazing creations. It is incredible that our psyche is so intertwined with where we live and the architecture. And I love that the architecture is looking at our well-being as well in the structures. So thank you so much, Pablo. Beautiful, beautiful buildings. Look, I guess that you are seeing all these wonderful things. I hope that you're looking for things that you can take away from this. Of course, we can't always have the most amazing buildings that Pablo has given us and shown us. But you may be able to consider, how is my surroundings creating my psyche? How is it inhibiting my life balance? And so we are going on another journey. We've been on a couple of journeys already today. We've been to Bali. We're now going to go back to Sydney to the lovely Leanne Wall. And I'm just going to introduce this beautiful lady. It's actually Dr. Leanne Wall. Hi, Leanne.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hi. Look, Leanne is passionate about challenging and supporting leaders to put on their oxygen masks first before helping others. Such a true statement. Having experienced significant burnout in her professional career, Leanne understands the importance of deliberately focusing on self-care. Leveraging her medical, counselling and coaching experience, Leanne creates crisp insights into the art and science of managing human energy. Leanne, I'm so excited to have you here. Thank you so much. I'm going to leave you to your presentation. I'm really excited to hear how energy is so important and what's going to deplete and fill us up. So thank you so much, Leanne, for being here.
All right, beautiful. Thank you so much, Kathy, and welcome everyone to the session. It's been so wonderful watching the comments coming through this morning. I've loved the speakers so far. You know, we've been looking at harmony. I loved Pablo's presentation just on the beauty of nature. And as we explore today energy and how we keep that balance, nature's a key foundational component of that. So I just want to start with a few questions and pop your answers in the chat if you like. Who's felt over the last 12 to 18 months with everything that's happened in this world, COVID, work, moving to home, having to homeschool kids for those of you who've got children, and just really the disruption that we've been facing, that your energy levels have been a little bit low? So maybe pop in the chat a yes, low, or a kind of okay, or actually I've been okay. And what we know is that the unpredictability, the uncertainty, and the lack of that feeling of safety has triggered for most of us a stress response. And our primitive brain is this amazing part of our brain that, you know, is 1 million years old, and it hasn't evolved. Its primary function is to keep us safe. And the interesting thing is it doesn't know the difference between 2021 and the unpredictability of COVID, or being faced by a lion who wants to chomp us for lunch. So the primitive brain kind of sees both scenarios the same, and it creates this massive physiological stress response in our body. And that's why with COVID, it can't tell the difference. It can't go, hang on, it's 2021, you know, people have got resources, they can tap into assistance. It kind of just goes, I'm in threat and I need to run. And so as a result, to actually do this, it takes a huge amount of energy from our body before we've even got up in the morning to do what we need to do, whether that's work or look after children or whatever your world is. Another question for you. So when your to-do list is growing and you get more work put on your shoulders, and again, whether this is in a career capacity or at home, what is your tend to default? Do you tend to go, okay, I've got to put more hours? And so you put in more hours, and therefore, in order to do that, you pull out of sleep. Maybe you're sleeping less, or you're connecting with your family less to try and get that work done. So do you go to time, or do you look at your energy and go, well, how can I manage this increased workload by managing my energy? So pop into the comments. Do you go either to I put more time in, or do you go to I kind of have a sense and look at what my levels are like? I'm having a look. Hi, Mariana. Lovely to see you as well. All right, so today what we're going to explore today is really the art and science of energy management. And I'm going to take you on a journey, and it's going to be a really short journey because generally I run these workshops and they're 2 to 3 hours long with organizations. So I'm going to really, my intention is to give you some insights into or build you already, your understanding already on how to manage energy. And also, hopefully, you'll be walking away with some tips and tricks of, okay, in order to manage my energy, I need to be a little bit more proactive and a little bit more deliberate. And the key thing around this is as we go through strategies, I'm going to give you the neuroscience angle of it because I love how the brain works. Monique spoke earlier about neuroplasticity. Our brain is the most wonderful thing in terms of being able to adapt and be flexible. So we can either lead how our stress response is going or let our stress response get us out of control. But I'm hoping that you'll be able to get some tips and tricks. And so we're going to explore not only why energy management is so important, but the states of energy as humans that we usually gravitate to and oscillate between. We're going to look at the energy sources that we can tap into as humans, and then I'm going to share with you some super tips. And while you're going through it, maybe put it down a few notes of what may work for you in your world, because everything that I share here, you might be going, no, Leanne, that doesn't work for me, or yes, that's a great strategy and I'm going to give it a go. Again, the key thing is you don't need hours to self-care. You can just do it in 60 seconds, in 3 minutes, in 4 minutes, just small little self-care, proactive, deliberate moments throughout the day can make a world of difference. All right, so let's get going. I'm just going to share my screen. All right, here we go. So why is energy management so important, and why the whole anecdote of more time, let's put in more hours is not necessarily the way to go, particularly since the environment that we're working in, and some of you may be in lockdown, most of the key cities are, we're going to have this continual level of stress that's going to be surrounding us for quite a while. And the key reasons are time is extrinsic. We can't control time and it continues to tick by. We can't kind of stop it halfway through the day and go, hey, I need an extra 4 hours, please. I've got a lot more to do. It just continues, zero control. Energy, on the other hand, is intrinsic. We can find it from within ourselves. If we keep our energy tanks filled, we can pull from those energy tanks as we need. It is renewable. Just like it depletes during the day, we can renew it. And the awesome thing about energy, it's 100% in our control. So, hey, if you're not managing your energy as well as you'd want to, then this is something I'd love you to pay more attention to. So if you look at the brain, and again, I'm a neuroscientist and my medical background makes me search and research and explore why the strategies I talk about make sense versus just giving you strategies. I'll give you an idea of why and what the brain is doing. The interesting thing from an energy point of view is even though the brain is 2% of our body mass, it requires 25% of our energy every day. So it's a tiny little organ in our body, but it requires a whopping quarter of the 25% of our energy throughout the day. The key areas in the brain that need the most are the prefrontal cortex, which is circled there, the front part of your brain, which is involved in all that mental work, cognition, judgment, all that deep focused work we do as professionals, that thinking stuff, the decision making, the rationalizing parts of the brain to fuel that survival response. And what happens is the first place it goes, to the part of the brain that requires a lot of energy, is our thinking brain. So I'm wondering, when you're feeling really stressed, and pop it in the comments, when you're feeling really stressed, do you feel a bit foggy brained? I can't make decisions, I can't concentrate, what the heck's going on? You might even feel a little bit more emotional. I'm a little bit more irritable, I get frustrated a little easier. That is basically your survival response that has clicked in. And so it's important to be aware of what that feels like for you, but importantly, what you can do to keep it at a level where you at least are managing it. All right, so just to give you an idea of the type of energy states that we as humans live in, we have the performance zone, and we've probably all been there when you just in flow, whether it's a hobby, whether it's something in your career, professionally, a job you're doing that you love, is when you in flow, you're feeling great, you focus, you're feeling emotionally challenged, and you are just in your groove. You look at the time and you go, oh my goodness, 3 hours gone by, where did it go? To be in that performance zone, you need a lot of energy, and generally it's associated with positive energy feelings. The other part is survival zone. Now, this is when we kind of, that stress is up, we're starting to feel a bit anxious, the workload's a bit much, what I'm juggling at home is a bit much, and so we go into that survival zone where that emotional center, limbic, starts pulling the energy away from our mental capacity. If we stay in the survival zone too long, we land up in burnout. And this is where I found myself about 80 years ago. Not a good place to be, and takes a long time to get back to performing. The zone that we spend least attention to, and I'd love to challenge you, is the recovery zone. It really is that zone that allows us to be able to replenish our energy, and that is key to be able to sustain our best performance in life, whether it's in our career or at home with our family, to create the change that we want, to navigate through change, and importantly, to make the difference in the world that we want to make. Now, what Tony Schwartz, and he's part of the Energy Management Project, he's been doing this work and research for 20 years. He showed on his research most of us oscillate between high performance, survival, high performance, survival. Very few of us actually oscillate between recovery, performance, recovery, performance. And that is what he calls the sprinter's mindset. So if you think about it, a marathon runner, and I'd love you to think about, what are you more, a marathon runner or a sprinter, and pop it in the chat. A marathon runner is someone who starts the day and just puts head down, bum up, and just plods on and plods on and plods on with little awareness to the energy, because they can't do big spurts of performance because they may not make it to the end. Versus the sprinter who starts at the block, does the maximum performance for 100 meters and then stops, recovers, physio, rest, ice bath, whatever that looks like, but you get my sense. So the key thing about energy management, if you want to do it effectively, you have to have a sprinter's mindset. For every time you deplete in the day, and here's an example of a day of managing your energy, every time you deplete, an activity that depletes your energy, and in this particular image, it's below the line, work, meetings, emails, interruptions, urgent issues, you must have a sprinter's mindset of going, okay, how do I renew my energy? But the important thing that you can see from here is it's not about at the end of the day or the end of the week or on holiday. When I go on holiday, I'm going to renew my energy. The key thing about renewing energy is it's done throughout the day. So and bringing awareness of, okay, I'm going into a really tough work meeting. What am I going to do when I finish the meeting to renew and replenish my energy? And so have a think of, do you have a sprinter's mindset? And if you don't, challenge yourself. And when we go through some of the things that I'm going to cover today, give an idea of, yeah, that might work for me. I might put it as part of my toolkit. All right, so let's get going. 4 energy sources. Humans, we're very evolved, we're very complex individuals as a human race, and we've got 4 sources of energy, and this is again based on Schwartz's work in the Energy Management Project. We have our physical energy tank, which is really the amount, quantity of energy. It's kind of like if you put a car, you take it to the servo, you fill up the tank with petrol, that car is going to be able to go as long as that tank is filled. And physical energy relies on how much we're sleeping, are we eating good nutrition and fueling our body, are we spending periods of recovery, are we drinking enough water to hydrate, and those things contribute to physical energy. In fact, physical energy of all the tanks is the most important because it springboards off all the other energy tanks. Think about it. If you've had a really bad night of sleep or a couple of days in a row, you emotionally are a little bit more fragile, aren't you? Can you focus on the work and concentrate? Not often. So again, physical energy tank is super important. This is followed by emotional energy tank. This is the quality of energy, and this is about being grateful. It's about relationships. It's about how we connect with people that fill this tank, and it's also how we emotionally regulate. What we know is, and I know that Joe's going to be talking about emotions, and his whole kind of perspective is on emotional regulation. When we angry and frustrated and irritated, we absolutely drain this energy tank. So how can we become more regulated? The other tank is our mental tank. That's all about focus, concentrating, being able to make decisions, making rational judgments. When we are tired and we are feeling foggy, we cannot tap into this energy tank. And then finally, the energy of the human spirit. And this is our purpose. And I think it's one of the key drivers of us as humans is, you know, what is our why? What is our meaning? What is our purpose? And for people who have lost meaning and purpose and they don't know their why, this tank is usually really low. So have a think about, these are your 4 energy sources. And I'm going to have, as part of the goodie tech bag Kath talked about at the beginning, there's a personal energy audit in there, which is a link to an audit that I've provided, which will give you a sense of, based on the questions, should take 5 minutes, it'll give you an idea of what energy tanks need attention and where you can start initially. All right, so now we're going to jump in. It's a bit like drinking from a fire hose, this, but put some notes down as to what resonates. Pop in the chat, wow, I love this, and this is something maybe I'm going to put in my tool bag. But I'm going to focus on some key super strategies that are going to fuel these energy tanks. Again, it's not everything, but hopefully you're going to get some real value out of this. All right. First one, we all know it, exercise is key. Our bodies were designed to be moving 50% of the time. And, you know, people go, oh, I don't have time to self-care, my day's busy, back-to-back meetings. Movement doesn't need to be a 60-minute walk, or for us that are still able to go to the gym, sitting in the gym for 60 minutes. It can simply be standing on your feet. I'm presenting today standing. And what we know from the Alzheimer's and dementia research is that just simply by standing on your feet, the foot pads have neural connections to the brain, which improve how we mentally focus and think, our cognition, as well as our memory. Isn't that fantastic? And that's why they're trying to encourage those people who are suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's to get up and stand. So even between meetings or tasks, just standing will make a difference in terms of being able to think more clearly and be able to show up in the way that you want to. Again, just walking around the block at lunchtime, instead of sitting at your desk, you know, whether it's work from home or whatever it may be, eating your lunch, is just go for a walk around the block. We're still able to do it. We've got to wear masks in Sydney, but just a 5-minute vigorous walk can be hugely beneficial to improve blood flow to the brain and cognition as well as your memory. What we know is that when we walk forward, that our brain embodies the movement and it thinks future. So if you've got a brainstorming activity at work, for example, or you need to brainstorm something for your business, just go for a walk, walking forward and thinking about it, you will come up with more ideas. Another thing, if you've got a tough conversation to have, we know that when you walk and talk, it has a better impact on your emotional state as well as your mental state. So there are lots of micro movements. Even if you're watching this now, stand up and you just do some micro stretching just between meetings or between tasks, stretching your back, twisting your back, turning your neck. That small micro movement is going to be beneficial. And what it does is when our stress response is on, our primitive brain is going, run away, there's a lion. Because again, as I said earlier, it doesn't know the difference. And so what's beautiful is when you're moving, you actually fool your primitive brain into thinking it's running away. So it doesn't matter how short the movement is. We know 3 to 5 times a week, 30 minutes walking is ideal. But the key thing here is get moving. Even if it's just for small 2-minute stretches, that is going to collectively have a big impact on filling that physical energy tank. All right, let's look at sleep. Now, we all know sleep is an absolute superpower. But let me tell you a few strategies that you can think of when it comes to your sleep. A good night's sleep, LeBron, the basketball player in the US, says a good night's sleep starts when you wake up in the morning. Isn't that really interesting? And the reason being is it's about photon bathing. So I don't know if any of you have heard of this, but just simply standing outside in the morning with your cup of coffee or tea or whatever you have in the morning and looking into the rising sun or the early morning sun hits the back of the retina, and it literally starts your circadian clocks going for the day. And what it does, from the time that you photon bathe, which is probably 2 to 5 minutes in the sun, 15 to 16 hours later, your sleep hormones will be triggered to go to sleep. So really, a good night's sleep starts in the morning when you get that clock started. It can either be in the morning sunrise, when the primitive brain sees blue light, it goes wake up, and it can be at sunset. If you look at the blues and the red hues in the afternoon, it tells the primitive brain, okay, we're going to sleep. So that's kind of our hunter-gatherer brain. About sleep. Quick 101, we have, this is a typical 8-hour sleep cycle. The key things to look at here is your deep sleep cycles. You can see here, they are deepest early on in your sleeping, and they get more shallow as you head to waking. Your deep sleep cycles are the most important for re-energizing your brain. So if I asked you a question around, what do you think is better? Do you think rather work late to finish a task, or go to sleep early and wake up in the morning and do it then? What do you reckon based on these deep sleep cycles? All right, so hold that question for a moment. What we know is critical is that consistency of sleep is king. So think about, when do you go to bed at night and when do you wake up in the morning? And research is so strong that says if we tell our brains 10 o'clock bedtime and we wake up at 7, that consistency will create wonderful circadian rhythms which will allow the brain to replenish all its energy. And the key thing is it only cleans itself, the brain, all those toxins and byproducts of energy only happens at night. So if you're not getting enough sleep, you're not able to clean your brain, metaphorically. So consistency is king. Now, if the first few sleep cycles are the deepest and most re-energizing, the best thing is to go to bed early and wake up early to work. Because if you go to bed at this point and you're working late and maybe go to bed at midnight or 1, you miss out on the first few, the best sleep cycles of your sleep for the night. And the other thing is, I don't know how many of you like a bit of wine to fall asleep. Well, it might help you fall asleep, but it does affect how deep your deep cycles are. So often what will happen is you'll wake up at 2 and 3 in the morning and you'll have very poor sleep with lots of interruptions. So hopefully those are 3 things to think about with your sleep. Have you got consistency? Are you going to bed early enough to benefit from those first 2 sleep cycles, which generally happen before midnight? And then again, if you're drinking alcohol at night and struggling with your sleep, dump the alcohol for a while until you've got a bit of sleep hygiene happening. All right, when it comes to mental energy and filling that mental energy tank, the key thing here is task switching. And who, when they're working on, whether it's at work or helping the kids with, online learning or whatever it is in your world, have got this wonderful little phone here that keeps distracting them. They're looking at it and going, oh, okay, I'm going to look at my Facebook and who's liked my post. Well, what we know from a brain perspective is these multiple interruptions have a significant effect on our productivity. So first of all, every time we switch from one task to the other, some of our attention stays on task A. And so we only take about 90% of our attention when we pick up the phone to check whether anyone likes our post. But when we get back to task A, it takes around 20 minutes to get back to task A. And also, every time we switch from task to task, it takes a huge amount of energy for the brain to move from a deep focus task, which generally takes about 25 minutes to get into, to looking at your email or looking at your phone and then going back. Overall, we lose around, hang on a seckie. It takes 40% longer to complete a task and 23 minutes to get back on track every single time you look at your phone. The interesting thing about the brain is that it loves the phone. So every time you pick up the phone and you look at your Facebook or you look at Instagram or whatever you're looking at, or maybe your interruption is email, the brain gives a lovely dopamine hit, which is that motivation hormone. You know, when you've achieved something and you go, yeah, I feel awesome, that's a dopamine hit. And your brain, every time it looks at the phone for the distraction, gets a little what we call cheap dopamine hit. And so that's kind of the candy floss for the brain. It's like eating those lollies. The brain loves it. It's so easy. I just need to look at my phone and I can get a dopamine hit. And so what happens over time is it starts seeing the deep focused work, the work that you need to concentrate. It starts seeing that as a grind. What it prefers is to do the cheap candy floss, fairy floss dopamine hit. So if you find that in your day, you are continually interrupted by looking at your phone, by looking at emails, your brain has wired that way because it prefers that way, because it's much cheaper to get a quick dopamine hit versus wait until you finish the task, which may take a day or two. So the key thing is here is if you do have a big task, and you know that maybe you've got a report that's due on Friday, the brain's not going to love that. If it's Monday, it's going to go, Friday's far too long, I want some other cheap dopamine hits. What you do is you create a to-do list. On a daily basis, you go, right, for this project today, I'm going to do these 5 things. And every time you finish a task, you literally tick it off. The brain loves the visual and the ticking off. It kind of goes, dopamine hit. So if you want to keep focused on the tasks that actually are going to get your business to the next level, are going to get your coaching to the next level, going to get your parenting to the next level, put down a task and keep your phone away. So strategies that can help you in terms of is maybe in the morning before you even get onto email, which we know is a big distractor, cheap dopamine hit, fairy floss kind of activity, have a power hour in the morning. Spend 1 hour before you get into email doing something that requires concentration. The second thing you can do is have a specific ringtone. People go, oh, but I can't have my phone out the room because what happens if someone urgent calls me? Have a specific ringtone for your manager or your child's school or whatever that may be. And then finally, email etiquette. Instead of doing a deep task, going, oh, I'm going to check my email, and before you look where you are, you've burrowed into, a half an hour, and you go, oh my God, I've been in emails for an hour. Have an email etiquette. Maybe check emails in the morning and then close email and check them in the afternoon. And if you're working with a team, go, hey, if you need me urgently, phone me. If you're in your own business, you might check them in the morning, at lunchtime, and then in the afternoon. But this constant moving from your deep focus task to email or phone checking is going to have you 40% less productive than you possibly could be, which is massive, don't you reckon? All right, and then of course, device detox. For those of you who are going, if I don't have my phone in the room, I start feeling edgy and anxious and going, where's my phone, where's my phone? How many of you are like that? I mean, I know my daughter's a bit like that. She's almost like she's got Velcro on her palm and she's got her phone there. But again, it's that device detox. So get used to and get your brain used to leaving the phone outside the room and then focusing for 50 minutes on the task, using 10 minutes to get up, move, maybe then go and check your phone and come back and focus again. But one thing we know is that productivity has dropped enormously due to these phones. So they're fabulous in one side to stay connected, but they really can affect our mental focus and ability to concentrate. So talking about connection, this is the last strategy and strategies that I'd love you to have a think about. Now, when you are stressed, do you tend to seek support or do you tend to withdraw? Pop it in the chat, and I can't actually see the chat box, but I'll have a look at it afterwards. So when you are feeling under the pump, do you tend to isolate or do you seek support and go, hey, I need a bit of help? Well, if you look at research, most of the evidence shows that we are primitively wired to withdraw. So most of us withdraw and isolate. Now, if you think of it from an evolutionary point of view, in the hunter-gatherer days, Mother Nature didn't like us. Actually, even when there was stress, a tribe was, maybe attacking us, or the stress of trying to find food to eat and survive, Mother Nature thought, well, if in these stressful moments all the adults run out on their own to save themselves, what's going to happen with the children left behind? And so Mother Nature created almost a way of forcing us to seek connection. So Mother Nature actually punishes lonely behavior as it was a bad survival strategy, because if you were out on the savannah in caveman days on your own, you were in big trouble. You were more likely to be chomped by a lion. And so what Mother Nature does is, when you do withdraw, she creates proteins called tachykinins, and they actually encourage pro-aggressive behavior. Now, if you think about it, if you're out in the savannah on your own, you need to be aggressive for protection. But pro-aggression impacts your environment and the people around you. They stay away from you. They're wary of you. It's also, tachykinins are related to many, many disease processes in our body. And so what Mother Nature did is she said, how do I get these adults that are going to run away when they're under stress to actually come back and save the tribe? And so what she does is, through a hormone called oxytocin, is our love hormone, our hug hormone, she rewards pro-social behavior. So when you're feeling under pressure and under stress, even though intuitively you go, just leave me alone, I don't want to talk to anyone, butt out, that's in fact when you should seek connection. And what she showed even more is, actually by helping or serving someone, your oxytocin is secreted in the brain. It's this hug, love, it increases your emotional intelligence, your ability to connect with people. And that was her way of balancing and saving the tribe, so that today we still are on this planet and we didn't go extinct. So what I'd love you to think when it comes to connection is, who is in your tribe? Now, with COVID, many of us have not had an opportunity to connect the way we love. I've spoken to so many clients, whether it's one-on-one coaching or workshops or keynoting with organizations, and people have said, I'm an introvert. I've actually enjoyed COVID. I've enjoyed having my own space and not having to socialize. And that may very well be you. But there's also the extroverts that have really struggled, who gain their energy through actually connecting with people. So regardless of where you sit, have a think about who is in your tribe. And Vivek Murthy talks about in his book Together, which is an amazing book if you want to read it, about connection and the beauty of connection, because we were DNA wired to connect with each other. He talks about 3 tribes. The first one is your intimate tribe, where those are your really close people, where you can be yourself, warts and all, and have that deep and meaningful. So have a think about who's in your intimate tribe, because that's going to fill your emotional energy tank. Also, your relational tribe. Those are your mates that you love having, a little chat with. It's not too deep, but, you enjoy the humor, the banter, having that barbecue. And it's a bit hard now, I know. And then think about, he talks about the collective or the community tribe. That includes your work tribe, as well as community activities that you may do. And so I'd love you to think about, if connection is one of the best stress managers, it's the panacea for stress. It gets our oxytocin, cuddle, that love hormone secreted. It also results in dopamine being secreted, our motivation hormone, and it also results in serotonin being secreted, which is that mood stabilizing hormone, that hormone that increases our perception. It increases our intuition. It increases our ability to connect with people. Then have a look at who's in your tribe. Have a think about, have you maybe neglected some of your tribe that you normally would connect with? Are there any people that you can think of, and maybe just pop their first name in the chat? Someone in your intimate tribe you haven't talked to for a while and you haven't given a bit of TLC. Someone in your relational, someone at work that you might be able to tap in and speak to and, just really connect with them to get all that wonderful pro-social hormonal secretion happening in your physiology and managing and getting your stress down. So we've talked about a number of ways, and this is just an example of a client that I worked with that we went through, really said, okay, what are the activities during the day? And this is where I'm going to end, of where you depleted your energy. And so he started managing his energy, going, okay, this task is depleting my drive to work. When he could drive to work in Sydney, he found energy depleting. So when he came into work, he connected with people, filled your emotional energy tank. He'd go for a walk, movement, filled his physical energy tank. He'd even have some gratitude walks where he'd walk and think of the things that he was grateful for. But as you can see, for every depleting activity during the day, he'd do something that was replenishing. And what it showed in the course of 8 weeks is his energy levels were up. His team was noticing a difference. When he got home and spent time with the family, they actually wanted to spend time with him. And he overall was feeling much more healthier and being able to manage his stress better. So I'd love you to take the time in this minute that I've got left is to have a think about what is the one thing you're going to action today? Is it that physical energy tank? Is it your sleep hygiene? Are you going to move more? Or maybe it's that emotional energy tank. Maybe it's connecting. You've thought of someone and thought, I need to give this person a call and connect with them. It's going to not only benefit them, but it's going to fill your emotional energy tank. Maybe it's getting control of that phone and leaving it away from when you're doing deep focused tasks at home and able to keep yourself highly productive. And then again, human spirit. If your purpose and meaning and your why, you kind of, I just don't feel that I am where I want to be. Maybe look at your values. Maybe look at where you're at. Look at your strengths. Are you playing to your strengths? So hopefully I've given you some great strategies here, a little bit of the neuroscience behind it. And now I'm going to head back. I'm going to stop sharing the screen and I'm going to head back live into the show. Thank you, Kathy.
Oh, Leanne, that was amazing. I love the science behind it. Perfect, absolutely perfect. I know that I got up and got a drink. I walked around. Just such great practical ways that we can create balance. And it was it included so many different aspects of our life. And I just love that. Thank you so much. It's such a valuable presentation.
No, my pleasure. Thank you. And thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Yes, and also, Leanne, in the comments, I noticed there are a couple of questions. I know that Leanne's going to go back and answer those. One of the questions, if I can grab you right now, is how much is ideal sleep? Now, I know you talked about sleep, but someone asked, what is the ideal amount of sleep?
So the ideal for an adult is 8 to 9 hours a night. So that would be ideal. But again, if you can get the duration right as well as the consistency, because if you're sleeping from midnight to 8 a.m. as an example, you're missing out on the most important deep cycles, your deep wave sleep. So again, it's when you go to bed, it's important, but 8 to 9 hours. And for kids, growing adolescents, growing brains, it's more like 9 to 10 hours.
Thank you so much. And also I've put Leanne's link, her personal energy audit link in the chat. So guys, please download that. Thank you, Leanne. I'm so grateful that you've been able to be here today.
No,
thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Lovely seeing you. Bye.
Well, how amazing was Leanne's talk? And of course, everything that we're learning today gives us an opportunity to find what works for us. And I noticed that Leanne and all our speakers have been talking about find what works for you. This is the whole idea of our summit, is that we've got such a variety of speakers that you can tap into what's important for you right now. And I noticed in there a couple of people said that what's important for them is sleep and movement, a bit of both. that I love the standing up bit. I do that with myself as well. A stand-up desk is a wonderful opportunity when you go and do some work, but even just getting out in the middle of the day if things are getting stressful, especially when we're homeschooling. If you're at home homeschooling, please put a comment in the chats. If you're managing business, work, and remote learning at the moment, if that's you, then getting out and everyone getting some exercise is so important. Okay, so I'm looking forward to your answers in the chat. Now we're going to move to another lady called Bonnie Weston. And look, again, all of our presenters have been magic so far. Bonnie is going to give us some super practical things to be doing. Bonnie is an award winner organizer. She is from the Avid Organizer, and Bonnie's most of her pre-business ownership was in a career of engineering and construction industries. And so during that time, she worked on projects from Strata Coal, Rio Tinto, and many other companies in Australia and overseas. And since July 2017, she's run her own administration and organisational business. Bonnie is passionate about helping individuals and small businesses declutter, get organised and stay organised. And she recently moved to Townsville in December of 2020 with her husband and 2 English staffies. And she says here she loves being in the tropical winter, but is disappointed she can't wakeboard due to the crocodiles. Oh my goodness. So here is the wonderful Bonnie. She's going to talk to us about how to get your life in order.
Just bear with me, I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay, perfect. So welcome everyone. I hope you've had a fabulous morning at the Business and Life Balance Summit. Today I'll be speaking with you about how you can organise your life without becoming overwhelmed in the process. During the next 20 minutes, I'm going to share with you some steps you can take to take control of your life admin so it doesn't ruin your weekends. Now, before I start, I'd like to say a big thank you to the organisers of this summit for giving me the opportunity to share with you about my passion for organisation. And I'd also like to thank you for being with me and for committing to find a better way to do business and life balance. So I'm Bonnie Weston from the Avid Organizer, and over my career, I've had the opportunity to see how really big and really small businesses get organised and stay organised successfully. What I've learned is that there's so many business organisational principles that you can adapt to make your life admin as stress-free as possible. Now, during this presentation, I'm actually not going to be checking on the comments. The reason for this is I'd like to actually focus on giving you the best information and the best advice possible. And you'll notice I've prepared some slides. That's because I know that some people learn better when they can actually visualize what they're trying to learn. So I hope that's okay with you. If you'd like to make comments, that's great. Please ask questions, and at the end of the presentation, I'll go through the chat and answer as many questions as I can in the time that we have left. Is that okay with you? Terrific. So today I'm going to be speaking with you about how to organize your life so you don't get overwhelmed in the process. And at the end of my presentation, I'd like to share with you some ways you can get in touch with me if you have any questions or would like more info. And I'm also going to give you access to a free download that gives you some more detail on the steps that I'm talking about today. Is that okay? Awesome. Okay, so I would like to know who here would love to not freak out at the end of every financial year. So we've just finished the end of one financial year. Has anybody had a freak out about trying to do tax returns? I bet there's a few people. And who here would love to know how they can find what they're looking for when they're looking for it? Yeah. And who would really love to have some peace of mind and just know that all their stuff is sorted out? Sound like you? Yeah. So I'm sure there's many of you who answered yes to all of or some of those questions. Perhaps you might feel really stressed and overwhelmed when it comes to end of financial year. Or maybe you've got an appliance that's broken and you know that there's a warranty somewhere. Sound familiar? So what this often leads to is this frantic search through the computer and back through hundreds or thousands of emails trying to find the information about it. And you know, many people just get overwhelmed simply by having, I guess, the pressure of having to find something in a hurry. And this kind of clutter really leads to, I guess, feeling out of control. So I would like to tell you that it doesn't matter how many New Year's resolutions you've made to become more organized, and it doesn't matter how many times you haven't made good on those resolutions. This could be your year. Yeah, and the reason I say this is because organization is a skill, just like any other skill you learn. All right. So I'd like to share with you about an interesting study I came across. In 2017, there was a study done about procrastination, and what they looked at was the effects of clutter on people. And what they found was the more people had clutter in their home, the more they were likely to employ what they called avoidance and, what's the other word? Coping strategies. So they were likely to employ coping and avoidance strategies, which included watching a lot of TV and actually eating a lot of junk food. Anybody relate to that? So of course, there's many people who are really good at living within their own clutter and their own stuff. In fact, you might even know somebody like this. These people often refer to their stuff or their office space as organized chaos. And what this just proves is that there's so many different ways that you can get organized. One of the best ways that I use to help my clients get organized in a way that's logical to them is called functional organization. And when you employ functional organization, you can actually adapt to any circumstances and still be able to find what you're looking for when you're looking for it. Ultimately, when we talk about organization, we are actually talking about productivity. And when we talk about productivity, what we're talking about is time and efficiency. So the more organized you get, the more productivity you have, and the more time you actually have to spend on all the things that you love to do. So for me, when I get organized, it actually allows me to really focus and find peace. And it helps me to relax. So when my house is a real disaster, I struggle to focus on work, and I struggle to focus and relax and spend time with my friends, my family, and my husband. Gretchen Rubin actually summed this up really well for me. Now, she said, outer calm contributes to inner peace. Anybody like to find their inner peace as well as their outer calm? I'm sure there is. Okay, I'd like to share with you a story about one of my clients and her experience of functional organization. Now, this lady is an exceptionally successful businesswoman. She is a very hands-on kind of person, so she's really involved in everything she does. And along with her business, she also has a community group that she runs, and the community group requires her to spend a lot of time with volunteers and liaise with them. She's also on quite a few boards of non-profit organisations within Australia and overseas. Because she's so passionate about, this community that she's built, she spends a lot of time applying for grants, finding and applying for grants, because she wants to make it a better community. She's an exceptionally professional woman who became very overwhelmed by the state of her office. When she called me, she had actually ripped out the entire contents of her office and dumped it in the hallway. That's how desperate and overwhelmed she had become. So when she first called me, we sat down and had a chat, and what I found out was that she'd previously employed an organisational consultant who had more or less told her that she needed to make everything digital and ditch all the paperwork. Now, this really didn't work for my client because she really likes paperwork. She likes to be able to write notes. She likes to be able to sift through them, organize them. That's just how she functions best. So what we did was we mapped out a system together to give her a filing system that was easy to navigate and logical for her to navigate, and also easy to maintain. We applied a lot of functional organization principles and a heck of a lot of elbow grease, and we got there. So now when she walks into her office, instead of being really overwhelmed, she actually enjoys being in that space. And this is the reason why I do what I do. So today we are talking about how you can get more organized without becoming overwhelmed. Now, earlier in my presentation, I spoke about life admin, or I referred to life admin. And you might be wondering, Bonnie, what is life admin? Life admin is things like utilities and insurances, mortgage documents, school reports, medical reports, health information. What else do we have? Receipts for taxation, information about assets and investments, and even your photos and videos. Life admin is all about the data and the information that you need to get through life. So, are you ready to find out how you can get more organized and not have your life admin take control of you? Awesome. So the steps that I'm going to share with you, they are geared towards digital information because most of our information comes through digitally these days, often by email. But you can actually apply these to any sort of paperwork system as well. So our first step, get a filing system. So the reason we need a filing system is because the computer desktop approach doesn't work forever. So the first time you need to quickly find something or save something, putting it on the computer desktop seems like a great idea. You might only have 2 or 3 things there. It's really easy to locate the thing you're looking for. However, if you do this 20 times, 50 times, 80 times, you can imagine that your computer desktop is full of information and it just becomes really hard to find anything. I'm sure lots of people can relate to that too. So I like to think of the filing structure as the bones of the body. It's what helps us navigate what goes where. Without the bones of the body, everything just gets messed up together. So a great way to start your filing system is to set up some digital folders. And in this instance, you can see on the screen that these are 2 different ways just to view the one system. If we're talking about home life admin, we might create a folder called home. And under that folder called home, we can think of 3 other major areas that we want to, that we have information about. It might be children, it could be study, and let's say household. So household, children, and study are the 3 main sort of areas of info that you need to keep track of. And under household, you might is that when we avoid the folders called children and study. if your computer dies, or if the hard drive or the USB stick gets corrupted, it can be really hard to retain that information. So that's some food for thought about where you might like to locate your filing system. The decision, really, it's entirely up to you. So step 2, get creative with your file naming. So a wise man once said, don't get cryptic. Pretend future you will be drunk, senile, or both when looking at these names. Make them easy to understand. I'm sorry, I can't remember where that is from. I know that it was an architect talking about some architectural filing systems, but I thought that was really good advice. So if you download something from the internet, you know that it often gets downloaded with all these really weird names, like the examples that you can see on the screen now. The chances are that in 3 months, in 6 months, or in 12 months, you're actually not going to know what that means. And the problem is that the title actually has no relevance to the content. There's no way to identify what's inside it by looking at the file name. This means that it's going to be really hard to search for, and you're going to have to open up the file to try and see what's inside. So my advice is be specific about how you're naming things. So here's 2 examples. You could have QUR 791010 TK download. That actually means nothing to you. I'm guessing that's not going to mean anything to you. But instead, this is actually a bank statement of mine. So I would rather name it Bank Statement 2021, and it's from the month of May. So you can see straight away that that's much easier to understand. And then the second example is about a report card. Again, the first file name actually means not much to you, but the second one has much more meaning in relation to its actual contents. So I promise you, when you start naming things accurately, life will get infinitely easier. All right, step 3, declutter. So in the same way that you might do a spring clean on your home, your computer and your admin and your filing and your life admin, it needs spring cleaning too. When you spring clean your house, you actually come across things that you didn't know you have, or you might find that there's things that you just don't need anymore, so you can throw out, and then you have more space and less clutter. It's the same principle with your digital information. So decluttering starts with deleting old files. And sometimes this is really hard for people to do. But if there's information that you just don't need and you're never going to need again, just get rid of it. The next step you can do is archiving. And archiving means that you grab all the same kind of information together, group it all, and then you're going to put it in a little folder off on its own. That way, when you're looking for something, you don't have to sift through all this old irrelevant data. These are things that you think you might want to delete because it's been a really long time since you've used them, but you're not 100% sure. So the reason that decluttering is so important is because it just reduces the amount of information that you have to go through. All right, so let's recap. So our 3 steps to organizing your life without becoming overwhelmed is to build a filing system, it's to start naming your files accurately, and it's to do a really good spring clean or decluttering. So did you know that the most common question I get is a kind of a bomb the builder question? My clients are sometimes in such an overwhelmed state. They come to me and they say, Bonnie, can you just fix it? And the answer is yes, I definitely can. And the second most common question I get is, can I do this myself? And how do I know where to start? 2 good questions. So yes, you can get organized, you can get on top of your life admin, and I'm really happy to give you some pointers on how you can get started. So do you remember at the start of my presentation, I said that I would offer you something at the end? Well, right now, there's a link going into the comments, which has that free download I mentioned. Can anybody let me know if that link's gone in there yet? Awesome. It has, that's great. Now, just because I'm always a bit suspect of technology, can somebody click on that link and just let me know that it works? It should pop up with a new browser page. Awesome. Great, thank you very much. So I'm really glad that you're able to get that now. Thank you for tuning in today. I hope you've gained some really practical skills and some ways that you can get on top of your life admin, get organised without becoming overwhelmed. So until we speak again, stay organised.
Bonnie has put in, there's a link. Please have a look at Bonnie's link in there. If there was a little bit of an interruption, I'm so sorry. Yes, I will put it in there, Johanna. I will get the link to you. It should have just gone into the chat. Maybe it's getting a little bit slow. It takes a little while to upload. And of course, we've had a couple of issues with internet. So I'm really sorry if Bonnie's presentation was coming in and out. I trust that you saw what you needed to see. Such practical, useful tips in getting ourselves organized and life admin done. I know that Bonnie was talking about having that end of financial year thing where you get really stressed. And yes, I know that. I'm just going to put the link back in. I can see a couple of people commenting that they can't see the link. So just tell me if you can see the link now. I've just popped it in. I'd love to see if that's what you can see. Welcome if you have just joined us or you joined us for Bonnie's presentation. Hi, I'm Kathy from Mindset to Inspire. I'm your host, and we are in between speakers at the moment. And of course, we just had the wonderful Bonnie Weston from the Avid Organizer. Her link has gone into the chat. Please tell me if you can see it there now. Interesting. Okay, I'm just going to put it on. And if you're coming in from, okay, just have a check, and I've got someone else putting the link in for us so that we can actually get this sorted out for you. Okay, it's coming. That link's going to be coming, guys. There we go. Just see if that link's there for you right now. So I'm not sure. Don't we love technology? It's one of those things that happens that we can't sort of control. We can try and control everything else, but we can't. I just want to do a little bit of a recap now. So we have had the wonderful Lara this morning. Lara was sharing with us how energy and how to heal our energy and how to harmonize. Such an important part of our life balance. And she was sharing that we needed to talk about all the different things that are in our life, that harmony rather than balance is the important thing. So let's have a little look at this as well. So I think that when we talk about harmony, it's balancing everything. So again, it's all about, and I want you to think about this, it's all about what's the word, what is it for you that's working? And then we had Mariana talking about beliefs and how our mindset is based in beliefs. And of course, before that was Monique. Monique was sharing with us about how our brains can grow. How amazing is that? That we can now learn anything we want to with purpose and also with persistence. So we need to keep going and creating and being right there all the time, making sure that we're persisting with something. And I know that can be a little tricky sometimes, that's what a growth mindset is. So if we're wanting to create balance in our life, growth mindset is about knowing that we can create change. And how empowering is that? I'd love to know what have been your key takeouts so far. So those people on our chat, I can see a number of people are here. Can you put in there what has really resonated with you so far in our presentations today? I'm just going to give a pause. one of the things that resonated with me was drinking water. Leanne, I always forget to do that. So please make sure that you are drinking water. I think when Leanne spoke about how we deplete our energies, different activities was a big one for me as well. So I'm just going to wait and see if we get some comments in there. Please type in the comments, what's your biggest key takeout so far? I think people are in there downloading that link right now. Thank you so much, Bonnie. So the key outtakes for me have been my mindset controls how I see the world. That was from Mariana. That my brain can grow and change, that when I put in more energy, I'm going to be able to learn and build better pathways. Thank you. Someone's put the 4 energy sources. Absolutely. Wasn't that interesting? And that we often don't look at the recharge one. I agree. That was a big one for me as well, that we forget. I also loved the whole idea of having a sprinter's mindset from Leanne's presentation, that sprinters go the 100 meters and put in all their energy and then they take time to rest. And I think that's a really powerful one as well to be looking at. Everyone's confidence in their topic and preparation. Thank you so much. Yes, this is the thing. When we put our call out for speakers for this summit, we looked for people who really knew their topic, and that's so wonderful that we've been able to bring a variety of people, because that's what's important. Right from Pablo talking about architecture, I mean, how beautiful. Please tell me that Pablo's beautiful buildings, if you were here for his presentation, how gorgeous they were, and the idea that our environment, our psyche is directly affected by the architecture and how we live. That was wonderful. Yes, Leanne's presentation was amazing, absolutely. And her knowledge around the mind and how we develop these mindsets and how things work, so important. I think within Leanne's as well, the idea that the sleep, deep sleep, is in that first part. It's funny when you talk about sleep, and I'd love to, this is a great conversation to be having. Hi, those people who have just joined us. I'm Kathy from Mindset to Inspire, and we are in our live summit right now. We're just in between speakers and doing a bit of a recap. So if you've just joined us, please feel free to put your name in the comments and say, hi, I'm from here. We're just talking about what people have loved so far. And yes, Pablo's creative mind, how amazing is that? And his connection to the sustainability and the environment, and using materials that are low impact. It would be such an amazing thing in our world if more people thought about that. And I encourage you that if you have any influence over construction somewhere in the world, if you're one of our listeners and that's your thing, please check out Pablo's stuff. Pablo Luna is his name, and he's a person to contact to find out more about how to create that sustainable environment in which we reflect on our own lives and connect with others. I think that's a great way to be. So I'm looking at the comments here. Thank you so much for commenting, guys. Keep it up. We are going to go live very soon with our next presenter. Before we get there, I'd like to touch on something that I didn't talk about this morning, if that's okay. Can I get a yes in the comments? So just check that I'm coming in loud and clear. Can you hear me? And it's a little bit hard sometimes with this stream to know that if people are hearing me. So give me a yes, I can hear you, Kathy, so that I can talk to that, and just wait for the comments to come through, because there's just definitely a little bit of a lag going there. Yes, thank you so much. So one of the things I didn't talk about this morning when I talked about the life balance, thank you, life balance audit, self-audit, is this. As I said, I love to do a lot of things. I'm multi-passionate. I have lots of things that I want to do. And I wonder, hands up in the crowd and the viewers, do you have a lot of things that you want to do in life? Give me a yes in the comments. Yes, I have lots of things I really want to get done in life. I know that I do. Have done many things, and there's lots more things that I want to do, and I want to do everything really well. That's the other thing. It's not doing things hard. Yes, lots. Thank you, Angelica. There's so many things I want to achieve in life. And the thing with life balance, thank you everyone, is that we do have different stages of life, stages in which we're going to be focusing on one thing more than another. And then we've got other times in which we're really focusing on how we want to move forward. Say it's our education. And I remember Kelly's presentation. How amazing was Kelly in talking about that? You can receive finance for your education. It's not a HECS debt, but that if you want to do a program for personal development, that you can get finance for that. And that makes sure that you're able to invest in yourself, because this is what we're learning here, is that life balance, if you want to create life balance and you're noticing a gap, you need to invest in ourselves. And when we invest in ourselves, that grows exponentially. What I mean by that, because if we start with ourselves and we work on our mindset first, because that's what's controlling everything in our life. Our mindset, as Mariana spoke about that as well, about Lara spoke about it as well. Our mindset is a very powerful thing. And when we change our mindset, we change how we see the world. And so one of the most important things we can do in life is invest in our mindset by getting a coach, by going and doing a personal development, reading books. There are so many great books out there that you can read. I would suggest that you start, if you haven't been on this journey, start with a Tony Robbins book, The Giant Within, a fabulous book. Start with Mariana's book, which is the time is now, right now, right now, start now. We have so many great resources available to us. It's a time to act and find those resources. If you're home and you've got a little bit of time, maybe you're not remote schooling kids, this is the time to invest in yourself and your mindset. The other thing, thank you so much. I'm loving the likes and the loves here. Thank you, everyone. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is that something that happened to me that completely changed how I thought about things. I read a book by Dan Sullivan called Who Not How. I'm wondering, can I get a comments from, has anybody read that book? I hadn't heard of it until about 12 months ago. Anyone read the book Who Not How by Dan Sullivan? I'll just wait for a moment. Have a sip of water, guys. Go have a sip of water. Tell me if you can see me. Tell me if you can hear me loud and clear, because the internet has been doing some wonderful things today, things we can't control. So, getting back to the book that I read. So I read this book about 12 months ago called Who Not How by Dan Sullivan. Completely changed my life. And I'll tell you why. There were a couple of books that have done it, but this one in particular, because I love to do so much. I have a business. I have two businesses, my parenting arm and Mindset to Inspire. I'm a teacher. I'm still teaching. I adore my teaching. I love working with children. I am also a wife. I have a household to read. I have 4 amazing, beautiful, incredible people that I'm helping raise. And all of that means that I am busy, and I like being busy. I don't have a problem with being busy, but I want to be amazing at everything. I don't want to compromise. And I don't know if that's the same for you. Please tell me in the comments, is this you don't want to compromise? And so what I found out after I read this book, which is Who Not How by Dan Sullivan. So if you haven't read it, I highly recommend you go read it. Was that the reason we procrastinate or we get stuck is because we're asking the wrong question. How interesting. we're not asking the question we're asking question number one, how can I get this done, rather than who can I have to help me? And this is what completely changed my life. And I know that that's the crux behind what Kelly in the beginning was talking about with getting finance and investing in ourselves. Because what I was doing was I was constantly going, how am I going to do everything? How do I run a happy household? How do I help raise these amazing adults? How do I be a great partner to my husband? How do I run my businesses? How do I teach and make sure that I'm really bringing everything to what I want? And the key was not how do I do it, but who. Who do I have in my surrounding friends, in the business connections, who can help me? And as soon as I changed that question, and this is, Monique mentioned this in her presentation, which is how we can learn at any stage and age, is that it's more about who we can get to help us than how. So I'd like to please, in the comments, tell me what you think about this question, because it completely changed my life. Because I went from constantly asking, how do I do this? How do I do this? And feeling frantic, to who can I ask to help? And so that when I did that, I would be able to create some balance across everything that I was doing. Because it isn't necessarily about delegating either. It's about that I would get stuck on something and I would struggle to learn this new thing that I was wanting to do, because, learning new things takes time. But I would actually go, okay, I'm going to give myself a time limit, especially with technology. I'm going to give myself a time limit and say, all right, if I haven't solved this in 15 minutes, I'm calling someone. And it was amazing. So one of the big keys was, thank you, I appreciate your comments. So one of the big keys for me was finding that supportive group of people that I could call on, that I could look at, so that I could get the help that I needed. And that completely changed how I felt. So that question that I want you to ask is not, how do I do everything? How do I have everything in my life? The question is, who do I get to help me? Who can I ask? It could be a loved one. It could be reaching out to a professional. It could be searching through your contacts and asking another business owner, if you're a business owner. It could be going and doing a course. Whatever it is for you, thank you, Michelle. Whatever it is for you, I encourage you to swap out that question. The question that is, how do I do this? How do I do everything? Yes. Who is massive? Absolutely. Thanks, Michelle. Yes. Instead of going from how do I do it all, because I know I was stuck there. I was stuck with feeling guilty between my family, my business, my work, everything that I wanted to do. I'm multi-passionate. I want to do it all. To going, okay, after reading the book, this is not my idea, guys. I got this from a book called Who Not How by Dan Sullivan. So if you want to read that, please go ahead. And I have no affiliation with Dan Sullivan either. I just find that it's just an amazing book that gives us some insights into how we can change our mindset. So the question is, and I'd love you to go here, is look at who can help you. So let's have a little think about this now. Who today have you already seen? Who have you noticed already that you go, what they're saying really resonates with me, and I'm going to go and connect. I'm going to download this thing. I'm going to join their group, whatever it is, because I know that what they've said is the thing that I need right now to create life balance, because that's what this is all about. We are talking about life balance. We're talking about finding what works for us. So let's go back to that question. Having a look at what is it who is it that I need to tap into, to speak to be with, to be able to get what I need to be able to live the great life that I want to live. And so I'm going to leave you there. I'm going to go in and just check that our next speaker is ready. I'm sure that this gentleman is an amazing speaker. We're very privileged to have the amazing Joe Parnay come and speak with us now, because Joe is going to talk to us about the ultimate balance to boost your emotional fitness. Now, I've known Joe for a long time, and he is a wonderful presenter. You're going to really enjoy this presentation. So let me just introduce him properly. Joe is an expert in human behaviour, degree qualified in psychology and sociology, and he has been working in the field since 2006, working with a range of private clients through to larger corporate organisations, helping improve their effectiveness and results by coaching them on managing their emotional and social health intelligence. His clients have ranged from multinational corporate groups through to more intimate personal groups. Joe is the creator of an emotional fitness formula, an online training program for organisations and individuals alike. Joe is also known as the Coach's Coach. Hi, Joe. How are you? Glad to see you hydrating. That was one of our tips today.
Thanks, Kathy. How are you?
I'm great. I'm just finishing your intro because I really want to have people know who you are. So I was just saying Joe is also known as the Coach's Coach, and that's actually how I met you, Joe. In the past 14 years, he has trained in excess of 6,000 behavioural mindset coaches on behalf of the Coaching Institute, Australasia's largest coaching school. And many of these coaches now work in the field internationally and nationally. Joe is also the father of twins, Oliver and Nicholas, born in 2008, and he is married to the wonderful Silvana and for the past 24 years. And he's also a marathon runner, a 7-time marathon runner. So, Joe, welcome. I'm so pleased you're here.
Thanks, Kathy, and I appreciate the invitation. Thank you so much. All right, looks like I can just hop in, can I? Looks like I'm assuming I can.
Yes, Joe, you're ready to go.
All good, all right. Thanks, Kathy. Well, hello, everyone, and really appreciate you being here with me live on a Sunday. Much appreciated. And if you can hear me, just a quick tech check. I'm sure it's all fine. Just if you could type in hello or yay or something like that in the comments so I know that all is well. I'm also curious to know where you guys are actually streaming in from. I'd be curious to know what parts of the world or parts of Australia. If you so wish to share, if you so wish to remain secret, then so be it. It's all good. Hello, Facebook user. There's lots of comments I've seen in the history there with Facebook users, so I don't know who the people are, but that's okay. Hey, Johanna. How you going? Sydney. Hello. I can't call you by your names because there's no names, but that's okay. South Penrith in Sydney. All right. Well, I'm going to hop in. So thank you for being here. What I want to share with you today is quite often what I teach and guide and coach a lot of my clients in. And that is also about understanding their, hey, Mariana, understanding what I call the ultimate balance. So emotional fitness, the work that I do is pretty much defined by the quality of our relationship with uncertainty. And the quality of our relationship with uncertainty determines pretty much, well, I shouldn't say determines, it affects quite deeply the kinds of balances that we have in our lives. Now, my way of looking at balance is probably different to the traditional, well, not probably, I know that it is. It's different to the traditional work-life balance kind of scenario. I look at balance in the sense of energetic balance, in the sense of the delicate balance between certainty and uncertainty, which is what we are going to explore here a little bit more in a moment. And the other part of balance is energetic balance. And at the risk of sounding a little bit too esoteric, let me tell you that energetic balance is really important because by energetic balance, I'm talking about your way of living your life in alignment to your values. Really, really important because fundamentally our values are what I call our emotional compass. Values have an emotional state attached to them. When we're living in alignment to our values, we feel really good. So in other words, if we're working in a job or a business or some kind, whatever the career is, that is genuinely aligned to our values, and by the way, it's rare to find a vehicle of any kind, and by vehicle I mean a behavioral vehicle, such as so career is a vehicle, different kinds of relationships are different kinds of vehicles, for example. It's rare to find anything that is 100% aligned to your values, but you can find lots of different aspects to your life that are significantly overlapping. So if you're, excuse me, if you're working in a career path or a job that is significantly aligned to your values, you will feel emotionally very well. You will feel emotionally fit. There will be more of you available to handle the inevitable, guaranteed uncertainties of life. If you have a relationship or relationships, so if you're in a romantic relationship or you've got a friendship that is genuinely aligned to your values, you will feel phenomenal because you're aligned to your values. We feel emotionally unwell when we're out of alignment to our values. So this is, to me, part of the ultimate balance, because when we are aligned to the energy of that and what we stand for, well, now you're living what I call, in a very sustainable sense of freedom. So we've heard the word freedom bandied around the media for the last 12 months in different contexts. And to me, in my life and my experience of doing all my work and everything, the ultimate freedom is related to this booster of emotional fitness we're talking about here, because my definition of freedom is when every nook and every cranny of your life, every part of your life is being lived and expressed in alignment to your values. That's freedom. Because at the end of the day, the reason why anyone is attracted to freedom is because of the feeling that it gives them. There's obviously other parts to that, the pragmatic parts, the physical parts, the emotional parts. But at the end of the day, when we're living in alignment to our values, we feel really good. And that's what it's all about, is the joy of feeling great about who we're becoming, who we are, who we hang out with, how we express ourselves, and what we connect on, what we speak about, what we're good at, what journeys we're on and becoming, whatever we're developing at, whatever area of life we're developing our skills in. At the end of the day, it's about energetic alignment, and values do that. So, but what I want to dive into here for the time that we have is the delicate balance between certainty and uncertainty. And as we all know, of course, over the last, 18 months or so, we've all been dealt with varying acute doses of uncertainty, especially when the whole COVID thing started, back in March 2020, roughly, where, we're all being impacted with the first lockdown, etc. Well, here in Melbourne anyway. I'm not sure how you've experienced all this from wherever you're streaming from, but I can only speak from my experience living here in Melbourne, Victoria. And so we're all dealt with an acute dose up front of uncertainty, and how we deal with that really determines how we feel about everything in our life. Because if we're feeling overwhelmed, so grossly uncertain, what I mean by that is where there's a lot of uncertainty in our lives and very little of what we can go to. If there's very little certainty in our lives and we're overwhelmed with lots of uncertainty, we're not going to be able to really function all that well. So there has to be some kind of balance. There has to be some kind of balance between certainty and uncertainty. Just like values, different experiences of certainty and uncertainty is also experienced in a very energetic way. So let's have a look at some strategies here on how certainty and uncertainty build. I'm just thinking as I'm speaking here, because normally I'm normally on Zoom doing these kinds of sessions, and I'm able to have a conversation with the audience, but here it's just me talking to my screen, looking at myself. I trust that there's something I've said there that resonates with you. I'm sure it does. If not, feel welcome to tell me. It's all good. It'd be great to just get some comments there, so I know I'm speaking to human beings out there that are live tuning in. It's weird just talking to a screen with no feedback of energy or people or comments or questions. Anyway, it's all good. Love it. Thanks, Mariana. Thank you, Mindset to Inspire. Love it. Good on you. So there's got to be a balance between certainty and uncertainty. So the question has to be, how do we do that? How do we do that? And I've got some thoughts on this that I want to share with you that I hope will add value to your life and to the lives of those who you care about and you share stuff with, I guess. So, yeah, good on you. Love it. Thank you. Thanks, Johanna. I hope I've said your name correctly. Please correct me if I haven't. So what's really important here, before I share with you these strategies on how to rebalance, recalibrate, re-energize, we'll just use the word balance, how to rebalance certainty and uncertainty. Before we look at that, let's just look at some sort of a macro level background to this, because what we need to understand and appreciate is that unfortunately, a lot of people correlate uncertainty in their psychology with fear. And this is, to me, when someone correlates uncertainty with fear is a fancy way of me saying whenever they experience uncertainty, their belief system around it induces fear in their body, in their chemicals in their body, in their emotion, what they see. It overtakes the way they perceive and experience the world. Now, this is really unfortunate because this is not actually accurate. It's accurate and true and very real in the experience of that person, absolutely. But as you'll see in a moment, it's something that is just simply made up by the psychology of the individual. And what I mean by that is quite often for me to, I guess you could say, check in on how appropriate, how accurate, how, what's the word I'm looking for? When I check in with my thinking, I go, is this accurate thinking? Am I aligned to universal truth? And what I mean by universal truth is when we begin to live our lives in alignment to natural law, And by natural law, I'm talking about non-human law. I'm talking about watching how a tree grows, watching how the waves come in at a beach, watching ants walking along. You know, there's stuff that we can learn from this. So to give you an example, I've noticed that everything in nature, when met with an obstacle, which in our personal lives we call uncertainty, whenever nature meets an obstacle, it goes through a growth spurt. It actually the obstacle is needed in order for it to grow. So, for example, a caterpillar that's inside a cocoon, its wings are starting to be, they're developed, and it needs to break through the cocoon in order to go enter into its next phase of consciousness, its next phase of existence, which of course is to become a butterfly. It needs to break through the obstacle, the uncertainty. Imagine if you were a caterpillar and you had an ego and you were watching these things grow out of your body, going, what's going on here? You're about to transform into a butterfly, but you've got no idea what that means. Imagine the uncertainty you have to embrace with that. Thankfully, the caterpillar hasn't got the capacity to think. It just naturally flows and allows nature to take over. There's clues in that. The art of allowing, as often spoken by Abraham Hicks, and also spoken by the gorgeous Alan Watts, who's no longer with us. He died back in 1973. Philosophy you should tune into, just Alan Watts. If you Google him somewhere, his lectures from the 50s and 60s are just phenomenal. And so what happens is that when we look at nature only grows when met with an obstacle. So the caterpillar has to break through with its newly created wings through the obstacle of the cocoon in order so it can be strong enough to handle the next phase of its life. Listen to what I just said. So it can handle the next phase of its life. So it can fly. So to handle the next phase of life, nature says uncertainty, if you're writing notes, you should write this down. Uncertainty is correlated with growth. Nature correlates uncertainty with growth. Whereas the ego of the human being, not in all people, but in most people, correlates uncertainty with fear. It's an inaccurate psychology. It's a psychology that is out of alignment to the universe, to universal truth, which is nature. It's ironic because I'm looking behind me here because there's a I've got like a fence here behind me. It's the side of our house, and it's got a covering, a green covering, which are actually plastic leaves, not even bloody real. I just giggle at that every time because I talk about nature. I'm looking at plastic leaves that aren't even real. I just think that's hilarious. Oh my Lord. Anyway, so I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. Okay, so because I don't know if you are or not. So the point is that this is really important to realize in our mind. Two things. One, nature correlates uncertainty to growth. The human ego tends to correlate uncertainty with fear. And I believe that with awareness, and this is what part of this purpose of this presentation is to expand our awareness and to say to ourselves, okay, well, what if we were to correlate uncertainty with growth? Well, whether we know it or whether we don't, that's happening. Because if you think about it, some of the most intense challenges that you have had to face in your life, in your historical past, if it wasn't for those extenuating circumstances, those intense challenges, those awful things, or whatever's happened in the past, if it wasn't for what's happened in the past, you wouldn't be who you are today, which means you couldn't handle what is going on in your life right now. The reason why you and I can handle whatever's happening in our lives right now is because of the uncertainties that we have faced in our past. So life is demonstrating that uncertainty correlates with growth. It's just that what happens is fear is not part of the soul. Fear is not part of the natural frequency, or whatever you want to call it, of the soul, of the heart, or of the values, which is the same thing. Values, soul, heart, to me, it's all the same thing. Fear lives in here. And whatever's in our head, like the analytical, logical, psychological, has been put there by somebody else. So we've effectively inherited, let me turn my email off. Sorry, guys, because I'm going to get disturbed by emails here. That's not good. There we go. It's my little crypto email. All right, so as I was saying, our lives are demonstrating exactly what nature's showing. But if we cast a meaning on those experiences, if we induce or produce or create a meaning around what we've experienced to correlate with fear, chances are that what we're doing is just echoing, reverberating historical conditioning from what we've been taught about uncertainty rather, by other people, whether it was our parents or whatever, other people that we've had, significant others in our life in the past. And the day that I realized that uncertainty's got nothing to do with fear, it's actually a precursor. It's a fundamental precursory seed. It is a prerequisite. It has to be present in order for growth to happen. Now, why is growth so important? Well, other than the obvious, growth is a perpetual need of the human spirit. It's a perpetual need of the human spirit. Growth is the absolute most fundamental characteristic of all nature. Because again, nature shows us very clearly in multiple examples on multiple layers that everything in the world is either green and growing or ripe and rotting. Now, I can't remember who said that. Someone quoted that. I quoted that from someone. I can't remember who. But anyway, green and growing and ripe and rotting. Think about that. That means everything in the universe, everything in your life, everything in our lives is either breathing out or breathing in, expanding or shrinking, becoming more alive or dying away. Everything. Nothing stays still. Everything is expanding or shrinking. So what you'll find is that when uncertainty comes along in our lives, and let me make this point really clear. With everything that I'm sharing, it doesn't mean that uncertainty becomes easier to handle, that you should be feeling comfortable in the face of the unknown. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you're still going to feel uncomfortable. You're going to still feel maybe some fear around uncertainty and stuff. But if your psychology or your awareness in the backdrop, in the background is, I have an awareness that this is a precursory experience to growth. What that actually means in terms of my growth, I have no idea. Timeline will tell me because the next phase of my life will determine that, and I'll find out how I've grown. But I know that this is needed in order to grow. So here's the thing. I remember recording a podcast. In one of my podcast episodes, I can't remember which one it was, I titled it, "What if we were to consciously invite uncertainty into our lives?" What if we were to do that? G'day, Leah. Good to see you here. What if we were to consciously invite uncertainty into our lives instead of waiting, avoiding, minimizing, suppressing, smothering uncertainty in our lives in all kinds of weird ways, which people do through dysfunctional relationships, through food, through drugs, through chemical stuff, you know, just whatever they do to stay asleep. Instead of doing that, why don't we consciously invite it? Because let me tell you, one of the rare, I think I said this earlier, one of the rare guarantees of life is uncertainty. It's guaranteed because it's part of the human condition. It's a precursor to growth. We need it. Otherwise, we can't stay alive. We can't keep expanding. So, unfortunately, most people in the world don't consciously invite uncertainty into their lives. They unconsciously wait for something to happen that squeezes them. For example, staying in a job way too long, beyond your capacity, like in the sense your capacity exceeds that job and now you're becoming stale, disengaged, bored. Staying in an environment where people are displaying toxic behaviors for just way too long. Please note the difference. There's no such thing as toxic people. There's only people who display toxic behaviors. It's a compassionate way, a more loving way, a more professionally human way to view toxicity. Whether you agree with that or not, I'm not sure, but that's how I see it. So unconsciously inviting uncertainty into your life, or not inviting it, but waiting for it to show up, can be through that. Because if you're staying in a job that you've been in for too long, or a relationship that just ended a while ago, but you're still in it, you're unconsciously inviting uncertainty into your life. But if we don't consciously invite uncertainty into our lives, I'm going to give you some examples, by the way, of how to do that in a second. And I'm going to talk about the balance of certainty and uncertainty as well before we wrap up at 1:40. I think I'm finishing. If someone could confirm that, I'm pretty sure that's right, Angelica. I know what I said to you on the phone, but I think it's 1:40. Anyway, so I'll keep going. So what happens, right, is if we don't consciously invite uncertainty into our lives, which I'll give you some examples in a moment, then life will do it for us. Life is either squeezing us or we are squeezing it. That's one of the parts of balance to me, how I look at balance. Is I'll say that again. Life is either squeezing us or we are squeezing it. If we don't squeeze it, life will squeeze us through a whole bunch of different dramas and carry-ons. And in some ways, really awful ways. But if we consciously invite uncertainty into our lives, then life has less reason to do that, because it knows that we need doses of uncertainty in our lives in order to grow, in order to expand. So how do we consciously invite uncertainty into our lives? In lots of different ways, in all kinds of challenges that you can consciously choose to embrace. I've done marathons and half marathons. I've done heaps of different running events around the world, because that's one of my ways of consciously inviting uncertainty into my life in a very healthy way. When I started my coaching and training career, running my own sort of business consultancy 15 years ago, that was a conscious invitation to uncertainty. That was a macro dose of uncertainty. I've never experienced it like that in my life. But that was really, really important. Engaging in a new relationship. So when I got married back in 1996 to my first wife, who still is my first wife, I say that because you see Silvana, that's my wife. Silvana and I, come September, we'll be married 25 years, right? And she says, like a couple of years ago, we were at some party or somewhere, and she introduced me as her first husband, and it created a little bit of awkwardness with the person, fun awkwardness with the person that we were talking with, right? So, first husband. Oh. It's like that kind of response. And it was like, well, it's actually accurate what she is saying, that I am a first husband, just that they don't know that I'm still the first husband. So I love that. I feel like I'm just laughing at myself here like a psychotic nutter. Okay, so let's keep going. Because we're time is a ticking, my Lord. I've only got 18 minutes left. So this is how you consciously invite, right? By challenging yourself in healthy ways. challenging yourself in terms of calculating and working out, well, what kind of nutrition do you need to subscribe to match your body type? You know, educating yourself and taking on the unknown of all of that, right? It's also about the power of engaging in robust conversations with people that you love and care for, conversations that are challenging in a healthy way. That's inviting uncertainty. There's all these different ways of inviting uncertainty. Starting a new career, if that's appropriate for you. Starting a new skill set, learning something new, following your passion, following your soul. That takes courage. So any courageous action that you take in your life is in the embracing of uncertainty. And the macro level, the macro reason for all of that is so you can continue to grow as a woman and grow as a man, grow as a human being. Love it. Joe, also my marathon disciples. That's a great way. Yeah, great. Good on you. Thank you for the comment. So now, balance, certainty and uncertainty. How do you balance it out? Very important point. So we need to have some kind of balance between uncertainty and certainty in our lives. The way that you do that is you've got to have at least 2 areas of your life that you can lean on. 2 areas of your life that you can lean on and trust. So what does that actually mean? How does that translate to everyday pragmatics? Great question. Just pretending that you asked me that. So what this translates to is it's really, really important that you find some kind of expression of self through a hobby or a ritual that genuinely engages your spirit, that you genuinely love doing for no other reason other than you love it. And there are different kinds of hobbies and rituals available to all of us out there. And those hobbies and rituals reflect your innate intelligence, your innate capacities, your innate talents, which is a fancy way of saying find something that you love that's independent of everything else in your life, something that you do purely for yourself. Someone called it functional selfishness, how to have functional selfishness. So running for me is an expression of that. So different people have different innate capacities and talents and things that feel good. You might be more musical, so find a musical hobby or ritual. You might be more creative, find a creative one. You might be more philosophical, intellectual, find something that sparks that part in you. You might be more physical. I'm a very physical person in terms of my health and movement and exercise and strength and all that sort of stuff. So, and running is one of those expressions of the physical for me. You might be more artistic or whatever it might be, artistic, creative, musical, physical, spiritual, intellectual, whatever your superpowers are. You've got to find a hobby or ritual that does that, because when you've got a hobby or a ritual that you genuinely love for no other reason than the experience of it, which is just pure joy, is that what you'll find is that you'll have something to look forward to, you know, however often you do that every week. So I run at least 5 days a week, or, you know, my advice here is that your hobby or ritual should be performed at least 3 times a week. That's the ideal. So it gives you something to look forward to in the face of the unknown. So when I started my business back in 2006 and I was facing lots of unknowns, my running saved me. My running kept me going because it gave me something to look forward to that brought certainty back into my experience so I could balance it out with the uncertainty of what I was facing every day with my new chosen path, you see. And if certainty is really low because I've got nothing to look forward to, I've got nothing to lean on, then uncertainty just keeps going higher and higher and higher, and you get to a point where you can't function. And that can translate into all kinds of things. Anxiety, in some cases depression. It can also translate to stress, like very unhealthy levels of stress, and so on. Really important to know. So another way of balancing. So you need to find a hobby or ritual of some kind, or certainly if you have one already, make sure it's the right hobby. I define the right hobby as something that you can actually do that within itself has its own challenges, that you can press the challenge accelerator or not, depending on what's going on in your life in that particular area. So as my life began to settle back to a more normal beat, as I got into my business, then I could turn up the challenge in my running by entering different events and doing different things, because there was enough energy left in me to go and do that. Whereas when I was facing lots of uncertainty, more than normal, like macro doses of it in my life, then my running would just be more chilled. I would just go to it and just do easy running and just enjoy the strum of it, and just it's my sense of comfort. I trust it's making sense. By the way, if you are able to access the keyboard while you're listening to me here, if anything I've shared with you deeply resonates, not just a bit, but really deeply resonates, can you just tap yay into the comments for me, please? And if it doesn't, just say no. It's okay. It's all good either way. All good either way. So there's a bit of a delay here, I can see, so I'll wait. I'll keep talking whilst you guys are typing. If you're typing, hopefully you are. Yay, if this is really resonating with you. Another way to rebalance certainty and uncertainty is you need to have someone in your life who you can lean on. A wife, a husband, a best friend, a mate, a girlfriend, someone close to you that you care about deeply, who you can have conversations. Thank you for your yays. There should be a few more coming up. Hey, Michelle White, thank you. Love it. Yeah. Okay, looks like it's resonating with at least 6 people. I'm not sure. I've got no idea how many are listening to this. Hopefully a few more than 6. All right. So another way of balancing certainty and uncertainty is to have someone in your life, a relationship in your life, a relationship that you can lean on. What does that mean? It means having someone in your life who you can, and for those of you taking notes, you might want to note this down, where you can be unedited, unfiltered, and genuinely not judged. So you can speak about anything in your mind where there's no negative consequences, right? So I'll say that again. You need to have somebody in your life who you can be unedited, unfiltered, completely yourself, speak inappropriately, speak appropriately, speak politically incorrectly, whatever, just so you can speak your truth in an unedited way. That is so important. That's one of the ways you can build certainty in your life. Security, safety, feeling safe to do that with someone that you love and care for. So important. So important. Unfortunately, people have got unhealthy ways of expressing their unedited views of the world. All you have to do is go into any social media platform and someone puts a spiky comment, literally a spiky comment. What I mean by spiky, a contentious, an emotion-sparking comment about what's going on in the world, whether it's a comment about COVID or about London or about vaccination or about shutdowns or all these hot topics in the world at the moment, right? That's a very unhealthy way of trying to share your truth, because all you're going to do is attract the opposite opinion. Then you have to defend yourself, and then there's emotions, and there's argument, and there's heat. No. You express your truth to someone who you can be unedited and unfiltered with, who loves and cares for you, where you are genuinely supported and loved, where there's no judgment. So you can speak your truth and be you in front of the people that matter the most. Okay. Just chatting here. So that's really, really important. So let me just do a little mini recap here. 2 suggestions that I have on how to rebalance certainty and uncertainty is you have a hobby or a ritual in your life that you can look forward to 3 times a week. It gives you, it also fulfills our sense of hope. As someone referred to it during the week, I was listening to someone, it gives us hopium. I love that. Gives us hopium. Because it does. The human condition needs hope. We all need something to look forward to. I'm not talking about, just the big picture stuff. I'm talking about the micro stuff as well. Having a ritual to look forward to. If you love yoga or singing or swimming or running or whatever, give yourself something to look forward to. It's really, really important. And that's what a ritual does. And it takes care of comfort, safety, security, and certainty. And when you've got that under control, under management, like you've got that experience every week, you can handle more of the unknown, the uncertainty. Hope that's making sense. And if you've got a relationship or a friendship or a few people in your life or a community even, where you can be you and be accepted as you and be genuinely unedited, unfiltered, and not judged, That's really important as well. And this is how you balance that certainty and uncertainty. So I'm going to start to wrap up here, because I hope that just giving you a bit of a backdrop on the fascinating correlation that most human beings make, with uncertainty, where they correlate it with fear, when nature itself says, well, actually, uncertainty correlates with growth. And that's what we need to model in our personal psychology, in our localized thinking, in our micro moments of how we generate the experience of our perceptions of reality. Because ultimately, none of us can experience reality. All we have is our perception of it. That's it. So we're not in control of reality, but boy, oh boy, we are certainly influencing and in total control of our perception. But most people don't know that. See, what's ironic is people like yourselves who are here listening to something like this on a Sunday would have an awareness that you are able to influence and transform your perceptions of things. You've got that power within you. But most people in the world, they see the world through the filters of their perceptions and believe that the way they see the world is the way the world actually is. And it's not. That's a whole other conversation right there. But so that's the balance of certainty and uncertainty. If you have any questions, now I'm happy to take questions. If you want to tap into the comments box, anything, you can ask me anything you like. You're more than welcome to. So I hope that adds value to your awareness and learnings as we begin to wrap up. Or are we not taking questions, Kathy? I'm not really sure how this works.
Absolutely. We are taking questions. Definitely.
Cool. I just thought I'd wrap it up there, Kathy, because if I open the next little psychological can of worms, then I would need another half hour to explain that. So I thought I would just wrap that.
Thank you so much, Joe. I love this uncertainty, certainty balance that we need. And I embraced yoga when I knew that's what I needed to cope with the uncertainty in the world. And that just changed my life, that ritual. And it doesn't matter what it is. I know it's finding what's right for the viewers, for what's right for you. And that worked for me. And I know that just created a certain certainty for me during uncertain times. And I think that message is really important. Now, Johanna, I've got your question coming up.
I just saw it there, yeah, sorry.
Right. I know that right now we are experiencing lots of uncertainty. Our world is very uncertain. We don't know what the new normal is going to look like. So this is such an important topic to create rituals.
It's interesting, Kathy. It's interesting because this language, new normal, sure, it's been invented in the last sort of 20 months or so, but that's been going on since we were born. I'm not talking about COVID. I'm talking about the psychological, in that every time we go through a shift in phase and an expansion of responsibilities in our lives, we are experiencing our own personalized new normal. So that's been going on forever. It's just that the way that people look at that now is that they associate to some sort of fearful thing, because the way the media has portrayed new normal and all the stuff and all the fear that's going on is that it's creating this unhealthy psychology around it. But this new normal business, that's been going on since we were born. That's been going on since the year dot.
I love that. Thank you, Joe, for explaining that distinction, because it is our perception, isn't it? Our world is what we're perceiving and not the actual reality. And so if we tap into the media and everything that's being said, then yes, that's going to be feeling like that. Okay, I'll leave you to talk to...
Thanks, Kathy. I answered the questions, yeah. So, Johanna, what to explore if your body doesn't like your competition, exercise, hobby? I hope you're not disappointed with the simplicity of my answer. And that is, if it doesn't work, find something else. Yeah, so it's a reasonable question that you're asking, because I had that asked. I had someone say to me, I tried with a lot of companies and groups that I do work with, we do weekly emotional fitness Zoom sessions like this, but they go for a little bit longer. And I had a lady who took up running as part of one of the sessions that I did, right? And then 3 months into our ongoing series, she says, this running's not working for me. So I said, well, dump it, find something else. It's about experimenting with different hobbies and rituals that resonate with your soul. And you're only going to know, you can't find that out through here. You find it out through here, which means experiencing, because heart's all about experience. So it's about experiencing that. I wouldn't have known that running was my thing until I went and did it. Ironically, when I first started doing it, it was difficult, but within a few weeks, I don't know, it was something in me that just enjoyed it. So I hope that answers your question, Johanna. What to explore if your body doesn't like your competition, exercise hobby. Yeah, just find something. Keep experimenting with different things until you find something that really resonates with your soul. Really important. From Facebook user. Thank you, Joe. Again, thank you. I appreciate that. So happy to be able to attend. So powerful for me, and thank you. It's helped me realize, navigate me better. Thank you. Appreciate it. Love it. Here was another question here. When you are having a low, hold on, let me just try. When you are having a low moment day, what 3 things do you do when you're having a low? Okay, well, it's not so much 3 things that I do. It's a good question, by the way. When you're having a day that you're feeling a little bit ordinary or low, right? First of all, there's awareness. That's the first step. The awareness of what? Well, it's obvious that we're feeling low, but that's not the awareness I'm talking about. I'm talking about having an awareness of what has created this. So in other words, what have you been focusing on for the preceding few hours that has brought on this emotion? And I can tell you with deep certainty, more than likely you've psychologically exposed yourself to something, to content, or watching something, reading something, listening to something, or a conversation you've had with someone or something that has induced this feeling. So one of the ways to shift that is, if that's true, what I've just said, then that means we can start putting our attention and focus on other things. Reading different materials, listening to different opinions that make us feel better, or I'll give you an example. So part of my life, in terms of my financial life, because all of us have got financial life, health life, spiritual life, emotional life. Part of my financial life is the journey of investing in the crypto space, right? So there's a lot of fear. Like, crypto is fear and excitement. It's like it's the world exaggerated, right? And emotionally. And I can listen to YouTube videos of people who poo-poo crypto and say that it's this and that and the other. And then I can also listen to YouTube videos or watch YouTube videos where I hear, the fundamental, phenomenal, great reasons why Bitcoin's so great and all the rest of it, right? So whatever I listen to is going to influence and affect and flavor how I'm going to be feeling. So if you're noticing they're having a down day, be aware of obviously you're aware of how you're feeling, but be aware of what created that feeling in the historical experience of the previous few hours, the previous few days. Who you're hanging out with, what do you talk about, all that kind of stuff. So that is the root cause of it, and that's what you can change. I hope that helps you. Because if you take care of that one thing and aware of that, you don't need 3 things. That takes care of everything in terms of your emotional state. So your emotional state is the universe giving you feedback on what you have been focusing on. Joe, what would be the difference between expressing yourself unedited with someone to moaning? Not much difference. So the purpose of, there's lots of purposes to having someone close to you that you love and care for, and, go both ways. A lot of that is to, give you a healthy avenue to healthily express yourself in your love and expansion of self. But it's also useful to vent. Vent is another word for moaning, right? So you can vent and moan to someone who knows you and loves you and cares for you. It's a very healthy expression of it. Of course, moaning or venting can become unhealthy if that's what you use that relationship for most of the time. Then now it's becoming a bit of a battering ramp, right, psychologically. So you've got to have that sort of balance. Speaking of balance, yeah. Any other questions here? No, it looks like we're done. So important if social media is causing life to be unsettling. Terrific. All right. Well, thanks, everyone. So, Kathy, do I throw back to you? What do I do now?
Hi, Joe. Look, thank you so much. It's been an amazing talk. I can see some of the comments are on YouTube, which may not be showing up in here.
So how do I find YouTube comments?
YouTube, I'm not sure. I'll have to throw to the tech team for that one.
That's all right.
not my expertise. Yes. But thank you so much, Joe. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here today, and so valuable to everyone right now and always. So thank you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Kathy.
And I know
Thank
you'll go
you.
back and have a look through things and check people's comments.
Yeah, I just found a comment here from Mindset to Inspire. Where can we find more about you? Can I tell them that, Kathy? Is someone going to do that or not?
Please do that.
So you can just simply go to my website there, Joe Pane. So you've got my name on the screen, joepane.com.au. I also have a private group on Facebook called the Emotional Fitness Hub that you're welcome to join. And if you go to my website, there's also a fitness. Angelica, what's the name of my thingy on my website that people can get? It's basically a check on. I've got this PDF on my website that you can download, which is actually 16 questions on how to boost your emotional fitness. Very, very simple and very, very powerful. So you can find me there. So I hope that answers your question. So joepane.com.au.
Yeah. So Joe, I've just popped the links in there for everyone so that they can get in touch with you. So
good on you.
Yeah,
good on you.
going to
Thanks,
YouTube
Kathy.
at the moment. Yeah, but we'll work out the rest. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. See you, Joe.
Thanks.
Well, how amazing is Joe and his insights into emotional fitness, the idea of balancing that uncertainty, that life is uncertain and that we need to create rituals in order to balance that uncertainty. Well, I have our next speaker who is ready in the wings to speak with us. His name is John, and John is the lead consultant at Elvas Consulting. Now, I hope I've pronounced that correctly. He's an emotional intelligence expert, helping individuals, families and organisations maximise their potential and reach performance, reach their peak with leveraging the power of emotional intelligence. So let me say that again. So he uses emotional intelligence to allow people to reach their performance peaks. He does this through corporate training, courses, speaking at seminars and conferences, personal coaching and writing. His talk is, of course, leveraging emotional intelligence. Hi, John. How are you?
Hello.
We're just getting a little bit of feedback on your sound at the moment.
Okay.
So we might sort of do a bit of it. Yep, that seems to be better.
Are we good?
It was for a second, but we'll just have a look at the sound. John, can you tell people where you're calling in from?
This coming game?
Oops. Now, yep, we can hear your sound now. We'll see how we go. Hopefully the sound quality will get improved. Can you tell everyone where you're calling in from?
Okay, yes, I'm calling in from Lagos, Nigeria.
Wow. So, yeah, we're going to, there's such a, you wouldn't think that the internet causes this distance issue, but perhaps it does. John, I'm going to leave now and please enjoy presenting to our wonderful audience today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie. Thank you for having me. Hello, everyone. Please, I want to be sure that you can hear me. So please, to confirm that, kindly send me a hi, hello, and let me know from where you are listening and watching to me today. It's early in the morning in this part of the world. I don't know what time it is over there. So please say hello to me. I know a number of us have been online already. I had to wake up for this. So please let me know that we are good and everyone can hear me. Oh, the sound is not good. Okay. The sound is still not great. What could be the reason for that?
Hi, John. We're just getting a little bit of background noise in there. That's all. I think it's what it is. So,
is it better now?
No, it's just a little bit of, we can hear you. There's just a little bit of background noise. So if everyone can bear with that, then you should be good to go. It's just a little bit of background noise. Not sure where it's coming from.
Okay. So can I go on? Is that okay? Can we go on? We can hear okay though. All right. Thank you so much for that feedback here. So if you give me just a second, I will take it off. Just give me a second.
Okay, so John is, and this is wonderful, the power of technology and how how we find out things are making noises and everything. It's so good that you are responding to John in the chat. Please keep that up. It's really important for our speakers. If something isn't working, please tell us in the chat so that we can hear and we can adjust things for you so that we can make sure you get the best experience. So I'm just going to check with John. Yes, there's still a bit of noise there, John.
I'm so sorry. I don't know where that is coming from.
That's okay. What we might do, John, is it okay if I introduce our next speaker? So I'm just going to, it's actually better now. Fantastic. So it's a little bit better now. I'll let you get on with your talk. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me. My name is John Asiegwu. I am an emotional intelligence expert. I'm an author, a business consultant, and also a speaker. I count it a privilege to be here speaking with you from all over the world today. I have someone from Melbourne, Sydney, where else? Wonderful people from all over the world joining me today. Within the next 20 minutes, I just want to run through some quick tips. It's going to be direct, some things we can use to help us leverage emotional intelligence for our relationship. So my topic today is leveraging emotional intelligence for our relationships. I mean, I listened to Joe briefly just before he got off, and he was talking about how, you know, the world has changed due to the experiences that we are having, including the pandemic, you know, that rocked everybody's boat, and then we are trying to balance our lives, which is the subject of this summit, business and life balance. So there's a lot of uncertainty out there, more than ever before. Security issues, post-pandemic challenges, and all of these things. And, you know, we are all trying to get a hand of it. And so if there is any time that we needed our relationships the most, it is now. Okay. It is now more than ever before we need to connect with one another, because we are primarily designed to connect as individuals. In fact, there's a saying that when there's no connection within a stuff and its source, then that thing starts dying. Some psychologists believe that when you isolate someone without any form of human interaction, after a while, one of two things will happen. Either the person falls sick or the person begins to develop some form of mental issues. So that goes to tell you that as humans, we're wired for connection. And that is the first thing I want to establish today, that as humans, we are wired for connection. And so that is where emotional intelligence comes in, because emotional intelligence is a tool that helps us to maximize our connections. You know, let me define emotional intelligence quickly before I go into the things I want to talk about today. Now, emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, acknowledge, and manage your emotions, and for the purpose of growth and connectivity. You know, so someone is suggesting I remove my headset. Okay. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, so basically it is important today that we connect. So within the next minutes that I have, I'm going to be talking to us about how to leverage emotional intelligence for our connection. Okay, and the first thing I want to talk about today is self-awareness. Self-awareness. And I'm just going to pick up some things along that line. Self-awareness in itself is a big subject under emotional intelligence, but I just want to relate it to our ability to connect, our ability to relate with one another. Now, the truth is this: if you don't understand yourself, I'm getting the feedback. No, it's unconnected. Hello? Can you all hear me?
Hi, John. Yes, we can hear you. Maybe can you just unconnect the headphones? Maybe that will help us. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. It's such a valuable talk to have with everyone. John, have you unconnected the headset? We'll see how we go with that.
Hello, Kathy.
Okay, so I think that we've got a few problems with the internet going here. What I'm going to do is we're just going to put up a little thing and we'll come back to you. We'll be here very, very soon. These internet issues, don't we love them? My goodness.
Yeah, they're saying you can hear me.
Hi, John. Here we are back again. How are you? Such a great thing, the internet, isn't it? John,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you like to go just do a little bit more and then we'll see how we go? I'm sure that our viewers are still getting great value out of what you're saying. I'm going to leave you now. If you can talk a little bit more and we can hear you, there's just that little bit of background noise. It should be fine. All right, so
just go on, right?
Soon. Yes, we can hear you. It's all good.
Okay, so thank you very much for that feedback, Katie. So I'm just going to go right on with my conversation all the way. Now, you see, the truth is this: if we're going to connect with one another, then we must first understand ourselves. And I just want to say this today: if we're going to connect with one another, it is important that we first understand ourselves, because you cannot give what you don't have. And as someone who has studied emotional intelligence, both academically and professionally, I can tell you that emotional intelligence starts with you. Connectivity starts with you. Relationship starts with you. Truth is, many of us in our businesses and in our homes, we tend to think that for a relationship to work, it depends on the other party, the other members of the team, your boss, or your relatives. But it starts with you. It starts with that consciousness of self. That is where relationships start from. So if there's going to be any connection, then it starts with us. And what do I mean by that? First, it is important that we understand the emotions that we are experiencing per time. You see, if you don't know what you're feeling, then you really can't determine your behavior. There's a saying that you cannot solve a problem that you don't understand. So if you're going to build connections, leveraging the power of emotional intelligence, then it will be necessary for us to know the emotions that we're experiencing per time. So are you angry? Are you sad? Are you anxious? Are you surprised? Are you disgusted? Per time, you should be able to lay your hands on what emotions exactly that you are experiencing. This is the first step to building connection. It is the first step to building connection. You must be able to lay your hands on your feelings. You must be able to explain your feelings. Because if you cannot do that, then it may be difficult to connect with other people. But where you have first been able to understand your feelings, then we can move to the next phase. And in this period that we're in, it's important for us to be able to understand how we feel. The next thing is for you to understand your behavioral tendencies. In certain situations, and this requires a lot of introspection from time to time, what are your behavioral tendencies? What are the likely things that you do at certain times when you feel a certain way? And I'm sure you'll be wondering, oh, what is this? And how does it affect relationships? It really does affect relationships, because if you don't know how you're feeling, then you may not know how to express that feeling towards the other person. So this is very critical. We need to be able to know our behavioral tendencies. Am I likely to get uneasy when the pressure is high? Am I likely to get angry when someone screams at me, or when someone uses harsh words on me? What is most likely going to be my reaction? You must understand your behavioral tendency. Remember, the first thing I said was that you need to be able to know what you're feeling, what emotions you're experiencing part time, and then after that, you must be able to know what do those emotions make you do. That's your behavioral tendencies. Because we cannot build connection if we don't first understand ourselves. And I hope someone is following me. If you're getting something that I'm saying, please just let me know that you're following me. That would be really encouraging. Okay? And then when we have understood our behavioral tendencies, the next thing we need to know is, what are our triggers? What are our triggers? What triggers you to sadness? What triggers you to anger? What triggers you to depression? Maybe. We must understand our trigger. For someone like me, something as simple as the temperature in the room, when it gets too warm, it affects me the way I feel. I get anxious, I get uncomfortable. It affects the way I feel, literally. Okay, for somebody else, for example, in the workspace, some people don't like being micromanaged. When some people are micromanaged at work, it affects their productivity. They feel anxious. Sometimes they may feel angry. So what are your triggers? Remember, the first thing I said was you need to be able to know what emotions you're experiencing per time, and then I said you need to know your tendencies, your behavioral tendencies when you experience these emotions. And then I talked about how you need to know your triggers as an individual. And then lastly, on the self-awareness angle, I want to talk about what then is the coping mechanism. The reason why I'm talking about all these things is that this is the first step to building connections. So the first step to building connections is you. Connections start with you. If that relationship is going to work, if you're going to get productive at work, it starts with you before the other person. Okay? Because like I learned, people usually mirror back the energy that we give off to them. So the energy that you give is what you get. So if you don't understand yourself, then you may not be able to manage the energy that you give off, and then you may then not be able to control the things that happen around you. So finally, on the area of self-awareness, we talk about coping mechanism. Now, what are the coping mechanisms you can use when you have certain emotional triggers? Number one is mindfulness. What is mindfulness? Just take it simply. Mindfulness in a practical form is you being on the moment. So instead of worrying about the things that are happening around you, For instance, you can listen to your pulse. What that helps you do is it helps you to calm down. So if you listen to your heartbeat in the moment of maybe a heated situation or an anxious situation, just take a second, take your mind off what is happening outside and listen to what is happening inside. So you could just pause and listen to your heartbeat, and while you're doing that, it helps you to get a better perspective of what you're feeling. So that's a good coping mechanism. Another coping mechanism that you could apply is counting numbers, and this is useful when you're experiencing difficult emotions like anger. So when you're angry, before you say the first word, you could count 1 to 30. By the time you're done counting, what has happened is that you would allow for a dialogue between your emotional brain and your thinking brain. And once that conversation happens, then you are able to give off a more objective reaction, because that conversation between your emotional brain and your thinking brain allows for you to gain a better perspective of the situation. Okay, another way you can cope with especially unhealthy emotions as an individual is talking to a loved one. I heard Joe earlier during his session when he was talking about, talking to someone who cares about you, who loves you, about how you're feeling. That is very, very critical. Now, what I've done within this short time is to help us understand ourselves. Now, the next thing is we need to learn to listen to people. I have learned in recent times that a lot of us don't do a lot of listening. Now, listening involves eye contact. It involves giving full attention to the person who is talking to you, not being distracted, involving your emotions in the conversation that you're having with people. This is how we build connection. Many times we're talking to people and we're distracted on our phones, we're looking elsewhere. If we're going to build connection, we must learn to listen. We must connect while we talk. When you're listening to someone, it is important that you pause your thought process so that you can hear every word that the person is saying, such that the response that you give after them will be an informed response based on what you have heard from the person. And finally, I want to talk about empathy. I know my time is fast spent, so I want to talk about empathy, and I'm going to wrap it up here. Okay, now there are 3 questions I want you to ask in every conversation. When you sit down with someone to talk, whether that person is your colleague at work, whether that person is a child, whoever that person is, there are 3 questions I want you to ask. 1, what is this person feeling? 2, what could they be going through right now? And 3, what do this person want from this conversation? If you don't learn anything from all I've said today, it's that the next time you're having a conversation with someone, in your subconscious, while the conversation is ongoing, ask yourself these 3 questions. 1, what is this person feeling? 3, what could they be going through? 2, what could they be going through? And then 3, what do they want from this conversation? When you ask these questions, it helps to determine the way you go ahead with the conversation. It helps you to be curious. It helps you to be empathetic. It helps you to listen. It helps you to connect. And these are some of the ways that we can build our relationships in this time. We have to be able to connect with one another. We have to be able to empathize. We have to be able to listen. It is important. In fact, a good conversationist listens more than he or she speaks. So we need to make it a habit that when we're having a conversation with our friends, we listen to them more than we speak. Because when you listen, then you are able to ask the right questions that builds connection. I'll say that again. When you listen, you're able to ask the right questions that build connection. And the whole idea for this conversation is how to leverage emotional intelligence to build our relationships. Okay, so I'm just going to pause here now because I know my time is fast spent. I'm going to take questions. If you have any questions, Any questions in the comment section? I'll take questions. I'll wrap it up with questions. Any questions?
John, yes. Hi, John. I'm looking at the feed now, and I'm sure people are typing in questions as we speak. John, what I love about your presentation is this. We need to really, really listen. And that is what creates that connection. And I know that these things are the biggest way to disconnect from people.
Right.
One of my other areas is helping parents, and it's so hard as a parent. We have so many interruptions. If we want to build that connection with our children, we need to put it down and make eye contact with the person that we're talking to. It's so important. So thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm wondering, if people notice some triggers, because someone sort of talked about triggers, if they notice they're getting triggered by something, what's your advice for them?
For the first experience of a trigger, it is important that you could make a mistake. You may fall for it the first time. You may not be able to control it. But what happens is, after that, you need to assess the situation so that you know how to prevent it the next time. Okay, so you can get triggered the first time. Then it's important. That's why I talked about self-awareness. When you get triggered by something, so I take myself an example. I get triggered by a warm environment. I know that. So as much as possible, I avoid being in a place that is hot, because it triggers me to anxiety. So it may be something else for you. So the first thing is you identify it. The next thing is you devise means to make sure that it doesn't trigger you the next time. So you devise coping mechanism, which is why I talked about the coping mechanism. I couldn't have had an exhaustive list here, but in a broader conversation, yes, we can devise coping mechanism for each person in different situations. It may not work the same for everyone at every time.
Yes, and that's it, isn't it? Is if we get triggered, it's a normal thing to get triggered sometimes. That's okay.
Yes.
It's the reflection afterwards, going, okay, what can I do now that will allow me to put some strategies in place, those coping mechanisms you talked about, so that I'm not triggered the next time.
Yes.
Absolutely. Now, John, can I ask you another question, just quickly?
Yes, please.
I know that we're on here. What about teaching our kids emotional intelligence? What would you recommend with that?
Interesting. I have a book titled Raising Generation Z, and that book is about leveraging emotional intelligence to build connection with your children. It is very important that we teach our children how to manage their emotions, and the first way to do that is to teach them emotional literacy. From a very young age, they should learn the words. You teach a child to know how to say how they feel. That's like very critical. Mommy, I'm sad, I'm angry. That's where it starts for the children. So the parents themselves, we need to learn emotional intelligence so that we can teach it to the children, because they don't know. They don't know how to control. Nobody was born with the ability to know how to control their emotions. We were just born to feel. Over time, we then need to learn how to manage our emotions. All right. When you give birth to a baby, the moment the baby comes out, the baby starts crying. That's an expression of an emotion, right? Now, as the baby grows, then the baby, based on the baby's environment, the baby begins to learn how to use those emotions productively. So the parents need to know this.
Yes, thank you. I think that's key, is that we aren't born knowing how to manage our emotions. They just are, especially for children. And so for me, the understanding is that as adults, we've got to show them how to manage their emotions. And if we aren't on top of that, our own emotional intelligence, then that's the first step, is work on our own emotional intelligence, that awareness that you said, the coping mechanisms, and of course asking those 3 vital questions, which I loved, that whenever you're going to engage in a conversation with someone, just fantastic. John, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you today. Thank you so much for giving. What time is it over there at the moment?
At the moment it's 5:12 a.m. here.
Well, John, thank you for getting up so early. Everyone,
I really want to apologize for the network. It went bad. I'm so sorry about it. Everyone, please bear with me.
Everyone, look, this is what we're all about at our Business and Life Balance Summit, is behavioural flexibility as well. Is that ability to go from one thing to another and be okay with it. Like, you know, things don't always go right, and that's okay. We just work through it and we do whatever we can. And I'm wondering how many people here today, if you could put a comment. Yes, well done, John, I'm getting, for getting up so early. We really appreciate that you've been doing that for us. And I hope we haven't disturbed your family. How many children have you got, John?
I don't have kids yet, but I mentor a lot of young people.
Right, okay.
It's part of what I do, yes. I mentor a lot of young people, and I help parents in the area of, you know, like I told you earlier, leveraging emotional intelligence to help their children.
Fantastic. I'm just reading some comments. All good resound. What you shared was great and well worth it. So our audience as well as demonstrating phenomenal behavioural flexibility. And thank you, John. I'm so pleased that you were able to be here. We've got a go you, a thank you. And we will make sure that those links go in the chat. In fact, I'm just going to talk. Can you just talk through again for our audience the two things that you have given them in the goodie bag?
Please come again.
There's a couple of things that I'm just putting in the chat here. One is 11 ways.
Yes, so I have a book, my best-selling book, titled 11 Ways to Improve Your Emotional Intelligence. If you're a beginner who is just learning emotional intelligence, trust me, there are many coaches all over the place, and there are different methods. You know, emotional intelligence is quite broad, right? But this book is like simple steps with short stories that helps you to understand the basics of most of these things that I've talked about. So get to that link, click on it, and you will get that 11 ways to improve your emotional intelligence. Powerful stuff like how to leverage sleep, you know, how to, you know, relate with people, connect with people. It's all about connection. So in that book, I talk about other awareness, how to be aware of other people, you know, how to leverage exercise, how to leverage sleep, to improve your emotional intelligence.
Fantastic, John. And I've got someone who's written in the comments, love the 3 questions. And I agree, those 3 questions to have. Can you repeat them for me? Because yeah.
I'll be glad to do that. And I will say this, if you don't get anything I said today because of the network issue, please get this. Whenever you're having a conversation with anyone, ask yourself these 3 questions. What is this person feeling? All right? It raises your curiosity. It makes you to look into their eyes. It makes you to pay attention. 2, you ask yourself, what could they be going through right now? Okay? And then finally, you ask yourself, what do they want from this conversation? If you successfully ask these 3 questions, you would have great conversations and great connections.
Thank you, John. Look, I'm going to let you go so you can go and have a bit of a rest and R&R, maybe go back to bed. I'm not sure what your morning routine's like, but thank you. We are absolutely so grateful to have you here today. Thank you so much. Well, how amazing was John? Unfortunately, the sound, and I love that. Thank you, everyone. You were so great in having that behavioural flexibility. Yes, the 3 questions, Mariana, I agree. How phenomenal were those 3 questions? John's links are in there for you as well. And, of course, we have our next speaker, the wonderful Leah. Now, Leah is the CEO and founder of Z Access Leadership Consultancy. She is an executive coach and wellness influencer who inspires and equips mature women leaders with confidence, influence, and radiance. Her motto is run, Eat green, be bold, and stay focused on your mountaintop. I love that. She also believes the magic lies within uncertainty. And this seems to have been a little bit of a theme today in creating balance, is embracing this uncertainty. Learn how to navigate this, and you can give yourself the best shot at living an extraordinary life. Thank you so much, Leah. And I am looking forward to your talk, which is all about how to have confidence at any stage or in your life, any age or stage. Thank you so much, Leah. Hi, Leah. How are you? We're just going to, yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much. How are you today?
Very good. Very good.
Nice.
So,
I'm going to go on.
Yeah, thank you for having me on and putting on such a smorgasbord of wonderful speakers and inspiration. So, yeah, really looking forward to sharing with everybody in the next 20 minutes or so.
Thank you so much. I'll see you at the end.
Okie doke. Can you see my screen okay? Now, I'm just wondering if you can see my screen. Are we having more technical issues?
That's okay. Hi, Leah. Yes, it's we haven't seen. Oh, Mariana. Yes, she can see your screen. Yes, can you hear me? Is it all good? Oh. Yes, there we go. All good. Thank you, Leah.
Thank you. So, how to regain your confidence at any age or stage in life and in business? Can we have it all without burning out? And as Kathy mentioned, I specialise in working with busy, aspiring business owners and CEOs who are determined to rewrite the rule book of success. And in this requires us to work in uncertainty, because whenever we are looking to disrupt and create disruption, we are working in uncertainty. And my world is all about getting better at working in uncertainty myself, and helping and equipping my clients to do the same. So I guess coming on from what John was saying, the two questions to ask: what are you feeling today on a scale of 1 to 10? If insecure is 0 or 1, and is usually when we're really doubting ourselves, and 10 is that top of the mountain feeling when we are unstoppable no matter what. And so this is really the self-assessment part, and I really want to bring the focus of you onto you. So you are putting yourself central to this conversation in the next, 15, 20 minutes or so. And just ask yourself, where are you sitting right now in your sense of self? From self-doubt, if it's a spectrum, if confidence is on a spectrum where 0, 1 is insecure and self-doubt, and 10 is confident and unstoppable, and write that down, that number. And then the question to ponder on as we work through these few slides I have is to allow yourself just to ponder and listen for the language and the thoughts and the beliefs are coming up around what's the cost for you to stay there, right? And maybe today, and with everything that's going on, and with everything you want to achieve in your life and in your business, maybe your confidence is not so strong today, is not so high, because there's something that has brought you here. And there has been so much gold shared, but it's until we take that gold, those tips, those insights, and try them on ourselves and put them into action somewhere, it is all great information. It is all lots of great notes. But because what we need to be doing is taking some of this and putting it into action. So the third question I like to ask is, what might be possible? What just might be possible for you if you moved up that scale even by 2 points? Let's say you see yourself or feel into a 4 at the moment. What would a 6 look like? And what's going to drive you towards a 6? And if I look at all the work that I do through my signature program, my 5 Eyes to Impact program, which I do either one-on-one with executives and business owners or in groups and teams, what we're really doing is taking that journey from really getting honest with ourselves. We all have the self-doubts going on. We all have those negative Nancys, and they come and go, don't they? Like this whole thing about getting rid of all your negative beliefs and being free of them forever. Look, I don't know if that's humanly possible, actually. But what I do know is that when we set our sights on our own mountaintop, when we truly set our consciousness around what does that mountaintop look like for us? What is our mission? What is my vision? What are my values? When I set my sights on that, then what that allows me to do is to dare to take the journey. Dare to even think I could move myself, or I could learn to move myself from a 4 to a 6, or from a 5 to a 7. Or maybe you're already well on the way and you're an 8 to a 9 already. But there is always another level. But there's always the back and forth. We're always going to be in and out of certainty, uncertainty, self-doubt, confidence. So how would life be if we could learn how to bend, like the bamboo that one of the previous speakers was talking about? What if we could get faster at putting that rock of self-doubt down? What if we really could take one more step forward and celebrate that? Because we know we're heading towards our mountaintop and nobody's going to take that dream away. And this is really the journey of transformation that underpins my work with people, whether you're talking to a CEO of a multinational company or the beginner coach who's daring to think that they might just be able to change your life, right? It all starts with really daring yourself to give yourself a chance for something to be different, and to be setting the mission, vision, and values of what they are to you, as Joe was pertaining to before, and how John was talking so beautifully about how are we feeling. Let's really feel into how are we feeling. So my background and what has led me to do what I do is I have 3 decades in that corporate quagmire and of people with toxic behaviours. I love that distinction that Joe made, that people are not toxic. It's that there is a lot of stuff that creates toxic behaviours. But I have studied the Master of Science in Coaching Psychology. So what that means is that I have a lot of the technical and scientific background about human behaviour, how we set goals, how we achieve, what holds us back. And I've taken that journey to leave the corporate golden handcuffs of the paycheck and gone and taken that leap of faith into becoming a self-generating online coach and entrepreneur and also an investor. And by nature, we become lifelong learners as coaches and as transformation people on the journey to transformation ourselves. But what I also find is that we must, if we want to create a business out of what we learn, we must put what we learn into action. Otherwise, it's absolutely fine if you want to be a lifelong learner and not start a business or not translate that knowledge into a way of making money. But if you don't take action, then all the knowledge in the world is not going to help you to reach that mountaintop until we actually start taking some steps. So these questions I find, and particularly as more and more I'm working with people in that next stage of life, in that 40 plus bracket where we've been working for a long time. And these questions actually help you to self-assess exactly where you are right now and whether a change is right for you right now. Does it matter to you that your work makes a difference? Do you want to be making money solving a problem that matters to you? And not everybody does. Some people will be perfectly happy to go to a job that pays them something and find their purpose and their vision and their mission in doing other things. And where all this is leading is that when we answer these questions honestly, it helps us to define what that layer of our vision, mission, and values are that allow us then to experience more confidence. And because the confidence comes through being on that journey towards what really matters to us. Are you cutting through, right? This is a test for your vision, mission, and message. Are you communicating clearly and with conviction? And if you are in a business, are you negotiating your contracts and your client fees and your salary if you're in a job that reflects your true sense of professional value? And I find that particularly with women, often we are selling ourselves short. So this tends to be a sweet spot for me to help women to raise their rates and actually raise their income level. Then we look at what the environment, how is our external environment either supporting us to thrive or not? And often this is the big battle between the golden handcuffs and starting your own business, or actually and leaving that secure paycheck and having the confidence and the faith to be able to step out and say, I'm going to become self-generating and I'm going to find the who, as Kathy and others have talked about, who can help me to fill in some of those gaps and help support my journey and help me to feel confident when everything is looking harder than I thought it would. So, I'd love to know, if you have comments in that you'd like to share, or there's a question that is really speaking to you, or if you have a question for me, please do put them in the comments. But these are often big questions because the work-life balance question is really underpinned here. And it's your sense of confidence around how comfortable are you answering these questions. These all give you clues as to what sort of help you might need to be moving yourself forward. And the big question, are you ready to put self-doubt and insecurity and all those old beliefs down? Because if you are ready to do that, then all things are possible. And this is your decision point. This is your desire point, where if you want something to change, God, there's definitely a way for you to create the lifestyle and the business and the way of being where you can look in your mirror, in yourself in the mirror, and really celebrate who you are and what you are doing and how far you've come. And so simply by committing to yourself that you're ready to say goodbye to the things that have so far kept you where you are. And the beauty of taking the journey to define your mission, vision, and values, because that's not usually an overnight project. This is usually, a long time in coming and a lot of ideas percolating. But the promise of this is that all your work and life decisions become easier because you have a North Star, you have a compass, you have your heart and your vision clear about the direction you are choosing for your life. And then the building up of the confidence then becomes the different building blocks of skills and daily rituals, as Joe was saying, and the balance, as Kathy was sharing with us in the beginning, about having, having some energy and attention in all those important areas of your life. And this is where my transformation promise for the journey people take with me is that you will find your way to be working in your power and purpose. You will begin to respect and recognize yourself for who you are and who you are becoming and the difference you're making in the world, and others will be seeing and giving you that reciprocity as well as you become that leader, that business owner, that CEO that is creating intentional ripple effect as you move towards your mountain and take people with you. And as you become that being, you will then attract and find that you'll be much more able to have those conversations and aim for much higher returns if that is part of your game plan, right? So everybody's financial situation is completely, again, their own threshold and their barometer. But when you are truly aligned, as Joe, as most speakers have talked about, energetically aligned with your sense of purpose, which is that heart-driven work and heart-driven outcomes, and you are working in your power and sense of purpose, then this is when all the ducks do start to align and that confidence seems to come. Like confidence is an outcome of doing the work underneath to define what this is for each and every individual. So what robs us of confidence? And I'd love your comments and thoughts and please share in the comments, what are the beliefs and the thoughts that stop you from actually seeing yourself at that mountaintop? And these are some of the thoughts and the beliefs that come up when I work with, particularly with women who are in that 45 plus age bracket. And the big question is can I really change? Can I really recreate myself? Can I really get a life where I'm doing what I love, getting paid what I want, making a difference in the world and doing something that the world will pay for? And these are the thoughts, and I want to, I guess, reassure you that if you have any of these thoughts and fears, and you probably have your own versions of these, that welcome to humanity, welcome to being an ambitious human wanting to live a fulfilled life, right? This is part of the deal because our natural state is to move towards that status quo, is to be safe, is to be secure. Different speakers have talked about that in terms of our, our ego state and trying to keep us small and safe. So when we're moving towards experiencing and expressing our own potential, we've got to disrupt. We've got to live in uncertainty. We've got to move into that that zone of uncertainty, and we've got to work there. We've got to be in action, feeling all those feelings of fear. So it really is that book, Susan Jeffries, Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. It's a golden oldie, but it's definitely a universal truth. But this is also where working with like-minded people in community, with coaching, with other people on this path is so important to not be alone with your thoughts. Because if you sit with any of these for a length of time on your own, then the downward spiral can take you to very, very dark places. So again, coming back to the who can help, we've got a myriad of speakers and helpers on the call today that you can reach out to. One of the psychology models that I work with is the mental toughness model, and there's no time like the present where we all need to be building and working our mental toughness muscles, which is building our sense of control, building our commitment to our own mountaintop, and knowing that the environment and the challenges that we have, we can find a way through. And taking on challenges and seeing them as ways of learning and ways of becoming the person that we need to be that leader on the mountaintop, to be that person that can just deflect a lot of what other people think. And this is where the area of confidence really sits, where we have that two-pronged attack with confidence. One is our self-belief in our ability to achieve, right? So that's the confidence in our own abilities. The second aspect is our interpersonal confidence. And this is the impact that we have, or our interactions with others. And I promised a 3-step formula or framework to help us move from that point of self-doubt and insecurity to a point of confidence. And that's where I have this grid, the mental toughness grid, that works on all of these, or takes each of these 8 factors that have been shown to be pertinent in people who are able to weather the storms of life and stay focused on task and be able to keep performing in spite of setbacks, in spite of the mental anguish, in spite of things that other people might say and do, and keep moving forward. And so this is a grid where each of these 8 factors, and I've got descriptors here for: are you drowning? Are you struggling? Are you surviving? Are you thriving? And the way I work with this, if I wake up and I'm not feeling like very confident today, then I will look here and I'll say, okay, I think it's my confidence in my own abilities. I'm not sure I'm able to deal with things today. But what that does is it helps me to see and articulate, put the feelings into words. And when we can articulate the feelings into words, we can then start looking at strategies to move into a more thriving state. What is it going to take to move from I'm not sure of how to deal with things to, yes, I know that I have the ability and I'm using every ounce of my ability to help myself. So I've got a copy of this particular chart, which again is a self-coaching tool. And everything that I do is I equip people with tools to be able to self-coach themselves through the funk. And this saves, it saves tens of thousands of dollars in therapy and ongoing conversations, because our brain loves frameworks. So when we give it a logical structure, the overwhelm starts to subside. So I encourage you to have a closer look at that. But now moving just quickly into where we go from here. If you're ready to regain your confidence, like what is it that you want to do with being more confident? And this is where I love Oprah Winfrey. Create the highest, grandest vision possible for your life, because you become what you believe. And this is where it's so important to take that on board. We become what we believe. So why don't we dare to believe ourselves successful and being able to get to the top of that mountain? Where are you at the end of this year? It's 5 months from now. You're feeling proud. You're feeling excited about what 2022 is going to bring. You've made some big decisions. You've laid the foundation, whether it's for your ideal career or your business, and you are crafting success on your terms. And you see yourself succeeding and exceeding even your own expectations. And this is some of the vision work and the feeling work that is so important that we work into our daily rituals to remind ourselves about where we're going. So my vision for you as we close today is that you, each of you here on this call, are committing to do what it takes to create success on your terms, to define your vision and mission and make that your reality. And know that whatever difficulties or setbacks happen during this journey, you know you can handle it. So I think, yes, so as I mentioned, this is the link and Kathy will put it into the chat, but this is the Coach Yourself Out of Stuckness and Self-Doubt, the mental toughness grid that I recommend that everybody print out and laminate, and it just helps you take stock of where you are and move back into action faster. Because the faster we can get back into action, the faster we're going to get to that mountaintop. And that's my 5-step process. And then that's my contact details. If you're wanting to email me or grab that link to the masterclass. But I think that's over and out for now, Kathy. Oh, I can't hear you.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, still can't hear me. Let me just check on a couple of things and I will go there. Interesting. Oh, my goodness. Let's just check on a couple of things and make sure that I can hear you. Make sure that I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Kathy? Can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me now, Layla? Can you hear me now? So not sure what's happening here. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Well, I can hear you on my phone.
Okay, so that's interesting. Not sure what's going on. Can everyone hear me? I'll just go through the chat. Layla, thank you so much. I will talk soon. Thank you. Can everyone tell me if you can hear me in the stream, please? Mariana, can you hear me right now? Please, everyone, just give me a yes. Thank you so much. Oh, we love technology. It's so much fun. Thank you, Michelle. Really appreciate it. Wow, we are getting such a smorgasbord of speakers today, and the insights that we're learning, I know that I am learning a lot as well. And it's great to hear so many different types of ideas, and this common theme keeps coming back, and we'll talk about that towards the end. Thank you everyone for being here. If you're new, thank you, Pauline. If you're new and you just joined us, welcome. This is our Business and Life Balance Summit. So I'm going to be introducing the wonderful Janet. So Janet's going to take us on another trip. Janet is the founder of Bathed in Love, and she's a mum to 4 from the Macarthur area in Sydney. After a career change from working in community sector for 13 years, she knew she wanted to do something that would assist people to foster self-care in their routines. And when she was not making luxury bath products, Janet is in her succulent garden or out and about celebrating in her community with her nearest and dearest. And I know that Janet is one to really cheer on her community. She is talking today about the art of R&R and how to reset in 20 minutes. So, hi, Janet. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you, Kathy?
I'm fantastic. What a great summit we've had today. I'm looking forward to hearing your talk. I'm going to walk away from this now and I will come back and check in on you. We can hear you loud and clear, so that's great. Everyone say hi to Janet in the chats and say, yes, I can hear you and we are good to go. So I'll leave you. Thanks, Janet.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Well, hello and welcome, everyone. Thank you. It's such a gift to have you here with me. And I just want to thank you for being here. And over the next 20 minutes, I want to talk to you about the art of rest and relaxation and how to reset in just 20 minutes. Before we dive in, I do want to thank Kathy for hosting today. You know, so many fantastic speakers have already been, so much knowledge has been learned. It's been great tapping into everything. Given the current climate, I've really appreciated hearing from them and just getting that, you know, that sometimes those little nuggets of gold to be able to go, okay, let's keep going. So Kathy, thank you so much. And thank you to all the speakers. I also just want to cover that I am going to look at my notes during this talk today. Few reasons. One, I've got a lot to cover. I tend to rabbit warren if I don't cover notes. And if that's okay with you, I'm going to ask you to pop a yes in the comments for me. So if you could do that now, I do have my comments down here. Thank you so much, Mariana. I do have my comments down here and I've got my notes over here. So at different times, I will be doing that. All right. Now, if it's okay with you, I am going to be sharing with you about rest and relaxation and how to reset in 20 minutes. If that's okay with you, if I could get a yes in the comments if you're here with me today. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. And I've got some rest and relaxation products and I'll share them with you towards the end if that's okay. And again, if you could pop a yes in the comments for me, that would be just fantastic. All right. Before I keep going, I just want to acknowledge that I'm from, like Kathy introduced me, I'm from Macarthur area in Sydney. So we're currently in lockdown and I'm suffering from hairdressers are closed itis. And then if you couple that with the fact that I did shave for the cure 4 months ago, I'm just going to ask that you don't get distracted by this fabulous, you know, hair that I'm adorning today, but that you can just tune in and hear the message that I'm wanting to share with you around being able to rest and relax and reset. Thanks, guys. All right, so what I'm going to ask for is some thumbs up if you're, thank you so much for telling me I look bad. I'm going to ask for some thumbs up now if your thumbs up are working, because I know mine have worked on and off throughout this summit. But can you give me a thumbs up if you want to learn about how to reset in 20 minutes? Beautiful. I can see them flying on screens. That's awesome. Do you want to learn about the age-old technique of bathing, how to relax your muscles, how to stimulate your nervous system, how to get a better night's sleep, how to improve gut health, all through the art of bathing? If I could get some thumbs up off you. Beautiful. Thank you, guys. And if I could get a thumbs up, if you want to know how to take that stress busting to the next level. Beautiful. I can see out of the corner of my eyes that I'm on track with you. Thank you so much. So, guys, most ancient cultures believe in the healing power of water. And if we even look at traditions over the years around, you know, in Bath and Roman times and all of those things, people gathered around water holes, and there was attached to that there was healing within the waters, that, you know, Not only did it cleanse the body, but it also cleansed the mind. And for as much as we don't have a lot of waterholes or public bathing areas in Australia, we do have, I think the modern equivalent is probably like a day spa maybe. So I often think about this and think, well, on one hand, we could go to the day spa and spend hundreds of dollars renewing ourselves and cleansing our mind and our body. And on the other hand, we can create a ritual regularly at home that can allow us to reset in the privacy of our own bathrooms. And even though at the moment we can't do these things because of COVID and we're locked down, I know which hand I'm probably going to play moving forward. All right, and guys, for as much as soaking is great, there's also a lot of benefits to having a shower, and these things can swap over. So I just want to share a story with you about one of my customers. She was fortunate enough to win some of my bath products at one stage. And this woman is a professional. She's employed by someone. She has children. She has a partner. She's very aware of the demands of life. You know, we're talking about the Business Life Summit, Business Life Balance Summit. So we're all aware that there's always something that's grabbing for our attention. You know, we've heard it all day around how do we get balance for this. So, you know, in business life, there's certain things that are calling for our attention. And as a parent, there's things that are calling for our attention. As a partner, there's things that are calling for our attention. Financially, there's always kind of this push and pull calling for our attention. And, you know, what we've heard about today is how do we balance that? How do we reset that? How do we navigate that so that we don't end up burnt out and that we don't end up unwell or not being able to give to all the areas like most of us want to. So this particular customer of mine, she'd always known about bathing being beneficial. So she'd always had a bit of a ritual of bathing. But what she said was that when she received my products, the smell in her bathroom would remind her, I'm going to take a bath this week. This week I'm going to take the time out and take care of me. And she was saying that the smell of the products allowed her to make it into a weekly thing, that it was the reminder, the jog in her memory that I'm going to do this. I'm going to make sure that it happens every single week. But what if you don't have a bath? What if you've only got a shower? A lot of modern homes are not built with baths anymore. So I want to tell you about when I first made shower steamers. So we don't do any animal testing here at Bathed in Love. Everything is human tested, and I'm the first human in the line to be tested on. And so I made my first ever batch of shower steamers. I'm really pleased with myself. I start up the shower, I pop one on the floor, and I get on with my business. I'm, you know, washing myself, doing all those things that you do in the shower. And then suddenly the beautiful, glorious aromas just hit me. And in that moment, I'm no longer thinking about what did I need to grab in the shopping? Has everyone packed their school bags? Have the uniforms been laid out? In that moment, I stop. I rest in those aromas. I start to relax. I start to allow them to take them on. And I reset in that moment. So guys, I do have a quote today. So according to the psychologist, Neil Morris, who surveyed 80 people, bathing can diminish feelings of depression and pessimism because baths give you a wonderful combination of isolation, quiet, and comfort. So guys, again, this can also be recreated in the shower. But did you know that in the bath, taking a bath weekly, a regular bath, can improve gut health, can improve heart health, can help you get a deeper night's sleep? So just quickly, the science behind the deeper night's sleep is when you run your bath, generally you'll run it, most people will take a warm bath. I always say run it to your desired temperature. So you enter the bath, it's warm, and you're core body temperature rises at that point. And when we get out of the bath, and this happens in summer and winter, don't think this is only a winter thing. When we get out of the bath, our core body temperature drops, which tells the brain it's time to release the melatonin, which is the hormone responsible for assisting us to have a really good night's sleep. Some of the other great benefits of bathing is that you get a deeper exfoliation of your skin. You can clean off a lot deeper level. But there's just so many benefits to bathing. Layla, the last speaker was saying, that you've also got to put these things into practice. And when I started making bath bombs and researched and found out how fantastic taking a bath can be for you, one of the things I did was started taking more regular baths, even more so than the once a week. So now I find if I'm having a day where I'm just think, oh, you're a bit snappy or you're a bit reactive today, because I know that taking a bath can improve my mood, that night I'm in the bath. So what are we talking about today? We're talking about rest and relaxation. And I've got 3 tips for you to get the most out of your bath/shower time. So the first time is to make sure that it's me time. Make sure that the people in your home know that that is going to be your time, your sacred moment. Get creative if you need to. Create a sign for the door, do not disturb. Maybe another sign, maybe underneath that, instructions on lounge. Or I can trottle off to the lounge, pick up the next sheet of paper, and it can say, it's where you left it. There's some fruit on the fruit bowl. In the fruit bowl, help yourself. Find another adult. Just leave your brother or sister alone. Whatever your notes need to say, guys, get creative. But let people in your home know that that bathroom is a no-go zone. It is your time for at least 20 minutes, okay? My next tip is gather supplies. So, again, I'm going to tell you stories about customers because I've got 2 customers with very different supply gathering habits. So one of my customers always makes sure that she grabs a candle. She has a meditation tape that she takes in with her. She grabs herself a glass of bubbly, and she just really sets herself up for a time to reset, for a time to renew, which is lovely. Now, I've got another customer who sets herself up like the world just might end. She's got herself a platter of food. She sets herself up with the DVD. She's got a jug of water. She makes sure that she gets a towel off the clothesline. This is really particular for her because she wants it to be really crusty, so at the end she can get, give her skin a really good exfoliate. But the point is, gather your supplies. Make sure you have everything you need at your fingertips. So whether that's a special towel that you want to set aside, a bath bomb, a bubble bath, whatever your thing is, it's going to make that bath time enjoyable, get your supplies ready. And my third tip is always use natural bath products. So why do you want to use a natural product versus a large-scale commercially used one? Well, there's several reasons. With the natural products, you're less likely to have ingredients in there that are going to irritate your skin. I can only speak for myself, but I know that in my range, I don't add any of the unnecessary fillers. So I don't add the ingredients that just plump out a product. I also don't need to include ingredients that are going to give it a really, really long shelf life, like the larger manufacturers do. Again, they're the main culprits on causing skin irritation. And I just wanted to, you just want to use a natural product that's got clean, raw ingredients in it. So that's just something that I would suggest that you look out for. I'm wondering, I'm just going to remind you. So those 3 tips were, make sure that it's your own me time. Let's go back to what the psychologist said. He talked about that time of isolation. He talked about that time of it just being quiet. There's a comfort that comes from being in the water. Okay. So that was make sure it's me time, gather your supplies, and grab yourself some natural products. So again, what if you don't have a bath? We have shower steamers that can allow you to reset it as well, and shower bombs. And I'm just wondering at this stage, is there any questions, or is there anything that stood out for you? Now, I know there's about a 5-second lapse between me asking that question and me seeing something come up on the screen. So I'm just going to give it a few moments. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to share with you some of the most commonly asked questions that I get asked. So one of them is, what if I don't have a bath? And we've kind of covered that already. If you don't have a bath, I've got a lot of essential oil range products and that you can find in the market in general that you can use instead. Our shower steamers that release essential oils into the steam in the shower. So what they are is they're a little puck that when they start to dissolve, all of the essential oils just release into the steam and give you a beautiful aromatherapy treatment while you're in the shower. Another common question is around, I often hear I've got super sensitive skin, I can't use any of these products. More than once, I've just said to people, have one, just try one, because I'm so confident. And from customer feedback, because I don't need to use those ingredients that are often the culprits of causing irritation, let's go back to using a natural product. Because I don't have to use those other chemicals, or because I choose not to use them in my products, I've found that it is suitable for sensitive skin. Of course, it's always worth testing a product if it's new to you, but from customer feedback, it's gentle on sensitive skin even. Another question that I also often get is, or a statement, it's not a question, is, oh, I'm a single mum, I don't have time for this, or my partner's always working, no one can take care of the children. And if you have young children, if they're really young and you need someone else to care for them, my kind of tip would be, I've often crawled into the bath quite late at night because I know that I'm going to have that better night's sleep and I'm going to set myself up for the next day. So it's just around finding those opportunistic times and using them as you can. But yeah, I think that's about it from me today. Oh, I meant at the beginning that I've got some rest and relaxation products and I've spoken to you about them, but you can find them on my website. It's www.bathedinlove.com.au. I do believe Kathy has dropped them into the link as well. Beautiful, she has. But if you don't have any questions, comments, anything at all, I think that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Oh, Janet, awesome. I know that a bath is the first thing on my list after this summit today. Thank you so much. So valuable. And I think we forget the simple things that we can do to help reset. It's incredible, isn't it? Just those simple things like taking a bath or a refreshing shower. It's incredible. Absolutely.
Thank you for your time today, Kathy.
Okay. You're welcome. Thank you so much,
bye.
Janet. We will see you next time. Well, I know that we have had some incredible speakers today. I'm just wondering, what are you loving so far? What are you absolutely loving? And what are you seeing that you're going to use? I know for me, it's reminding me I'm going to have that bath, because having a bath, I find, makes me feel really relaxed and reset and create some balance. And what is it that you, what's resonated with you? Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. I love how you put your name, Mishlee. I'm not sure how I say your name, but thank you for putting your name at the end of it. You had a bath from this morning for that reason. Fantastic. Absolutely. Well, we're going to move on to our next speaker. And I'm so pleased to bring Ray to us today. So Ray Cito is a business owner of Zekin Financial Services, and he's been a mortgage broker for 5 years. He's helped many purchase their home and to invest in property, finding a lender to meet their property goals. And isn't it fantastic that we are branching out to finances now, which is such an important area of balance in our life. When our finances aren't going well, or we're worried about where we live, this is a big issue in finding balance. He believes that home ownership is challenging, but it is attainable. And he wants to be a key partner to young couples in achieving their goal of home ownership. Ray believes in giving back to the community and is involved in community engagement through his board seats and his role as treasurer with Bendigo Bank, Darling Square Community Bank Branch, and the Sydney Mechanics School of Arts. He's a practicing tax accountant, a member of the CPA Australia and MFAA. To balance his business and life, Ray is a keen photographer and videographer and is constantly learning to improve his craft and art. He is a keen runner, cyclist, and is training for his first triathlon. Wow. And his talk is called How to Get Your First Home Loan Without Ruining Your Relationship. Hi, Ray. How are you?
Hi, Kathy. It's been such a wonderful day today. The speakers here are just amazing. I feel as though, like, how can I add to this day? And I hope I can.
Oh, Ray, look, I love that your topic is another dimension to finding life balance, because if we are struggling to find a home, the roof over our head, and we're not fulfilling our dreams, then it's really important. And I know as a mum to young adults, I'm going to be listening really intently to your talk today because I'll be passing. And I think a couple of them, I made sure that they were listening today as well.
Yes.
So, Ray, thank you so much. I'm going to leave you now and I'll see you at the end.
Thanks, Kathy. Well, welcome everyone and hello. Today I'm giving tips on getting your first home loan. And of course, there's some people here who may have already have their home, and I hope some of these tips you can pass on to people you know and also your kids. But many first home buyers face the challenging task, as you all know, of finding an affordable home. And once they find that home they think they want, they now have to go and get a home loan to be able to buy it. And that next step is a real challenge to go to lenders, to go to someone who can say, we'll lend you 800,000, 500,000 to get that home. They have a long list of information requirements, and part of my job here is to help tell people what those information requirements are. Just give you tips, show some of the traps that you can fall into. They'll ask questions like, what's your income? How much have you saved? How long have you worked for in your job? How much do you owe? That's just a short list of questions you need to answer. And not providing the right answer to those questions could end up for you missing out on that loan, because it could get rejected because you've forgotten bits of information. So I trust that my talk today can pass on that information and share some of that knowledge and help lessen that stress and possible disappointment. It should take about 20 minutes. But before I start, I'd like to thank Kathy and the organizers of the summit. Just amazing event. To my fellow speakers, thank you for sharing your expertise and wisdom. I myself been here all day and I've just learned so much. I can't wait to learn more. Lastly, to the audience, thank you for investing your time to be with us here today. Without you, this summit could not be possible. And if you're living in a COVID lockdown, best wishes to you and please stay safe. As Kathy said, my name is Ray Cito. I'm from Zyken Financial Services. I've been a mortgage broker for 5 years and an accountant for over 35. My passion is to help property buyers, investors, and especially first home buyers achieve their property goals. But before I start, I'd like to just ask you 3 simple questions. I'm going to be referring to my notes and presenting slides today just to help me get some points over. And I'm sorry, I can't get over the accountant stereotype where I need to get my facts right as I'm speaking. So if that's okay, could you just put a yes in the comments? That'd be great. Now, I'm sharing tips on how to get a home loan. If you're ready, to go, please say yes. Put a yes in the comments section. And at the end of my talk, is it okay if I share the next steps with you? And please say yes in the put a yes in the comments. Thanks. If there are any questions, please write them in the comment section, and I'll try and answer them as we go along. But if I can't, I'm more than happy to answer them at question Q&A or take it offline. Now, as I mentioned at the start, first home buyers face a difficult challenge of not only finding an affordable home, but finding a home loan for them. How much do you need to save for deposits? How much can I borrow? Do I qualify for the first homeowner's deposit scheme? And all lenders will offer different products, and they combine interest rates, credit cards, loan terms, and there's a whole myriad of different product combinations you can look at. And so you really need your wits about you to get the home loan that's suitable for you. So who here wants to learn about getting your first home loan? If you can put a yes in the comment section, that'd be great. Fantastic. And who here wants to know about the long-term benefits of getting the right loan from you? Please put a yes in the comments. And my last question is, who here wants to take this to the next level? Please put a yes in the comments. So, why learn about getting a home loan or a first home loan? What are you going to get out of learning about mortgages? It's pretty boring hearing about interest rates, 30-year home loan terms, fixed interest terms, deposits, first homeowners grants, stamp duty. If I wasn't a mortgage broker, I'd be like going, forget it, don't want to know. But in a nutshell, it's the Australian dream of owning your own home. You want your own castle, a place to call your own. Build your wealth, not someone else's wealth. Let me show you a graph of how important the property market is to the Australian economy. Now, this absolutely blew my mind when I first saw this graph. But before I do, let me ask you if anyone knows how much Australian superannuation is worth. You pay 9.5%, 10% of your salary into a fund, and that contributes to your retirement. Do you think it's worth 900 billion? It's worth $3.1 trillion. And Australian listed shares, it's worth $2.7 trillion. And commercial real estate is worth $963 billion. But much bigger than all these three combined is the Australian real estate market. It's worth $8.4 trillion. When I first saw this, I couldn't believe how much that is worth. And it's by far the biggest asset class in Australia. The Australian economy is basically homes and apartments that people own to live in or to invest in. And home ownership is the bedrock to our economy and the greatest wealth generator that we have. And this is due to past governments valuing home ownership and property for our society and giving us tax breaks and benefits to maintain the status quo. You all know, if you buy a home, you sell the home, whatever capital gain you have, well, you only, after 12 months, you don't pay capital gains tax. So, it's a real incentive for people to go and play in the property market. But that's something that we all aspire to go down the road to. But let me tell you a quick story. I have clients who wanted to buy their own home. They have been renting for some years and wanted a health check on their finances and borrowing capacity. They all also wanted to increase their knowledge of the housing and lending markets. So over a few meetings, we discussed their needs and I shared my knowledge of the home and lending markets. I analyzed their income and expenses, and what I found was they needed more savings to afford a deposit. And they were spending way too much to get there. What I recommended to them was, 1, create and commit to a financial budget. 2, revise their spending patterns. And 3, move back to mum and dad's to help build their savings. 6 months down the track, they have saved enough to afford a home. We have discussed which lenders and products were best suited to their situation. And I've prepared a loan application, and approval has been granted within the week. They're now on the road to home ownership. And I want to be able to help first home buyers go down that road as well. But take a moment to think about that story and think about your future and your kids' future. Do you see yourself renting or living with mum and dads for the next 5 or 10 years? Or is it for the rest of your life? I don't think so. You don't have to listen to the pundits who say that the millenniums have dined out on too much smashed avocados and they can't afford the Australian dream. It will take commitment and discipline, but it is attainable. And I hope my tips can inspire you to take those first steps to home ownership. Let me share what Franklin D. Roosevelt said about real estate. Let me quote from this. Real estate cannot be lost or stolen, nor can it be carried away. Purchased with common sense, paid for in full, and managed with reasonable care, it is about the safest investment in the world. Wow, okay. I've been rattling on for a little while now, and I hope my words have resonated with you. Let me know if you have any questions. I'd be, try and answer them. But so how do we get your first home loan without ruining your relationship? Is it winning the lottery or lotto? For some people, that could happen. But for most of us, we must do it ourselves. It all comes down to financial education, a plan, a budget, and your discipline to stay the course. But of course, you need more than platitudes to get that home loan. But before I start on my top tips, don't worry about taking notes, or if I run out of time, I have a free download at the end with all my tips. So let's start off with my tips. Tip number 1, go to the bank of mum and dad. If mum and dad can help with the deposit, fantastic, and congratulations. The hard yards are done. Most couples find saving a deposit the hardest task. If you can't get the full deposit from mum and dad, maybe a portion could boost at your savings and get you to a deposit sooner. However, they do need to sign a statutory declaration that the funds are a gift and will not be repaid as a loan. Top tip number 2, the interest rates. They vary from lender to lender, product to product. Check the market for the best rates, but beware of the cheapest offer, as quite often they come with a sting in the tail, which is interest rates will increase at the end of the promotional term. Rates will also vary with the type of loan. You will see principal and interest rates for different LVRs. And LVR simply means it's the loan to valuation ratio. If you want to know about that, please write a question on the comments part. There are fixed terms for 2, 3, 4 years, Also, you may not get the cheapest rate due to your specific situation. For example, if you're going to auction in 2 weeks and your lender of choice can only start assessing your application in 30 days, your choice of lender is now restricted to those lenders that can assess your application in a few days. And that may mean accepting a high interest rate so you can go to auction. But always find the loan that's suitable to you, not just the cheapest. Tip number 3, there are government grants available. You've probably all seen it. The federal government has the First Home Owners Deposit Scheme. State governments have the grants, $10,000 grants. Each state has their own. I won't go through each and every one of them because there's a myriad of them. But demand for these grants are high, and the places are limited. Each lender or number of lenders have quotas, and you might be disappointed because they get filled very quickly. If you go to a lender and they're filled up, find another lender. There's always someone who hasn't filled their quota. But please contact me if you want more information. I'd be delighted to help. Top tip number 4, look for special offers. Quite often, banks will offer a professional package targeted at medical, law, or accountants, and they'll offer low-cost lender's mortgage insurance and other benefits. You'll need to check if you qualify. Also, there are rebates or cashbacks for first home buyers ranging from $1,000 to $3,000. Each lender has their own thing. Now, top tip number 5, declare all your debts. Quite often, people will forget to say, I've got a small buy now, pay later loan, like Afterpay or Zip. And also declare your HECS or HELP education debt. Now, all lenders expect these to be declared. They use your income to work out serviceability on all debts, including your new mortgage. And if you forget to declare all debts, this could affect your serviceability. All lenders will check your credit score and history. If they find a mismatch, they could reject your application. Tip number 6, review your credit card before you make your loan application. Credit card limits affect your borrowing capacity, not the balance owing at the end of the month. It's your limits. My tip is to reduce your limits to the bare minimum for 3 months prior to your loan application. This will help maximize your borrowing capacity. Tip number 7, review your spending habits and adjust 3 months prior to submitting your application. All lenders will require 3 months worth of spending records, your bank statements, to work out your serviceability. Showing discipline during this period will maximize your loan. You can quickly reduce your discretionary spending, such as entertaining or eating out costs if needed during this period. Okay. Tip number 8. Are we running out of time, Kathy? Tip number 8. Know your household expenditure measure. It's called a HEMS. It's a measurement of standard household expenditure based on family size and income. Lenders use this HEMS to calculate serviceability. To maximize your borrowing, keep your spending as close to HEMS as possible. Each lender will have their own standard. So if you declare over and above the HEMS standard, lenders will use that amount. So adjust your spending prior to making your application to as close to HEMS as possible. that will get you the maximum loan borrowing capacity. Tip number 9, know your legal rights. Your rights as a borrower are protected under the National Consumer Credit Protection Act of 2009. This sets out how lenders must act when they're assessing loan applications. Essentially, it means that a lender must only give a loan if it's not unsuitable for the borrower. Also, if you're using a mortgage broker, they have a duty to act in the best interests of their customer. If you feel that you have not been provided, if you haven't been provided with an unsuitable loan, and you can have your dispute resolved through the lender's dispute resolution process, or ultimately the Australian Financial Complaints Authority. And my last tip is the lender's mortgage insurance. Lender's mortgage insurance protects the lender if the loan cannot be serviced. The borrower pays for that LMI if your deposit is less than 20% of the home purchase price. This cost of LMI could be in the tens of thousands of dollars, and they add this to your mortgage, and this reduces the amount you can borrow. So the lower your deposit, the higher the LMI. Try and work out a deposit of 20%. Okay, those are my tips for helping you get a first home loan. Today, we've looked at how to find a great home loan that's right for you, maximize that loan, meet your disclosure requirements, and even touch on legal rights. If you have any questions, please put them in the comment section, and I'll try and get to them. But please tell me what tips that resonated with you. What tips you liked? What tips do you love? And if you have, well, let me finish off. Thank you for spending the time with me. I hope you found these tips valuable. It's been a pleasure. Click on the link to download a free copy of my tips. Thanks very much. Thanks, Kathy.
Mic is off. Hi, Ray. How are you? Thank you so much.
Well.
Thank you so much for those tips. There were quite a number of things in there that I didn't know, even as a home loaner, having my own loan, that I didn't understand. So I'm just looking at a question. We've got, what is an investment tip in comparison, please? So one of the Facebook users, an investment tip.
An investment tip. Try and get your the interest rates, your loans, what do they call it? It's called loan recycling. So if you have a home loan and if you want to make that into try and find another investment home and recycle your home loan into an investment loan so that you can claim the tax deduction on that interest rate that you pay.
Fantastic. Ray, I know
that's a strategy that needs a bit more fleshing out because it is quite complex.
That's a whole nother 20-minute talk, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
And I know that, Ray, you're more than happy to answer people's questions. I've popped the links into the chat and also into YouTube because we've got some people watching on YouTube as well. Thank you, everyone. You've had some thank yous, some thumbs up. And thank you, Ray, so much for joining us today. And I will see you very soon. Hi, everyone. It's Kathy again. And yes, we have had this amazing group of speakers today. Thank you. Ray's tips were so helpful. If you are looking for any loan, it's not just for a first home loan. So if you're thinking about getting a loan, it's something that's been creating an imbalance in your life because you're worried about it or you're not knowing where to go, then definitely hook up with Ray. He will sort that out for you. Okay, we're on to the wonderful Anne. So Anne is coming to us from India, and her talk is about 3 simple steps to writing and attracting your ideal client. Now, I want you to think of this. It's also about creating your own story and how stories can really help you with creating a balance in your life as well. So Anne is a doctor turned writer, as I said, from India. She is a story writer and a poet who teaches entrepreneurs to dig into their soul of their business themselves and write about their experiences to draw to them their ideal clients. She runs a 2-month program called Write the Real You, and her book of short stories is in the process of being published. Well, wonderful to see Anne here today. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Kathy.
You're so welcome. You're loud and clear. I'm going to leave you to do your amazing presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be here. And before I start, I want to welcome you to this session on the 3 simple steps to writing and attracting your ideal client to yourself. Before I get into the presentation, which is going to be 20 minutes long, I just want to thank Kathy again for this brilliant summit. It's so beautifully organized, and thank you to the other speakers as well. I've learned so much from you already, and I can't wait to engage with you and kind of, take the idea of balance a little further. And thank you for watching, because it tells me that you take yourself and your stories seriously. So without much ado, I'm going to just start. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Anne Harikethan. I'm a writer and poet from India. And yes, I used to be a doctor. I'll tell you a little bit about that transition in this speech as well. Because I'm from India, I have a little bit of an accent. In case you don't understand what I'm saying, which might happen, I encourage you to just drop some kind of message in the chat, and I can come back and clarify that towards the end. Let me know if that's okay. Just say okay in the chat. Now, this session is all about stories. So to explain what I'm saying to you, I'm going to use a few examples from my own life. They're all nice stories, don't worry. Most of them are quite empowering. And yeah, if you want to listen to some examples and listen to some stories, then give me stories in the comments, please. Fantastic. Now, finally, after this talk is over, I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we can keep in touch. And the reason is because I love to see how people implement what I have taught them and to see how they're using it in their business. So if you're okay with me sharing how we can keep in touch, do let me know in the comments. Again, you can say, okay. Great. So this talk is going to be all about the 3 simple steps to writing and attracting your ideal client to yourself. So I just want to know how many of you want your ideal client to come to you rather than the other way around. Give me a me in the comments if you want that. And how many of you want to find a means of marketing that is both extremely effective and at the same time very therapeutic? And how many of you want to build your brand and your business in such a way that it just keeps attracting your ideal client? Fantastic. So basically, the way to do this is through stories. Yeah. So before I get into the 3 simple steps, I'm going to explain why stories work and hopefully convince you to use stories. So the main reason why stories work are One, it stops people in their tracks and gets them to pay attention to you. And if you have a business or if you have a message to the world, then you definitely need these stories. Yeah. So I'm going to give you an example from my life. Around 4 to 5 years back, I was working as a doctor. And during that time, I would go to church in the morning after, just a second. Okay. Great. So I used to go to church in the mornings and I would listen to the pastor speak. But, when he's speaking, I would just completely zone out. And the reason was because I was so tired from the previous day and because I was so busy and preoccupied and the church was so quiet and the pastor's voice was so monotonous that I would just completely zone out. Now, the thing is that actually, this is exactly how your ideal client is on whatever platform you're using as well. Yeah. But the thing is that when this pastor started to narrate a story, like if he just started saying something like, there was once a man who, it would just bring me back with that one sentence. And that's what I want to teach you guys today. Yeah. And this is the reason why we're going to be using stories. So imagine your ideal client, right? They're scrolling through social media or whatever platform you're using to advertise and get clients to come to you. And they're scrolling and they're so busy. They're not really going to stop and pay attention because they're like, this is just too wordy. But then they see something which is the promise of a story. Like, for example, this is what happened 5 years back when I tried this. They'll stop because they want to know the answer to the premise that you've just put out there. That's a hook, and they're hooked and they want to know what's going on. Yeah. So that's what stories can do. They can stop you in your tracks and get people to pay attention. And this, like I said before, is extremely important. The second reason is because stories are most easy to remember. So every other form doesn't come anywhere close to stories. Stories are so amazing. So again, let me give you some examples. I just want to say that, there's this story which is written in a book by Chip and Dan. The book is called Made to Stick. And it really talks about how you can use different means to attract clients to yourself. So I definitely recommend this book. It's called Made to Stick. And they say that they tried an experiment on a few students. So they call these students and they asked them to listen to a talk. And in the talk, they went on for about 10 minutes and then they stopped the talk and they asked the students, hey, what do you remember? And 65% of the students there, they said that they remembered the stories. And only 5% said that they remember the statistics. So I'm giving you a statistic right now, but I just want you to remember that most likely you won't remember the numbers, but the story behind the statistic. Yeah. The reason why this happens is because people just love stories. People pay attention to stories because they love them and they remember them because they love them. So I'm just going to explain to you from one of my favorite books. This is a book called The Science of Storytelling by Will Storr. Again, something very interesting. It's something that you should read if you can. He talks about why stories are so effective. And he says this. He says, there's simply no way to understand the human world without stories. They fill our newspapers, our law courts, our sporting arenas, our government debating chambers, our school playgrounds, our computer games, the lyrics to our songs, our private thoughts and public conversations, and our waking and sleeping dreams. Stories are everywhere. Stories are us. It's story that makes us human. Now, I want you to kind of just couple everything that I've said so far with this idea from psychology. It's called the mere exposure phenomenon, or the mere exposure effect. It's also known as the familiarity effect. Yeah. Basically, what this says is that if a person is familiar with something, they will begin to like it. So just think about it. You just put out content often enough and you tell your stories often enough, people will start to like you. Isn't that cool? So this is the reason why you need to use your stories. Because when you use stories to promote your business or to talk about your message, then you get people to remember you. And when they remember you, they will become familiar with you. And when they become familiar with you, they will like you. When they like you, they will trust you. And when they trust you, they will buy from you. This is exactly what you need from your clients. Yeah. So with that said, I want to take you into the actual idea, the three steps. Yeah. And I've got some prompts, some props to help you identify how to do this. Hopefully you'll remember the props and through that the steps. So the 3 steps are: 1, choosing the right story; 2, figuring out the structure of the story; and 3, writing with emotion. So step 1, here's the prop. I've got some color pens. You see, stories are like these color pens. There's so many of them, and they're so colorful, and they're phenomenal. But at the same time, you can't use all of the stories at the same time, just like you can't use all the colors for everything. You need to pick the right color for the right story, meaning you have to use the right story to make the right point with respect to your business. Yeah, so pick the right story. Now, I'm going to give you an example, and then later on, when I expand on it and talk about the other steps, I'll explain it a little bit more. But here's my example. If I want to talk about why I use stories in business and why I encourage people to use stories, I would go back to a story where I was not allowed to do it. So when I was a kid, I absolutely enjoyed stories. But something happened, and I went through a detour, and I started to study medicine. And during that time, my voice was completely suppressed, and I couldn't write stories at all. Yeah. And that feeling of not being able to express myself through stories, that's what prompts me now to teach people to tell their stories. So more on this story in some time. Yeah. Just wait for it. The second thing is finding the right structure. Now, today I'm going to explain to you a really simple structure using this coffee pot. This is a stuffed top coffee pot, and using it, I'm going to explain how you can write stories. So the story that we're going to use is called The Hero's Journey. Yeah. And the hero's journey has 3 components, just like this pot. There's the place where the water goes in. There's the middle segment where the coffee powder goes in, the water comes through it, changes, and then becomes coffee up here. Yeah. That's what the hero's journey is. We talk about how things were before, and then we talk about the transformation, and then we talk about how things currently are. Now, although in this pot, this is the smallest bit, this is where the entire story lies. So when you're finding the right story, you need to look at that transformation. You need to find a story that really explains how things switched. Yeah, it's all about the coffee. It's all about the coffee powder. So I'll come back to you with this as well, with my example. And the final thing is writing with emotion. I am the prop. Look at my face. It's beaming, right? So write your stories with emotion. So let's do the example. This is an example from my own life. Yeah. And this is the story of how I got into this field of writing and teaching people to write stories. So, like I said, when I was a kid, I was quite a good writer. But actually, when I was a kid, I had a really difficult time. It was very difficult because I grew up in an abusive house, and because it was a very patriarchal community, and so many people kept telling me that I was not important. And it was because of different things, like it was because of the color of my skin. Although you can't see it, I'm actually quite dark skinned. It was because I was a girl and not a boy. And it was, I think, also because of my caste and the region that I was from. So I kept hearing from people that I am not important in different ways. They may not have said it in those words, but this is what I heard. The only way for me to stay sane was to tell my stories. And I did that through writing. So writing was the tool that I used to keep myself mentally stable. And I realized very quickly that I was so good at this. And so I thought, this is what I want to do with my life. And then I went to my parents and I told them, hey, listen, I really want to become a writer. But for various reasons, they said no. And I think maybe the biggest reason must have been that they were scared. They were worried about where I might get an income from. And they wanted me to go into a field that they were familiar with, and that was medicine. Now, the problem for me is that I am scared of blood. I'm scared of wounds. If I see a person who's crying, I will cry with them. That's not really good for a doctor. But, I felt like I had no choice, and therefore I joined medicine. And I had a really difficult time there as well. But something horrible happened at that time, and that was that because of all of these things, because of people telling me I was not important, because of my parents telling me that my decision, my choice for my life was not valid, I felt like my voice was suppressed. And I felt suddenly like I shouldn't share my story because I'm not worth it. And that just completely broke me, And for the 8 years that I was training and working as a doctor, I wrote 4 poems. That's barely anything compared to what I was doing before. Before I was writing like 1 story a day or 1 poem a day. And I can't express it in words, but I was so, so shattered. Then something happened. My parents, who told me before I joined medicine that I just need to do an undergrad in medicine and then I can do whatever I want, they said to me, you just need to do a postgrad in medicine and then you can do whatever you want. I snapped. I was like, oh my gosh, this is never going to end. They're going to keep telling me the same thing forever. And that's when my voice started to speak again. And it got louder and louder and louder. And it said, Anne, what are you doing here? You are not a doctor, you are a writer. You better quit and start writing. And sure enough, in some time, I quit. Yeah. Transformation, right? After that, I actually wrote 2 books, including 14 short stories, and I write a poem almost every day. And I teach people to write stories because of that period where I just couldn't write at all. Because when you're telling your story, you're actually letting your voice be heard. And this is what your ideal client wants to hear. They want to hear why you are telling them all of these stories. They want to hear why you're doing what you do. And this is what I teach people to do. Yeah, it's because my voice was crushed and because I couldn't share my stories that I teach people to share theirs. That's my story. Now, I'm just going to take a sip of water. Thank you, Shruti. Thank you all. Yeah, thank you so much. So let's just break down that story for a moment and see the components, the 3 steps in action. First one, choosing the right story. Like I said, for my business and the work that I do, which is helping people tell their story, I feel like this is the right story to share, because this is what convinced me and changed me and kind of empowered me to tell my story. Yeah, choose the right story. Number 2, figure out the structure of the story. So like I said, we used the hero's journey, the coffee story. So where I was, like the water, ordinary, I thought that I was not important. And then things happened. I struggled, but things happened and I realized the truth. I transformed. And then I shared what I do now. So I would encourage you to try the same structure for yourself and see what happens, because it's received really, really well. And the final step was writing or sharing with emotion. Now, the reason why you connected with the story is because there are parts of the story that you probably related with. And the reason why you related with them is because of the emotion behind it. Now, in order to share this story with emotion, I went back to where I was. I relived that emotion. Because you see, when you're reliving something, or when you're living something, your mind will automatically give you the right words. That's how powerful your brain is. And that's how powerful your story can be if you just tap into your emotion. It's that simple. Yeah? So those are the 3 steps. Choose the right story, figure out the structure, and write with emotion. So there you have it. You have my example, my story, as well as the 3 steps. So like I said before, I would love to stay in touch with you. So if you'd like to get in touch with me, then I would recommend you click the link, which I think it'll be shared right now. So there's going to be a link with a package. The package will contain a PDF, and in that PDF, there are a few more steps on how you can use this. So it's the 3 steps, but it's broken down a little bit more so that it's very easy, and it's just 1 page, the main document, and you can just print it out and use it for any story that you want to use, and it should work so beautifully. It will also give you a little bit of information on how to stay in touch with me. So definitely reach out to me on different platforms. I would love to hear your story and to see how you're using these steps. I hope this has been helpful, and it's been an absolute pleasure to share this with you. And don't forget, there's a link below. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, thank you, Anne. So inspirational, your story. I mean, it's a brave thing to go against the people around you and the patriarchy, as you said. And thank you. Those tips are just amazing. We've got fabulous Anne. I have put the links in the chat and also on YouTube, because we're also streaming on YouTube. Everyone, check out Anne's free gift today. Thank you so much, Anne. It's been so lovely seeing you. I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Lovely to see you. Well, we have been on an amazing journey, and I can't believe how far we've come today. We are going to go right into our next speaker. We're going to dive in to taking back control. Now, as we know, control is an illusion, but Kellyanne is going to speak to us today about how we can take these simple tips to have a sense of control. So she is an Australian renowned life coach and mindset ambassador. Kellyanne has coached hundreds of people over the last 10 years, helping them create a healthy mindset and a successful life. She is known as the coach's coach and mentor to women who are determined and driven to create a better life for themselves and their children without the extra stress of juggling and struggling of doing more. I love that. But rather slowing down the pace and learning how to enjoy the journey along the way. Well, thank you so much, Kellyanne, for joining us today. And I'm going to sit back and really enjoy your presentation.
Can you hear me? Because I can't hear you.
Oh, interesting. I can hear you.
Oh,
no
everyone
problem.
can hear me.
Yes.
Fantastic. Awesome. Well, hello. Thank you for tuning into the afternoon shift, and a special welcome to our Facebook watchers and our YouTube people. There's hundreds of you. And it's a real privilege to be able to be a part of this summit, one of the first. And as you can see below, my business is Work-Life Balance Academy. So I slot right in just perfectly. And so I thought I'd just give you a little intro into who I am and where I'm from. And so I reside in Sydney at the bottom of the Blue Mountains, and I have been a life coach now for over a decade. This was a lifelong dream of mine, and I didn't start my training till I'd had my first child, and I've never wanted to do anything else but be a life coach from the age of, since I was 16 was when I was introduced to my very first personal development book, and I have never turned back. That's all I've studied my whole life. So I live and breathe life coaching and balance. Well, when I was starting out as a coach, the work-life balance concept was frowned upon. It was laughed at. However, in these lockdown times, this whole pandemic, it's a little bit of a different conversation now, isn't it? And so it's so great to have you here. Work-Life Balance Academy is my business. I've been helping people to create a healthy mindset and a successful life for a very long time now. And it's really great to be able to be here and share with you 5 of my simple tips on taking back control of your life. So I know that there's a real lean in right now because there's a challenge for all of us in staying controlled, not letting life just go crazy. And so this particular training is absolutely for you if you feel like you're struggling, right? If that's you, pop a comment in the comments below. I'll just open up my comments so I can see you all. If you've been struggling, or maybe for you, it's that you just feel so pinned down by your work schedule and life just is completely out of control. So you're struggling and your work schedule is just having you feel completely out of control. Well, I'm going to guess that you are here today. You've waited for this particular session because if you're like me, you want to get back to living a joyful and thriving life. Yes? Is that what you're looking for? Do you want to get back to enjoying your hobbies? Remember those? Remember the hobbies and your friends, spending quality time with your friends? And pretty much you're here because you want to just get back to, making those things that you love and used to make time for a priority again. So I will be addressing some of the problems that we have, which is that you are finding it difficult at the moment because you're burnt out, right? You're tired and you're overwhelmed. Who can say that they fall into that category? Pop a comment in there for me. I want you to know it actually can get better, all right? If you can't imagine a better future right now, it's completely normal, totally natural, because really right now you're just tired, right? You're tired, and it is very difficult to imagine something better when we're just so tired. But I'm here to tell you, right, there is another way, right? But only if you're actually ready for it, right? So if you're ready for it, pop a comment below. I'm ready for it. So despite what we see in social media, all right, despite what we see in social media, no one, absolutely nobody can operate at a maximum capacity all day, every day, day in, day out, all right? So despite what you have been thinking, nobody is actually living at that capacity. Okay, so to compare ourselves to what we see on social media is really, really unfair, right? Completely unfair, because what you're seeing is only a part of their life, right? And I know you know that, okay? I'm just mindful of my time. Let me just quickly pop a timer on. We got about, okay. So we all have our own capacity and our own calling, okay? And it's different. Everybody's is different. So this next training is really for you if you feel less than everybody else. You see people performing and then you feel like you're underperforming. You've lost your joy and your love for life, right? So if that's you, then stay tuned, right? There's some amazing tips I'm going to give you that can help you to feel like you've got back some control straight away. If you knew, if only you knew what was just around the corner, you would find it a whole lot easier to keep pushing ahead. Right now, the reality is we don't know, but I'm here to tell you that there are good things waiting for you just around the corner. So don't give up. Okay, don't give up. So let's kick it off. Tip number 1 for taking back control of your life is, are you ready for it? I'm about to give you permission to do something that you've probably never given yourself permission for. Tip number 1, slow down. Slow down. Far too many of us are struggling because we don't allow time to slow down. This is the first and biggest mistake that people are making, which is why I have made this tip number 1, right? So if you're feeling burnt out, tired and overwhelmed, then it's time to make more time for you, right? And to start enjoying the things that you love, right? It's time to slow down. It's time to slow down. So why aren't people slowing down? Right? So in our head, we know that it's important to slow down, not go so fast. I think the reason many of us aren't slowing down is because of that comparison game, right? We are comparing our life to somebody else's life. And so there's always something else to do to improve our life, to have it look the exact same way as everybody else's. But remember I said, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes in somebody else's life. We've got no clue. So to be thinking that looking at somebody else's life on social media is a good thing is kind of a little bit silly, really. So again, I want to remind you, there is not one single human being, despite what social media will have you believe, who is operating the way you think you need to operate. It's just impossible, okay? It's completely impossible. Slowing down is going to help you to decide on what do you want for your life? If you're going, 100 miles per hour, you do not have time to start thinking about what's important to you. You just get caught up in life and just you're running full pelt, right? So slowing down is going to help you to, 1, figure out what you want to do in your life. 2, prioritize what's important to you and your family. And finally, help you to make better decisions and choices along the way. You can't make better choices and decisions along the way when you are just so busy. Do you remember before this whole pandemic? Ask anybody, how are you going? How are you? I haven't seen you in ages. Oh, I'm just really busy. You run into somebody else. Oh, how are you going? Yeah, busy, just busy. Busy was the hot word on the street. Whereas now we're starting to rethink our lives. This whole pandemic has caused us to reconsider what's important. Now, I remember last year when the pandemic hit, I wasn't quite sure, being a premium service, if I would, be okay. But I surprised myself, and maybe some of the coaches who were watching as well surprised themselves. All of a sudden, there was an influx of people who were like, they're reflecting on their life thinking, oh my gosh, what was I doing? I wasn't even happy. But hang on a second. If I was to do something different, what would I do? I actually don't know. because I've spent so many years just running and just doing what everybody tells me I should and must have to do. And I've kind of lost myself. I don't even know what I want to do. So people have been taking the time to think about what's important to them. And I'm going to encourage you to do that as well. So take lots of notes. And if you are taking notes on this specifically, slow down to take the time to figure out what is it that's important to you, what is important to your family. Tip number 2, to take back control of your life. And we have already touched on it. Stop playing the comparison game, right? Stop it. It is one of the most dangerous games any of us can play. Now, I often will talk about this topic to other people and say, look, I don't have a problem with you checking out what's going on in somebody else's lane if the intention is to seek to be inspired or see what is available. All right. So, but if you find yourself checking out somebody's lane and all of a sudden you're feeling less than, you're feeling inadequate, you're feeling hopeless, then stop it. Right. It's not good for us. When we look at social media, again, you're going to hear me say the same thing. We're only seeing part of the picture, right? We're only seeing part of the picture. So this, to stop playing the comparison game, is the second most important mistake people make when wanting to take back control of their life. So again, if you want to stop feeling like you are less than, that your life doesn't measure up, and that you want to go back to having a whole lot more confidence and direction in your life, stop comparing yourself to everybody else's life. Social media, friends, family, stop it, right? It's not helpful. Social media is great for us to stay connected, see what's going on in families' lives, in friends' lives, see what they're up to. That's all great, right? So, and look, I'm sure many of you, and you can put in the comments below if you like, you've had time off social media. Why? Why did you feel like you had to just get off social media? And I'm sure it's going to be the same as what everybody else says. You're starting to feel terrible. Starting to feel like your life is really crap, right? So we don't want to do that. So be really, really selective on who you choose to follow. Is that helpful? Or is it not helpful, right? If it's not helpful, stop following them, right? Otherwise, you're going to send yourself insane. So rather than comparing yourself to others, it's important that you just start to make decisions based on what's important to you, right? We all have different values. We all have different personal interests, okay? When you get clear on what your purpose is, it's so much nicer to wake up in the morning, all right? You get excited for what's ahead all of a sudden, right? Because there's a purpose, there's a reason to get up, and you know exactly what it is that you're going to be doing. So I want you to start to embrace your gifts again. Start to embrace your individuality, whether that's for the first time or whether that's going back to how you used to live. It's okay to be you. It's okay to do you, and it's okay, it's really okay to be different to everybody else. Every one of us has a different capacity. Every one of us has a different calling. So, tip 1, slow down. You have permission to slow down. Tip 2, stop playing the comparison game. And tip number 3, start planning your days, okay? If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. A great quote from Benjamin Franklin that is still so relevant today, so relevant. He was one of the greatest authors, inventors, and scientists. And did you actually know he made this bold statement back in the 1700s? That's like 200 years ago. So I think there's some weight in that statement. It's not a quote we just want to hear in one ear and let go out the other one. That's one we want to actually put up on the fridge and remind ourselves every day. If we feel like life's not going to plan, it's because we haven't been planning adequately for what we want. We tend not to plan because we don't even know what we want. So what's the point in planning if you don't know what it is that you want? Again, this is the third biggest mistake that people are making. And so if you want to stop feeling overwhelmed, if you want to stop feeling like you are chasing your tail, then it's time to start planning your days in advance. You're probably not planning them, as I said, because you don't even know what direction you're heading. You're so wrapped up in the whirlwind of life that you're just allowing whatever anybody else says your life should need, must have to look like to just be the way you're moving forward. Without a plan, you feel lost, right? And completely without hope. And this often occurs when we're in that beautiful chaos of juggling a career alongside family responsibilities. Knowing what's important to you, having goals to work towards, making plans, it becomes your daily necessity, right? When you get really clear, it's so easy to plan. It just becomes one of the things that you do. Unless we choose a holiday destination and a date to travel, we don't have to plan anything, do we? Right? A bit of a sore point right now, I know. It's time to start planning your day. If you're not doing it already, I want you to learn how to schedule your time so that you can assist yourself in taking back control of your life in a much quicker way than you actually thought was possible. And I have a special free gift to give you to get you started on that straight away. I only created it last week, so this is totally hot off the press, and you're going to be one of the first people to get access to it. So we're now on to tip number 4. So what have we got? You have permission to slow down. I'm asking you to stop comparing yourself. And 3, start planning your days. And 4, I want you to be, get ready for it, I want you to start being kind to yourself. I know. That's a bit of a stab in the heart for some of us, isn't it? Especially the mums in the house, and maybe even the dads, where we tend to prioritize ourselves where? Up here? Here? No, usually right down the bottom. Right down the bottom is where we prioritize ourselves. So are you wondering why you're struggling so much? It's probably because your self-talk is so negative, right? It's toxic, right? It's so toxic. You wouldn't tolerate somebody else doing that negative talk in your home, yet you kind of think it's all right to have that same talk towards yourself. It's not. I'm going to guess too that you've created neglecting yourself, right? No self-care is up there on the priority list. So if you want to stop feeling depressed and negative all the time, it's time to start putting yourself first, right? Stop putting yourself down. Stop neglecting your own well-being. If you want to start feeling happy and positive, thinking positive again, then it starts with you being kind to yourself. When you start to feel like you're just not keeping up and you're not feeling good enough, again, you're watching too much social media and you're talking really badly to yourself. It's time to stop being all the things to all people and start to take time to get clear on what's important to you and your family. Start to become your biggest cheerleader, okay? Foreign concept, I know, but I want you to start being your biggest cheerleader so you can start to bring out the best in yourself. Treat yourself the way you would want someone else to be treated that you care about, okay? Only kind words and words of encouragement will support you in taking back control of your life. Choose to be more caring and understanding of yourself each and every day from this moment. I don't have a huge amount of time left, so I might skip that little example. So if you continue to not slow down, compare yourself to everyone else on social media, avoid planning ahead, as well as continue to be unkind to yourself, here's what I can guarantee for you. You can expect more tiredness. You can expect to be more burnt out, overwhelmed, and frustrated, right? That's what's in your future. If you want to know what's in your future, that's it, right? So you might even be finding that you keep doing this behavior and next levels of anxiety and depression will be experienced. So now is the time to catch yourself when you're beating yourself up, right? And putting yourself down. Stop it, right? Stop it. You would agree, none of us would talk to little kids like this and expect them to be fine, right? You wouldn't. So then why do you think it's going to be okay for you to speak this way as well? It's not. All right, so step number 5, we're rounding things up right now. I'd love to see, are we loving this? What's your favorite tip so far? I want to be able to see that in the comments. Step number 5, recall your wins. Yes, you want to feel like you're taking back control of your life. Start to recall where you've had successes in the past, where you've won in the past. It's a great way to encourage yourself and helping you to set and achieve your next goals. What you focus on, what you continue to focus on, you will get more of. All right. So if you are not satisfied with how your life is going right now, and all you're doing is, having a bit of a whinge and whine about, oh, I hate that my life's like this. I don't like that. I don't want this. Well, guess what? That's where your focus is. And that's exactly why you're getting more of what you don't want. So if it works that way, then surely if we flip it and we start to get really clear and focused on what we do want, then watch what happens. It's almost miraculous. It's kind of like, oh my gosh, you've heard of the law of attraction? Really, this is what's going on. You've shifted your focus away from what you don't want anymore, and you've moved it towards what you do want. Again, how can you do that if you don't even know what you want? Right? And for some of you, that's going to be an aha breakthrough moment right there. What do you want? Do you want more failure, or do you want more success? I'm going to guess, I'm going to take a wild guess, you do want more success in your life. So if you recall when something didn't work out, then fear is going to dominate that space. It's going to dominate your thinking, and you're not even going to dare to step out and do that if you think that you know how it's going to end, right? Because you can't think, oh gosh, when I did that thing, I lost money, the relationship didn't work, I'll be judged, I won't get that promotion, I won't achieve the dream. Like when you start to think like that, that focus is on everything you don't want. Shift it to what is it you do want, right? You do want your business to thrive and be prosperous. You do want a relationship that's going to be everything that you ever dreamt it to be. You do want to be accepted. You do want to see yourself getting that promotion, and you do want to see yourself starting to walk and move towards your dreams. So rather, your new challenge is as follows. Are you ready? I want you to think of a previous win or success that you've had in the last 5 to 10 years. Now, if we had a bit more time, I would have walked you through that process. However, we don't. But I want you to just think just for a moment. And as I'm winding things up now, I want you to notice how amazing did you feel as you just quickly recalled that win and that success. I think you know the power in this already. So, I want you to use those moments of recalling your successes and your wins to remind yourself of what you're capable of. It takes slowing down, not comparing ourselves to others, making time to reflect, and celebrating the wins to remind ourselves of our own greatness. Right? It starts with you. Remind yourself of your own greatness. And if you repeat this over and over and over again, watch how your confidence just seems to come back, okay? When you're feeling discouraged, it really is often just because you're focusing on the worst case scenario, fears gripping you and holding you back. The reality is we don't know what's around the corner. So if we're going to make up a story, let's just make up a good one. Let's make up a story of what we want, not a story of what we don't want. And when we do start recalling all our wins, you'll realize you've had quite a few successes that you've kind of forgotten. So this is a great reminder of your capacity, your abilities, and your existing strengths that you can draw on at any time. And so I want you to start to, again, I've run out of time to do this, but your homework is to write down 5 things you know you are great at and have achieved in this last little while, and notice how amazing it feels. I want you to take the time to recall, what were you thinking during those times? Who were you being and what were you doing? 2 questions to write down. Who were you being and what were you doing? That's your winning strategy right there. But again, we don't have a huge amount of time to go through that. So today I want to finish up with reminding you of the following. There is a great and exciting plan yet to unfold for your life. And it starts with applying these 5 simple tips. Slow down the pace. Start saying no and start saying yes to what's important to you. 2, stop comparing yourself to others. Our capacities and callings are very different. Start planning your days and start planning your days and relieve yourself of extra stress and worry. We don't want more of that. Mm-hmm. 4thly, be kind to yourself. What you are teaching, because if we're not being kind to ourselves, what are we teaching the next generations that are looking up to us? Another little aha moment for some of you. And finally, recall the wins. Anyone that you admire has developed a positive mindset, knows what they want, and uses their past successes as a reminder of what they're capable of. So I think I've come to the end. I don't actually know where I'm at with time, but I just want to say thank you so much to everybody for tuning in and staying right to the afternoon. I do have a special gift for you that I believe Kathy has somewhere, and this is your 90-day planner, all ready for you with a scheduling tool, instructions and options and everything in there just for you. Like I said, hot off the press. And I created it with you in mind. So again, thank you, everybody. My name's Kellyanne Cummings from Work-Life Balance Academy. I'm a coach that cares about you, your family, and your business. And I appreciate your time today. And Kathy, what an outstanding day and summit. Big, huge congratulations to you and all the speakers today.
Thanks so much, Kellyanne. See you later. Wow, how lucky are we to have such an awesome turnout today. We have a lot of people who have come to listen to our final speaker today. So how awesome is it that we have one of the best right to the end, which is Paula. Paula is going to be sharing some wonderful, wonderful tips for us, and I'm just going to introduce her properly. Paula is the founder of PB Success Coaching, and through world-class transformational and one-on-one coaching, group mentoring, and live workshops, she helps people like you overcome persistent blocks, reconnect deeply with your truth, and live a life of purpose, passion, and fulfillment. Paula works with women who are feeling stuck, disconnected from their purpose, and to help them lean into discomfort, embrace vulnerability, and reclaim their power. She has worked with thousands of people on one-to-one and in group settings, supporting her clients and mentees to get unstuck, embrace uncertainty, reconnect with misplaced resources, and live their best life. She's worked in the psychological, mental health, and wellness spaces for 17 years and is passionate about helping people remember that they have a choice. And the magic is in realizing it, She's working in private practice with high performance culture and government and not-for-profit organisations. I'm going to get my tongue around that one. She's passionate about supporting people in all walks of life and to really realise their choice. And this is our superpower. And so I would love to introduce you, of course, to the wonderful Paula. Hello, Paula.
Hello.
Hello. Lovely
Hi.
to see you. And look, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy Paula's amazing presentation, and I'll see you at the end.
Awesome. Thank you, Kathy. Hello, everyone. So great to be here. I'm actually a little bit nervous. I'm not sure why. I was very mesmerized by the previous speakers. So thank you for having me. I want to say thank you, Kathy, and thank you to all of you. It's such an amazing opportunity to share with you all this afternoon. Thank you for sharing the next 20 minutes or so with me. As the day draws to a close, rather than teaching you a content piece, I thought I'd share a story with you all. And it's lovely. I think it was Anne earlier was sharing about the hero's journey and the power of story. So that was all synced in quite magically together. As I share, I invite you to give yourself permission to feel whatever comes up. Notice what stirs within you as I share. If some aha moments arise or you've got questions, please type them in the chat. And if we have time at the end, I'd love to explore that with you. So my life looked great on the outside. I had a wonderful family, a loving relationship. I had great friends, a wonderful job. I was educated. I had 3 degrees in psychology. I was strong and fit. I was beautiful. I had a glamorous social network, a fabulous lifestyle. I was really helpful. Everyone loved me. Life looked good. But I was unhappy inside, and I felt shame about my discontent. I believed I didn't have a reason to justify my misery. After all, I came from such a good life, and there were people much worse off than me who were happy. What was wrong with me? I felt alone and empty, an insatiable yearning deep inside. I had, pardon me, I'd been a fat kid, teased and teased. So I put up a tough facade. I don't care. Everything's fine. If I didn't talk about it, there wasn't a problem. And if there wasn't a problem, no one could hurt me. In case I hadn't put enough pressure on myself, I played the role of the people pleaser and the rescuer. I took pride in being helpful, looking after those close to me. I was desperate to belong, desperate to be accepted, and desperate to feel loved. And I was seeking all of that outside of myself. One day at work, a colleague, noticing that I was stressed, asked me what was wrong, and I responded and I said, "What do you do when you realize you hate the person you've become?" And without flinching, he responded, "It's simple. You just become the person you want to be. The choice is yours." Sounded great in theory, but how exactly? It felt so unattainable. I tried. Oh my God. God knows I tried. I read the books. I did the yoga. I drank the green smoothies. I gave up caffeine. I reframed my language. But it all felt like a futile attempt at changing who I was, and that felt impossible. Maybe I wasn't destined to be happy. Maybe success wasn't meant for me. Maybe I was supposed to suffer. I spent lots of money on therapy, psychotherapy, retail therapy, exercise therapy, you named it, I tried it. I stuck positive affirmations on my walls. But no matter what I did, the empty gnawing inside continued. All my efforts at trying to change felt like I was turning my back on the very thing that made me who I was. I didn't want to abandon my family. They're incredible people. I didn't want to stop helping my loved ones. What if I became selfish? I didn't want to put myself out there. What if people judged me, rejected me? I even mustered up the courage to share. But sooner or later, despite the changes, I'd make a mistake. I'd say the wrong thing. I'd fail and thus revert back to the same old patterns. Walls up, avoidance, numbing, and people-pleasing. I was so afraid of what people thought, so doubtful of myself, and focused so much on everything outside of me, I had completely abandoned myself. And in abandoning myself, I neglected and abused my body. I broke my promises. I eroded my self-esteem, and I proved that I couldn't trust myself, no matter how hard I tried. And every time I tried, I'd think to myself, this time things will be different. This time I'll succeed. Before I knew it, I was back in my old pattern, playing out my familiar habits, overeating, over-exercising, over-partying, avoiding, distracting, and keeping myself busy. Anything to distract from that haunting emptiness inside. Like any addict who grows tolerant of their vice, so too I became tolerant to stress and disempowerment. What I didn't know at the time, my body was reacting to this long-term, consistent state of stress. Over time, my body would come to crave more stress hormones, which would have me feeling even more disempowered. It was a vicious cycle. I'd unconsciously created this cycle that further fortified my patterns of pain. No one understood, and I didn't have any good reason to be unhappy. This cavernous loneliness was mine, and mine alone to carry. Along my travels, I met some great people, a wonderful therapist who guided me to be gentle with myself, a personal trainer who reminded me, fall down 9 times, get up 10, an unexpected friend who taught me that without challenge, there's no progress, and a brilliant mentor who reminded me what we focus on is what we find. These people, I fit with these people. They got me. I wasn't alone. And I became courageous and expressed my vulnerability more openly. I learned my imperfections didn't make me weak or less than. I learned to forgive myself, to go gently, to get back up after I fell. I learned that without challenge, there is no progress. I started asking for support. I found myself in hospital for a week with glandular fever. My temperatures were so high for so long, my brain literally cooked. I'd been hallucinating, reactive to the medication. I was not well. Discharged on New Year's Eve, my mama came to collect me, and my then partner of 5 years came to visit. We had an argument because he wanted to go to the New Year's party at the waterfront mansion we'd been invited to. I was so disappointed. Had the roles been reversed, there's nowhere else in the world I would have rather be than by his side, and yet asking this of him caused a massive argument. Straight out of hospital, brain fried and empty, I knew what had to be done. This was not the relationship for me. He was a good man and we loved each other very much, but I yearned for something else. We'd grown apart. We both knew it. It was done. My friends didn't understand, though. We'd been together for so long and we'd been through so much and seemed so happy. My family told me I was mad and that my expectations were unrealistic. I remember so many people telling me the grass isn't always greener, Paula. What if I left him and didn't find something better? But this decision wasn't about him or anyone else. This decision was about me. This decision was a choice, a pivotal moment where I decided to commit to myself. Was I afraid it wouldn't be better? You bet I was. Were there risks involved? Absolutely. But that choice was necessary. A moment, a defining moment when I stood up against what was approved of by the people around me, against what was the easy route, and I listened to my heart instead. I realized others mightn't approve, mightn't prioritize me, but I would never abandon myself again. My haphazardness continued, more clumsiness and random accidents. I thought they were messages from the universe. I'd ended the unhealthy relationship, but again, I almost ended up under a truck in a biking accident, and I made that mean I needed to assert my boundaries better. I was stalked by a criminal I was working with, and I made that mean I needed to be more careful. I was bullied by a narcissistic manager, and I made that mean I needed to stand up for myself and for what I believed in. Every time I faced a test, while I experienced stress, I learned new skills and truths about my resilience that would serve me in later challenges to come. I met tyrants. I was used, lied to, cheated. But I would come to see that these challenges, these enemies, were in fact helpers disguised, teaching me to stand for what I believed to be good and right and beautiful. The blinding irony is that my gut instinct about these people and situations had always been right. Of course it had. Though I had ignored it, my body and my intuition had been guiding me all along. I had ignored it, and I suffered the consequences. I began to realize this meat suit that houses my heart and soul had awareness far greater than that of my mind. 3 months after enrolling in a course that would change the trajectory of my career, I was in a car accident that landed me in hospital and in a neck brace. I was incapacitated. I couldn't work. I couldn't lift more than 2 kilograms. I was in a lot of pain, and I became fully reliant on my family. At my 6-month follow-up, the neurosurgeon said to me, "The sooner you accept that you will never lift weights again, the easier your life will be." I couldn't believe it. My body had failed me again. As someone who had always been strong and independent, to say I was devastated didn't quite cut it. I didn't know who I was. I fell into a deep depression, diagnosed with 3 chronic diseases. There was a cancer scare. My anxiety rose and my world contracted. I felt defeated, helpless. I couldn't see a way out. I had thoughts of suicide daily. My parents and partner were very supportive, but that did not shift my desperate sense of powerlessness. I'd lost my spark, my zest for life. Maybe this was my destiny. Maybe I wasn't ever going to thrive. maybe that dream was never meant to become my reality. I remember thinking, this is no way to live. I can't go on like this. If I don't choose to heal, this will kill me. Something had to change. I had to find my power. I chose to find the silver lining in that trauma. And it turned out that the neurosurgeon was wrong. Not exercising, in fact, exacerbated my injuries. Despite his well-informed opinion, his judgment was erroneous. I wanted to be strong again. This victimhood was no life for me. More than a year after my accident, I rebelled. I started exercising again. At first, I could barely move and everything hurt, but slowly and consistently, and with support, I healed. I learned to listen to my body's wisdom. I learned to listen, to trust her. That inner guidance is what saved me. My choice, again, to lean into the discomfort and find my power. What ensued was a series of decisions I made for myself. Decisions with a price. Decisions only I could make to put myself first and prioritize my health and growth. I chose to stop believing the naysayers and listen instead to the voices that believed I could. I asked for more support. I saw healers. I invested in coaches. I had faith that I would flourish again. I committed to taking action and getting back up if I stumbled. You see, when we want to change, want to heal, want to grow, there will always be people who say we can't. They might have the best intentions and they might want the best for us. They might even love us, but their fear will keep us stuck. I learned to listen to my inner guidance. Dig deep. Be still. She was always working for my highest potential, supporting me, having faith in the unseen vision of my dreams. And in the moments of fear and doubt, when that guidance seemed muffled by the noise, it was imperative I had the right people around me who believed I could, whose confidence I would lean on to pull me through the dark moments of doubt. I could not have done it alone. Years later, I was offered a job working for a mentor of mine. It was a wonderful opportunity and I grabbed it with both hands. I was proud that I had grown to a level considered so valuable by someone I held in such high regard. Someone who had played a significant role in my personal development. My friends and family, however, warned against it, afraid that I would change, that they wouldn't see me because this role required some big shifts. But I committed to ignoring the external noise, so I pursued this opportunity for growth like no other. And grow, I most certainly did. As someone once said, no challenge, no progress. And believe me when I say there was plenty of challenge. If I was going to succeed, I'd need to get out of my comfort zone big time. Everything up until then had led me to this opportunity. I was confronted and challenged, and at first, whilst uncomfortable, the challenges made sense. But as time went on, I realized the culture of this organization clashed with my values, conflicted with my ethics, contradicted what I believed in. I became sick again. exhaustion, body aches and pains. I gained 20 kilos in 12 months. My body was screaming, but would I listen? To go along with the status quo would be the easy path. There was certainty in belonging there, but my heart was furious. I could not abandon myself again, give in to the temptation, or stand in the light of my truth. My path was crystal clear. This time I didn't talk about my plan. I didn't need the counsel of others. My heart knew what was right, and now it was time for me to take courageous action toward my highest desire. The brilliance here is that against all odds, in a time of global chaos, economic disarray, geographic and social isolation, I thrived. I had stood up against a force that didn't resonate for me, and as I took courageous action aligned with my highest desire, multiple opportunities and synchronicities presented. I felt strong. I felt supported, and not by anybody else, but by me. I had my back. I felt whole, powerful, and proud. I was living my truth, standing up for what I believed in, taking responsibility even when times were tough and life was rewarding me. It's quite extraordinary how life meets us where we are at. However, yet again, the challenges arose. Terminal illness of loved ones, deaths of people dear. During the sadness and grief, a lull in my inspiration. Doubt crept in. I questioned my ability to thrive and rise through the challenges. But as I had learned, no mud, no lotus. No challenge, no progress. Rather than making the challenge mean something defeating about me, I chose to stay. I chose to persevere. I chose to do and be my best. That was the power of my choice. I would never abandon myself again. Not surprisingly, as I took responsibility, my business flourished. I attracted aligned clients. My energy returned. I felt great, inspired, vital. My mojo was back. I got back to the gym, lifting heavy weights again, and I shared my lessons with those who wanted to grow. I invested time, energy, and money in what nourished my soul and found myself nestled amongst extraordinary, inspiring, values-aligned, good people. I found my people. The greatest gift was truly comprehending that what we experience of the world is not the way the world is. We experience the world the way we are. All those years of suffering, all those years of disconnection, of feeling stuck, weren't because of anyone or anything else. It was me. When I abandoned myself and ignored my body's cry for connection, I created my own misery and pain. Over time, my habitual disempowered state had created a biological reaction that came to govern and control my mind and emotions. My body became tolerant to the stress hormones they were used to receiving whilst feeling disempowered. Like any addict who grows tolerant of their vice, so too my body became tolerant to the stress and craved more hormones which would have me feeling more disempowered. It was a vicious cycle I'd unconsciously created that further fortified my patterns of pain. I'd kept myself prisoner. It wasn't anyone else. And it was never up to anyone else to save me either. I needed to save myself. I needed to choose health, choose my joy, choose my life. What started as a fixation to the noise and distractions of the world became a deep knowing and a spiritual connection with my highest potential and all the magnificence that that involves. The choice was always mine. The question is, what do you choose for you? So that concludes my sharing for this afternoon. I'd love to hear some comments, what resonated, what landed for you, what you connected with, and perhaps any questions or shares you'd like to offer. And I think we'll wait for Kathy. Here she comes. Hello.
That's always a good idea. Paula, thank you so much. Such an inspirational story. And it's so relevant to everything we've been talking about today. It was just the perfect sum up of everything that we've learnt today from all of our speakers. I'm just so grateful that you've been here to share and be vulnerable with us in your own story. And I can see in the comments people saying amazing, thank you, moving, very powerful. Look, I've got your link here as well, which I'm going to just pop in the chat. And so please, can you go in, and if what Paula has said to you today has talked to you about, her story resonates with you, I encourage you to connect with her or any of the other speakers. Thank you so much, Paula. Like I said, I'm very grateful to have you here today, and we will see and talk to you again. Bye
Awesome.
for now.
Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.
Wow, we are just so blessed and lucky to have such an amazing lineup today. At the beginning of the summer, if you weren't here, welcome those people who have joined us. If you weren't here, I talked about how to get the most out of this summit, and that was to create awareness. And wow, I'd love to know, what is it that has created awareness for you? I'm looking at the comments. Please tell me now, what is the awareness that you have now created for yourself around life balance? The next step was to act. I want you to think about now, who is it that you resonated with? Who is it that's going to help you create that life balance? We've put together the goodie bag. So if you didn't catch someone's links today, that's completely okay. If you are registered for this event, which you can still go and do, you can go and register right now, and you will be sent the goodie bag with all the free links and all the information about all our speakers. And the other exciting thing that I would love to tell you is that our summit is going to be here for the next week at least, that you are able to come back and look at any of the speakers and take down your own notes, and also to invite people to come and watch the summit again, to invite your friends and family. If you saw something today and you're thinking, I really think that someone would benefit from hearing this, maybe it was Paula's presentation, maybe Kellyanne's, maybe it was Lara's for the first presentation of the day, please come back and invite them. You just need to click the invite button on the corner. It is completely free for everyone. We have in the comments the Business and Balance Life Summit link. So you go there if you want the goodie bag, everything will be in there, and that will be sent out to you as soon as possible. Now, what an amazing day. It's been an incredible day for our speakers, and I need to thank some people, not only you, because thank you for joining us and being here today. And I know there's a few people who have enjoyed the entire day, which has been fantastic. Other people have been coming in and out, which is totally cool. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to thank the people who were our tech gurus behind the back. We had the wonderful business e-coach who set all this up and got it all going. Thank you so much for your time and your love for our summit. And also to all of our speakers. We are so grateful that we have had an opportunity to connect with you today and learn from your wisdom, your own learning, your education, and also your expertise. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to sign off. Please remember, invite people into the summit. The summit is going to be open for the next 2 weeks, so you can continue to invite people into the group and enjoy. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. We will talk soon.